Pull up a... Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kick down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect
You
and
got the
fly on.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a lease.
Get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The sail is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are fire, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what see it is.
We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic Shills, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that?
Yeah.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Point made.
Point made.
No edit.
No edit.
No care.
No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, grand evening. Happy Negro Day Mile. This is Frontline Black News, Season 6, Episode 24, Part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News. And I'm your host, Chan Krumah. We're joined with our certified B1 Mile High. Salute to Kukizi. Is in the building.
Peace.
And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankor. You have to make a run to the store. But and Lady Che might be joining us as well. And on this season 6, episode 24 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. As y'all know, it's midterms, and these Democrats just running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off, not knowing what they're gonna do, because we are sitting it out. Neither one of these parties are offering us anything, so we don't see no reason to vote in November, except for myself, because I am a candidate on the ballot. But outside of me, no, we don't see no reason to vote, and that's because none of these candidates, none of these politicians are offering us anything tangible. So let me pull up this show. Give me 1 second. There's Shabaka.
What you got on the agenda tonight?
What up, Shabaka? Right on time. I was just starting the introduction.
All right.
We got our brother
Peace,
Cookie.
peace.
Hey, Keezy, how you be?
We got Roly
Oh man, I'm in here. I'm in here for the long haul.
All right.
We got Roly Poly running around talking about we need to go out and vote. Roly, you still can't say what Democrats will do for us. That's the first.
Does he have any new tricks?
No. Same played out playbook. Then why are DNC Shills targeting Killer Mike? What? They're coming after Killer Mike.
I've been seeing a lot of headlines about it. I really haven't brought myself to click on nothing. I was gonna tap in with DeJuan Black had to say about it, but
I'm gonna play
I've been skipping over that because I have my reservation. However, I do have some reservations about Killer Mike, but
yeah,
I guess I'm gonna have to be looking into it.
He was a Bernie supporter.
It was?
Yeah,
he was big time on Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
Then we got Waka Flocka Flame. What was his famous hit? Keezy. Hard and
Black and
God,
Yellow.
it's been so long. I know he did have a hit that was just like so big that it was a crazy big hit because
it was Hard in the Paint.
Blew up quick as hell off that one hit.
I think
he knew he couldn't rap. He just got that one hit. It was like, yep.
Yeah, a lot of people sampled that Hard in the Paint.
Yeah.
I remember the Mafias. They did.
But yeah, I heard about him, so we're gonna cover that.
Yep. So he went in at that Chud the Builder, the one that was black people saying racist ass shit, not thinking he was gonna get his head knocked off.
I just say salute to Waka Flocka for being having enough balls to use his platform to speak up for black people.
Right. And then he's the one that said that we was already here too. Remember, he caught a lot of flack for that.
Yeah, Waka Flocka, I think he's actually, unfortunately, part of the Dane Calloway crowd.
Yeah.
I allegedly, I don't know. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, we got him. He's calling out that white supremacist, so shout out to him for that. Then we got a Latino Democrat wants to give illegal immigrants the right to vote in LA, Shabaka.
What you got to do about that?
Give them the right to vote. Where?
In LA.
In LA.
Oh, hell no.
Then we got
they fighting hard for it.
What is her name? What was her name, Shabaka?
Who that?
Kalia Ali.
Oh, yeah.
Kalia. So are in this content, are they gonna give their argument on why they need to have that right?
I guess. I don't know what these Latinos is doing.
What is the argument? Why do they need to do that?
Well, their argument there, being from Southern California, Kukizi, their argument is that California, Arizona, New Mexico, and the great state of capture.
Say it for that.
Mexico.
$20 billion. We don't want to hear that shit.
It was already sold, man. You can't own something that you sold. If I sell you a car, I don't still own it.
Right.
Right. That's
So-
why they got what they call a title on it.
Yeah, if you trick the car off and blow the engine later, you can't go back. And I don't owe you. I don't got nothing to do with that.
Hey, my man, every car that I sold as is, sale is final, no refund.
Yep. So then we got Kalia Ali's former wife reveals why Ali left the Nation of Islam and telling Ali he'd die a vegetable in anger. Then we got that aging Vlad. He responds to our brother Corey Holcomb.
I met Ali too.
Yeah, I saw him.
Did I tell y'all that?
Oh yeah,
I did tell y'all that. I said that on this show before, huh?
Yeah, you did. You met Muhammad Ali?
At McNichols Arena, I believe it was.
Okay, you get a picture of it, bro?
No, but I got his autograph.
Okay, that's even better.
My mom still has that. You know, your moms keep all those knickknacks and old stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, preserve that, wrap it up in plastic, man. You know what I'm saying? So you could pass on down to the generation.
I was a kid. It was like early 90s.
Yeah, that's when McNichols was still open. Yeah.
Early 90s.
That's
and I
it was
tell
like
you,
a game against. I'm going. It was a game against the Phoenix Suns and the Denver Nuggets.
Okay.
And one of the special guests happened to be Muhammad Ali out of nowhere.
Wow.
Okay. And speaking of autographs, Keezy, I got Ron Lyle's autograph. I got it wrapped up there in plastic. And it's a picture that he autographed for me, man, when he fought Ali.
Wow. Hey, you know the funny tidbit about that story is my older sister had got those tickets for free from her school. And she decided that she was gonna have a house party. And my parents was ordaining this, and she wanted to get rid of me and get, so I wouldn't be there when all the teenagers was at the house. House party and all that. So
I remember a record by the Temptations.
And then she missed the chance to meet Muhammad Ali. She was mad.
Yeah, I know she was. Then we got they going after Stefon Diggs. I guess he had his court case trial today, and they found him not guilty. So what's the Stefon case about?
All right, so he probably is on the release line. Hopefully he should be out.
Then we got building trust across divides. Then uncovering the Taíno identity, copper skinned. Then our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we just had, is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio. Yeah, we started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And it's also a part of the Frontline campaign, has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. That's how I stream all the city council meetings here in Denver, Aurora, and the local Denver and Aurora Black events. And then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that. So she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. She should be dropping an RBA sometime this week. She did one last week, so make sure y'all check that out. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Geneb1. Make sure y'all sub to that as well, so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin Jay Militant out the Bay Area, out of Fairfield in San Francisco. He's going through it right now, but make sure y'all sub to his channel, Witchcraft TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother who's with us right now out the Mile High, Bellside, Cool Keezy.
Yo.
100.
Happy 5-5 day to all the Bellsiders.
Then we got Breeze Omega, who was live earlier. I was talking it up with him briefly. Make sure you sub to his channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, who's out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He's heavy as well. He just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. And he just created our own Freedmen Party. More details coming. So welcome to the Freedmen Reparations Party.
Yeah, that's big.
Okay.
Then we got Torian Rain Reloaded, who actually put Lisa Cabrera on. I just learned recently. Our brother is sitting at 67,000 subscribers. Let's make him get 80. He's out of DMV area, Shabaki. And then we got last but certainly not least, Black Truth United. Do you know where Black Truth United is out of, Keezy?
I think
I didn't even ask him ever.
I think he's out the Midwest somewhere. But salute to him. He's been on hiatus. But he came up with that B1 Rolodex, which I showed the ad for earlier.
I seen him on a live not too long ago the other night.
Yeah, but he ain't been going live on his own stuff, I guess. PeakTube link again. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't send it to you, Shabaka.
Hell, as long as he's still around, it's still good.
Yeah, he just on a hiatus on his YouTube channel.
Me too. I've been doing my, we all, some of us got other things that, come up.
See our boy Black Alpha shouted you out earlier. He played one of your videos.
Man, that's crazy. I was just seeing that. I looked up and was like, man, I missed it live. Let me check this out.
Yeah.
Then I also want to mention Red Radio out of Philadelphia, PA.
Yeah, shout out to my mom's birthplace. All right, and then so the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is also in the description. Then we got cancel the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. And the petition link for that is also in the description. Then we got Sister Brooke out of New York. Her call to action. Make sure y'all submit them letters so they can get free there in New York. And then we got support Lady Chase GoFundMe. If y'all haven't already, donate to that. That is also in the description. Then we got the 103-year-old elder who's on the verge of losing her home on almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles, now known as South LA. The link to that is also in the description. Donate to that if you can. And then me, as you can see, I'm on the ballot for office for House of Representatives here in the state of Colorado for House of a historically Black seat that is currently being occupied by Caucasoid. We got to get her out the paint. We don't see her hardly ever, and she don't do nothing specifically for us. She do for any and everybody but us. So she got
to hell with her. She got to go.
Yeah, she can go.
And then we got copyright disclaimer on the Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is sex, that is religion, and that is war. Last 2 up. It's supposed to be religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly over a year ago now at the age of 95, producejustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr. And producejustice.com. That means replace this wicked, vile system of injustice with a system of justice, which guarantees that.
And they said, oh yeah, no, I was about to say they said that the last of the books on that site at producejustice.com. That's it. So everybody definitely go to producejustice.com and get those books.
Right. I got both of them. I got the 84 edition and the 2016, and I got the Word Guard. But yeah, definitely get them books.
I think that's what I got, Word Guide. But where is it? It's the compensatory.
Tariq needs to do another holiday package. I lost my damn Foundational Black American Race Bader book.
I have that. These books are important, man. It's best to. I love it that you promote that because it's best to have something that you can physically pick up because the digital thing is not guaranteed.
Right.
You're gonna be able to have that at all times.
Mm-hmm. And they omit a lot of stuff in the digital.
And there's different reasons. Best to have a copy physically.
Right. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who kicked in the dough for Black psychology, specifically Black American psychology, and would have been 90 years old as of like a month ago. She transitioned here in Colorado at the age of 80. And shout out to our FBA brother Tarina Sheed out of Los Angeles, preparing for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka.
My son can hear us. So
Yeah.
Tell my son Amir good night. Tell his butt to go to bed.
Okay. Hey, Amaru. Speaking of children, here come Amaru. What do you want, Amaru? You've been hiding this whole time. Now you want to get on camera. Come on, boy.
Yeah. Hey, my son can't run. He can't run in the living room because I got the show playing in my room, and I guess he can hear it in his room. And I'm sitting in the living room talking. He's like, "Dad, they're saying what you're saying on the TV."
Yeah, he's a big boy now. He's like 12 now.
Nah, he's only 8.
Oh, he only 8. Okay, I giving them extra years. Well, man, he 8
He
now.
is pretty tall.
Yeah, he's gonna be a big boy. All right, so the Roly Poly Martin and the rest of the Democratic Shills is running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off. Shabaka, they don't know what to do, and they can't tell us what the hell the Democrats gonna do for us. So what are we doing voting for them?
Exactly.
So
I'm having a problem sharing this YouTube link to my page.
Oh man,
there's always something with them and they bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And this motherfucker's just sitting up here pinwheeling.
So Professor Black Truth going on that once I find the damn video. I got so many queues open. It's ridiculous. Yes, Amara. We all hear you, Amara.
Hey, does that name mean red?
Which one?
What does that name mean?
Amara?
Yeah.
It's like king, ruler.
Oh, okay.
Maru.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just that name just struck a bell. Like.
Okay, man, these bastards shadow banning us, man. The only thing is, man,
Sending out the notifications late. They're doing all they can to stifle us, but no matter what they do, we keep growing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, where the hell is the stereo clip at? Professor.
Because I'm sure y'all channel be having those days when it be sparking when you bust through that algorithm.
Oh,
like, what the hell? Why is my numbers up so high? And then, because that's where your numbers is supposed to be.
Yeah.
They doing a good job keeping your channel suppressed.
Yeah, they really are. We should have thousands.
That's their violation of the First Amendment and all that bullshit.
Yeah, all of that shit.
Yeah,
Man, they came to Facebook so crazy with it. They came with a violation the other day because I shared Sincere Love the God's son's his thing for his school.
And that,
yeah, saying that it was like fraud activity or some kind of crazy stuff.
That's that bullshit, man.
Page.
No, that is a case of getting their lies straight, man, because they don't like the truth of what we say, number one. And then we was up here with some moist motherfucker.
And I shared it twice. I shared that thing twice, so I got 2 strikes.
Damn. Yeah, I was trying to do it, but I can't. I don't have Facebook. They deactivated all of my accounts 2 years ago. I don't have Facebook.
But as they should, restored the thing and they took the strikes off and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
After the appeal, I won the appeal.
Oh, you won the appeal? Okay.
Yeah, tell me how to win an appeal because I've been appealing like a motherfucker, and every time they tell me appeal denied.
That's what YouTube does to me.
Don't be cussing them out, Chewbacca.
Oh, yeah.
He said, "You Nabisco, I'm gonna put you outside in the sun and make you sit with me in the heat."
I need you to go 400 tonight. We got to hit 400 subscribers tonight.
All right.
Chewbacca can get him, man. He get the best people.
Shit, they just don't like this truth, what we say here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, that's all what it is. And what happened to free speech? You see what I'm saying? Now, when they violate their own constitutional laws, Brother Chair, about free speech, right? That's why I have the attitude that I have. But at the same token, you let these, how should we say, Euros come up here and say everything. They call me a nigga, they call me this, they call me that.
Bisco earlier for saying nigga. She wasn't even talking to me, but she just heard saying that word. It set me off. I said, "It's you. What you? How you doing saying that?" I'm not.
See, you know what? And that's why I got so addicted to. I really think I kind of got addicted to them Twitter spaces on Tariq because people used to come in there doing that all the time, nonstop, and it would not phase him. That he would never go off on them. And I got like a master class on that. So now I just take it. I take it differently. It is hard though. It's hard, man, when somebody and they be saying it with so much venom.
Yeah.
They
Exactly.
be coming at you heavy, trying
Oh
to
yeah,
get you
well
to
see,
crash out.
no, see the reason why they do that, Keys, is because as long as you and I are going back and forth, having hatred amongst ourselves or any other brother for that matter, right? Then we're okay. But as soon as we start telling them of what they are, you'll say, "Oh no, you
Yeah,
violating."
they don't want you to defend yourself against them.
Oh
But
Yeah.
yeah, you can kill each other all day. That's cool. But once you start
Mhm.
defending yourself against white supremacy, they got a problem with that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Problem with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna give us an update on these Democrats losing their minds.
That's good.
Truth.
Yeah, man, they ain't even
With the
allowed
Federalist Society flunkies on the Supreme Court. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. With the Federalist Society flunkies on the Supreme Court having carried out their attack on the Voting Rights Act, it seems that some of the boule bootlicks have crawled out of their hole, and they're, of course, giving their opinion on it.
Folks, we need to call this what it is, and that is an absolute attack on Black America by the Republican Party. And there should be a state of emergency in Black America with what is going on. What we should be looking to is having a freedom summer where we are educating, informing, and enlightening folks, signing people up. This must be the most aggressive Black voter campaign since the Civil Rights Movement.
Somebody please tell Roly Poly that we've been here before. No, literally, this has happened before. Louisiana Republicans sued a majority Black congressional district, and the Supreme Court rubber stamped it.
This is not new for me. I've been down this road before. 33 years ago, the same court and the same plaintiffs, for the most part, filed a lawsuit against at that time, the 4th Congressional District. And they basically said that it was a racial gerrymander. And the courts ruled that they were right. The legislature went back and eliminated the district. Here we go again. I've never served a day in Congress without a lawsuit in the Supreme Court.
Now, you notice how Congressman Cleo Fields said that this happened 33 years ago. That would have been 1993, the first year of Bill Clinton's first term. So, as I told you on Sunday, these attacks on the Voting Rights Act are not new at all. It's been going on for generations, long before Shelby v. Holder 13 years ago. Of course, the difference is there wasn't a Supreme Court packed with Federalist Society operatives then. As soon as W began packing the courts with Federalist Society flunkies, that should have been the quote-unquote state of emergency for the Democrats and certainly for the Congressional Black Caucus. This certainly isn't the first time the GOP's been undermining Black political power by targeting Black elected officials. They've been doing that heavy for decades at the state level, starting with when Republicans controlled the Michigan legislature and passed that so-called emergency manager law, which the voters rejected. But the GOP legislature passed the exact same law, only in pieces, even though that should have still been illegal. The result of that was Republicans declared that the Detroit City Council was barred from running its own city, and they then carried out the genocidal poisoning of the Flint water supply. Democrats got control of the White House, and what did the tether-in-chief Obama and his tether Attorney General Eric Holder do about all this? Nothing. They didn't prosecute anyone. There were no measures put in place by the Democrats to punish the Republicans or even to rein them in. Obama instead did a no-good photo op in Flint where he pretended to drink the water, and he declared that he had replaced some pipes there, so that was all he had to do. And then Democrats gained control of the Michigan legislature. They drove the Republicans out of the majority, and then Gretchen Whitmer became governor, and then you got another Democratic state attorney general. What have Democrats done in Michigan to punish Republicans for all of their legislative crimes against Black Michigan residents? Nothing. And that's the reason why the Republicans did the same thing in Jackson, Mississippi, and then they did it in Tennessee with Memphis and Nashville, and now they're doing the same thing in New Orleans. Oh, and did I mention that the lawsuit that was used to justify striking down the Voting Rights Act came out of Louisiana? While all these attacks on black cities has been going on across Democratic and Republican administrations, what have the Democrats done to retaliate for this? Because black people have certainly been voting for them. The Democrats did nothing. See, what Roly isn't telling you is that we've already had freedom summers and freedom winters and freedom springs and freedom fall fish fries. The problem isn't getting black people to vote. The problem is that we never actually get anything for our vote. So while Roly's getting all worked up about a voter drive, I want to know, what are Democrats going to do for black voters if we vote for them again? Notice how that never, ever, ever gets mentioned. Nobody ever says what black voters are going to get from Democrats if we put them in office. Democrats certainly never say what they're going to do about all of these attacks on black civil rights. What are they doing about the attacks on black voting rights? Democrats never say what they're going to do. And this is just Roly trying to sell the soap. He's still trying to prove to the DNC that they need to put him on the payroll and make him a consultant, because Roly knows how to galvanize those black voters, don't you know? That's all he's doing, auditioning for a job. So he's repeating the same old stale gibberish. He can't even be bothered to update his DNC talking points. What is the policy going to be to stop these GOP attacks on black America? And more importantly, what is the punishment going to be? Even Roly doesn't talk about that. The problem isn't that Democrats don't know how to use the so-called bully pulpit, or that they don't know how to throw their weight around. All it took was a handful of campus protests criticizing Israel, and Democrats immediately jumped to the point and proudly told the thugs in blue to carry out Benjamin Netanyahu's agenda in the U.S. in flagrant violation of the First Amendment. So Democrats know how to have sharp elbows. They know how to put on the steel-toed boots and run roughshod over people. They just can't do it with the white right, that's all. As Democrats see it, this is a good thing that's happening because they hope it's going to put the kind of pressure on black folks that will get black people to abandon our demands. Stop putting pressure on the Democrats to do anything. Just mindlessly vote or the Republicans are going to get you. Democrats aren't saying what they're going to do. They've just got their shills out here saying, panic everybody, only the Democrats can save us. Well, based on what I've seen, Democrats can't even save themselves. Cleo Fields is saying that there need to be term limits for Supreme Court justices. I actually like that suggestion because it's exactly the kind of bold, radical thing that needs to happen. But the problem is, why isn't Chuck Schumer saying this? Hakeem Jeffries isn't raising hell about it either. Ayanna Pressley mentioned it in passing. The most that I could find about Hakeem Jeffries is that he did mention Supreme Court term limits back in the summer of 2024. So in other words, just in time for Trump's re-election. Jeffries claimed that Biden was right about the idea, but does anyone remember that senile old codger actually talking about it? When did Joe Biden ever make Supreme Court term limits a part of his electoral campaign? When did he ever deliver a major policy speech about it, or a minor policy speech about it? Did he ever mention it at a State of the Union address? Because that would have been the perfect time to bring it up. Throw it right in the faces of those Federalist Society flunkies in front of the entire country. Make it clear, hey, I called the entire country together to hear the State of the Union address, and the next major policy issue that we need to put on the books is getting these Federalist Society flunkies out of here. Any of them who have been in there for longer than 15 years, tell them you're gone. Why not put that on the table in front of the country? Get it out there. But of course, they were never going to do it. It was never going to be the subject of a major policy speech or even a minor policy speech, or any policy speech at all. So even with Hakeem Jeffries having done a blink and you'll miss it mention of Supreme Court term limits, exactly how seriously are we supposed to take this suggestion? Democrats are not going on a warpath about it. Why aren't Democrats as a group running on a platform that if they get back control of the House and the Senate, they're going to bring legislation to impose term limits on the Supreme Court? Make it a part of their policy platform. Put it in front of voters that Democrats are going to rein in this illegal Supreme Court, and that finally somebody at the federal level other than the president is going to have term limits imposed on them. Democrats are anything but enthused about the prospect of demanding Supreme Court term limits. Maybe it's because as soon as you bring up that subject, people start going, well, gee, when are you guys going to vote to have term limits for members of the House and the Senate? Interesting how both the Democrats and the Republicans' knees get to knocking whenever somebody talks about term limits. Even with this situation going on, when you have a blatant rubber stamp committee illegally disregarding the Constitution and just trampling over the law, Democrats still don't have the gumption to say we're going to get these guys out of here because they're terrified of the possible political blowback to themselves. But there's also another reason why Democrats are not enthused about Supreme Court term limits. Because they would have to do it on the grounds of sticking up for black voters. And the Democrats have an open policy that they're never going to do that. Now, if we were talking about abortion or some other pet issue of the white left, they would be totally enthused about that. They'd be on a war footing, but they can't get the momentum they need from those issues. That's why they're always trying to run that con game on foundational black Americans that when Democrats talk about voting restrictions, that it has to do with us and not with making sure that illegal aliens can finally vote. They did the same thing with that gay marriage law that they passed a few years back. They claimed that it was supposed to keep interracial marriages from getting abolished by the Supreme Court. But when they talked about interracial marriages specifically, they didn't talk about, say, whites and Asians marrying. They limited their entire sales pitch to black and fill in the blank. But we know why Democrats aren't enthusiastic about this. It's because both parties rely on judges being in the tank for them for their own pet issues. It's the same reason why neither party wants grand jury proceedings to be public like trial juries are. Because the grand jury is where they bury prosecutions that they don't actually want to bring to trial. And then, of course, they blame the jury and everybody just shrugs because the proceedings were secret, so nobody actually knows what happened. Though on the few occasions when we did get the information, like the Breonna Taylor murder trial, we found out that these slimy prosecutors like Daniel Cameron were in court telling the grand jury not to indict. Exactly what we knew they were doing. But neither party wants to give up that ability to be able to throw a rock and hide their hands. And while we're talking about the Voting Rights Act not being defended, where are the Black Immigrant Caucus members at times like this? They're predictably on a warpath to protect TPS. That's the only case before the Supreme Court that they care about. They've already forgotten all about the Voting Rights Act. And as I told you, all you have to do is look at the states where these immigrants in the Congressional Black Caucus come from, and you see why they're not worried. Richie Torres, he's in New York, so there's no way the GOP can eliminate his seat through redistricting. Yvette Clarke, there's another immigrant in New York. Her parents are Jamaican. Ilhan Omar is in Minnesota, so the GOP can't redraw her seat out of existence either. Joe Neguse is in California. Stephen Horsford's out in Nevada. When you hear that Ron DeSantis is signing off on Florida's GOP gerrymandered map, and Greg Abbott's done the same in Texas, and Jeff Landry in Louisiana has taken the unprecedented step of suspending elections so that the GOP-controlled legislature there can draw up a map more favorable to white Republicans, and Tennessee is rushing to do the same, and Sarah Huckabee, if she ever stops eating crayons long enough to go to work, she'll be doing the same. The states that are most affected by all this really don't have many members of the Immigrant Black Caucus in there, and they know this. So when you see them all in a lather over TPS, what does that tell you? To them, this is an opportunity to replace the FBA bootlicks who are going to be out of office soon, and in their minds, they'll be telling Democrats, this is why you have to hurry up and get more immigrants in here and give blanket amnesty so that we can help replace or reinforce those black voters down south. But in reality, they don't want to live in those states because those are the poorest states in America. Their immigrant kin are going to go to New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, places where the economies actually work. And they'll be there backing up the Richie Torreses and others and telling them that they'll support them when they run for Senate or for governor. That's the three-dimensional chess that the immigrants in the CBC are playing. Wes Moore knows he doesn't have the FBA support that he wishes he did, so he would love to have other immigrants there to support him when he tries to run for president. So immigrants like Roly Poly are trying to gin up some support so that Haitians like himself don't risk getting deported, but not once will he say what's going to actually be done. The old saying is that the best defense is a good offense, but you can't fight anyone's offense with nothing at all. Running for office without any discernible policy is an empty political exercise, and voting for someone without knowing what you're going to get is a waste of time. Republicans made it clear that they were running for office so they could weaponize the government against Black Americans. Their voters knew this too. They did this at the state and federal levels. And in every single race where a Democrat was running against these Republicans, what did that Democratic candidate promise to do to stop them? Nothing. Democrats were furious that Black activists forced them to enact some admittedly modest policies back in the 1960s. People like Joe Biden, though, admitted even then that they hated those reforms and opposed them. Democrats decided back in the 1960s that they would never again allow Black to be shoehorned into the subject of national policy. They would use these amorphous words and phrases instead, words that were nothing but rhetorical Trojan horses, like minorities, which includes white gay men, white disabled people, white non-Christians, white women, etc. And another one is people of color, which means immigrants who come from countries and cultures that practice violent anti-Black racism, which they bring here. Democrats made it a point to never say Black as it pertains to policy, and to never challenge the Republican lie that policies that actually balance out the racism that Blacks have been subjected to is somehow illegal or unconstitutional. So Roly-Poly can miss me with this garbage about we need to make sure that we have the most aggressive voter registration campaign since the civil rights movement. The entire reason that Republicans control so many of these state legislatures is because the Democratic Party has let them do so. The Democrats have just stood by and watched this happen. Why? Because the Democratic Party is nothing more than a DC-based social club. All they care about are congressional seats. There are states that they could have captured decades ago. Michigan's a good example. They didn't have to wait until the last few years to get Michigan. They could have had it back in the 90s. But the party is being run by people who only care what happens inside the Beltway because that's where K Street is, and that's where the lobbyist money is at. And that's why the Voting Rights Act didn't matter to them. The threats to the Voting Rights Act were coming from outside the Beltway, and they don't care what happens outside the Beltway. They refuse to understand that the states draw the district maps and that someone wants to weaponize that process to eliminate Democrats from Congress, and the worst thing that you can do under those circumstances is nothing. But that's exactly what the Democrats did. So no, Roly, this is not going to scare us to the polls. Democrats are responsible for what's happening as much as the Republicans are. There will be no more voting without Democrats saying what they're going to do, and what they're going to do is what we tell them. The threat from the white right is real, but it's not new. And as long as Democrats refuse to say what they're going to do to dismantle these GOP laws and illegal judicial rulings, then we will give them as much support as they've given us. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Sabrina Scott, Wahib Abdul, Atu Hammond, Willa the Father, and Dia Williams. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yep, shout out to Professor. The hell you Democrats gonna do for us? Otherwise, don't come asking us to vote for you. Just stop.
At all.
Don't say, "Oh, democracy is at risk." This ain't no goddamn democracy. It's a damn constitutional republic, and ain't never been a damn democracy.
Now, what's the difference between the two, Brother Che?
Basically, we vote in the people that we want to represent us, but the representation is not what we want, what the people want. The representation is pre-selected.
Okay. All right.
That's why it says for the republic for which it stands.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't say for the democracy for which it stands. It says for the republic for which it stands. One nation under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, I remember that bullshit in elementary school, man. And then, do you know that there was one young man, I don't know if he was Muslim or whatever, but he wouldn't say it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to cause that little boy all kind of problems.
So basically, Shabaka, to answer your question.
Yeah.
The difference between a constitutional republic and a democracy
right.
is centered on how power is distributed and how the rights of the individual are protected against the will of the majority. Two terms overlap. They represent distinct mechanisms of governance.
Okay.
A democracy derives from Greek demos, meaning the people, and kratos, meaning the power. In the pure and direct democracy, citizens vote directly on laws and policies. Guiding principles, majority rule.
We demanding policies.
That if it was a democracy, but it's not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. It's just where the head of state and other officials are representatives of the people.
Okay.
They must govern according to their constitutional law, limits the government's power over citizens. The principle is the rule of law.
Okay. Yeah, I think the Black Panthers, man, was saying something about that in their heyday as well, too.
Yeah. So it's mob rule versus rule of law.
Okay.
So basically, a democracy would be mob rule. So republic is rule of law.
Okay. Okay. So the demonocracy is mob rule.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on what the professor just laid out about these Democrats and why they never tell us what they're gonna do, but they want us to go out and vote?
Yeah. Well, like the professor said, they're taking us pretty much, taking us for granted. Stupid. You see what I'm saying? And want us to turn a blind eye.
That's why they think they can talk down to us and talk crazy to us.
Yeah, like Obama with that finger wagging bullshit, man, when they didn't turn out for Kamala in great numbers.
Yeah, and it's the benign neglect policy. They are operating under that policy that prevents them from doing anything for us because that's their go-to policy.
Oh, shout out to TD Media. Are you talking about TD Media? Said TDS channel. Yeah, we familiar with him. We're getting the trolls tonight again, Shabaka. We're getting the trolls. I think we got a tether or two in the chat.
Okay, just say oops upside the head with the wrench.
They're being respectful so far.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can't say it's a tether then.
Yeah, look at the name. Look at this name. Does this look like an FBA name?
Short 3704 TDS channel. Okay.
Oh no.
Now it looks like a light.
I can't see the comments. I'm not looking at that.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think he was responding to me while I said,
no, look like somebody ain't having too much good time at Cinco de Mayo. They got time to check out the front line.
Hey, Cal Dog, what's going on with you?
Nothing popping at the taco house.
Yeah.
We got in the building.
Okay, and the cold part about this shit, these other groups, just think there's something to be fucked over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and later for that, Shabaka, them days are over.
Yeah,
So now it's gotten so bad the Democratic Shills are coming after Killer Mike.
Killer Mike.
I thought he was a big old Democratic Shill. The shit coming after him now.
They turned on their homie.
Yeah. Yeah. So the one don't give us an update on that once I find the damn video.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, now somebody got a comment right here. Okay, that's Cardenas 7 points, just like back in 2012 during a re-election of in Michigan. We voted down the right to work, and somehow the Republicans was able to get the bill passed.
Okay.
Okay, Cow Dog saying that Killer Mike straddles the fence too much for me.
Yeah, yeah. He do, Cal. And remember, he was a big Bernie Sanders supporter too.
He was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he don't. It's not that he straddled the. He just rides. He rode hard for the Democrats and told us that we needed to just, remember he was one of them down ballot both people. Who, no matter who, die hard.
Yeah.
And he definitely was at. You can look it up. He was going for Kamala.
Yeah, he was. He was going for Kamala and Biden.
Damn.
Hard.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to paint.
Well, Kamala's a high mileage job.
Yeah, sounds like I called her ass out at that book signing.
Then she's, Jack Daniels or vodka or whatever.
Told her, on behalf of foundational Black Americans, you're not offering us no reparations, no vote.
Exactly.
Because remember, she said, I'm entertaining it. Because when Al Sharpton, bobblehead Sharpton asked her, are you going to run again in 2028? Oh, I'm thinking about it. Okay, bitch. Well, then that means you on the campaign trail already.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the
dog said this fool is awesome.
Then y'all going to lose again.
Mm-hmm. Then you're going to have old JD up there with Dump Jr. as the president.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then, people, some clown is going to sit up there and call me all kind of niggas and shit like that, right?
Mm.
And had the audacity to echo what that brain-dead ass broad said. You ought to be thankful for slavery, otherwise you'd be worshiping the tree. And I told this dumb bastard, if you really look at it, the tree gives you oxygen, right?
Right.
And you need oxygen to live. And told his ass that the tree was too generous with his ass for giving him out.
He is pro-police too. Yep, good point.
Yeah.
So he's pro-policy enforcers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
Full shot.
Meaning he's pro-slave or slave catcher.
Yep.
He's pro raccoon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep, he's pro-raccoon.
Oh boy, when is this raccoonism in Boston? When is that going to be cured, gentlemen?
Never. It's incurable. It's like the, I look at all those zombie movies like that.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead and shit. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Every coon they be trying to come coon it up to you and try to get you on that.
Yeah.
And then when you
get up out of there.
Yeah, and then when you tell them your reasons and you try to speak to them in a respectful manner why you ain't with that bullshit, then they want to sit up there and get to a bunch of name calling and shit. And I've been
they come up all looking stressed out, zombied out, whining about Trump, and stuff. And you be like, man, get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to hear.
I don't want to hear that bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
And they go blaming you for all that. Like, oh, that's because you didn't vote for Kamala.
Yeah, shit. The only thing I can say, they want me to vote for Kamala. The motherfucker don't have to pay me $10,000.
I'm an 8%er. I didn't vote for that bitch.
Oh no, neither did I. And then when you do go to the poll place,
the Democrats are just gonna say it's our fault every time anyway.
Yeah, like I said, man, when I voted for president last, I put down Charlie Brown and Snoopy, I think.
Blame it on the couch. Don't blame it on me.
Yeah, so but this time, I'm gonna be on the couch, man. I ain't even gonna vote for Cam Brown out here today. Yeah, because
they see all the moist attack dogs on you. Little moisture attack dogs from TikTok and Twitter. He all mad at you on. He took all them videos out.
Then I throw it on all my shit on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to build up Instagram followers.
So far, I have not gotten to any arguments on
How
TikTok.
are you? How are you sitting there holding the phone, recording a video, and getting emotional?
Right.
Yeah.
Getting all angry. You're yelling at the phone.
Yeah, man. Yeah. That's what turned me off, Cool Keys. You motherfuckers got to yelling at me. Oh, you that goddamn black ass Shabaka Sankor. And I said, yeah, you know, in the flesh. You know what I'm saying? Well, you pro-black bastard and all that. And I said, hey, cat, check this out, man. You know, I don't have to be all that, and I'm not going to stand it, you know? So I just went on and told him, fuck you, man. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like having to say that to people. But when I sit up here and try to talk about shit that I've lived through, oh, man, that wasn't so. And I'm saying, motherfucker, I lived through it, and I witnessed it. So how is it not so?
Right.
Well, YouTube says, okay, there's your fucking problem right there. You going by what YouTube says. That's their damn problem. Because you know, man, when they do historical footage, brother, tell you know they edited that shit, right? And then just like the hell I'm having, man, a boy trying to share that Ali video, man, when he sat there and told white America about themselves. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I could share.
Yeah, man, and I couldn't share the shit, Cool Keys. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So DeJuan gonna give us an update on these Democratic shills that Keezy was just alluding to.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to see if this Bluetooth is working, brother Jay.
Okay.
Val Hawkins,
Like when I hear like weak and freaky, I hear like a little bit of DJ Rogers in that and spirituality. I feel like it's some gospel in it's gospel in everything. Even like G'd up is like, come on now, but you still feel the church.
That's a good question, because that got a lot to do with my foundation of being positive, and it's spiritual.
Yeah.
And it's upbringing and it's uplifting to hear the music that can coexist with that. So yes, some gospel is nothing but the truth. You know.
I don't know who he interviewing somebody on Instance and Ashtrays. Okay, let me fast forward. He forgot to cut that out the video, I guess.
Right here. Well, for now, what's up, chat room? What's up, everybody? The DNC Shills was out of office. Remember, MSNBC had his Negro purge. So you're not going to find that on other places. And if you do, you might have a lawsuit on my hands to hand down to somebody if you hear that somewhere else.
Yeah, because the last interview he did with the sister that did the lowriders, that started the lowriders, I guess Sparta Logan.
Che, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, Shabaka.
Okay, it sound like I'm drowning again.
No, but I hear an echo.
Okay, all righty. Okay, let me close this door here. Okay,
Yeah.
What about now?
It's gone.
Okay, yeah, because that's the idiot box that's on in the next room.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We're just going
All right, yeah.
Girls losing their minds, they crashing out like Black Alpha was just talking about. They crash, losing their minds. Now they're going after another shield, Killer Mike.
Yeah. Shit is crazy, man. You know what I'm saying?
So the one B gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
So back to what we're talking about. Back to what we're talking about. So yeah, they coming after Killer Mike, man. They coming after him. And I saw this stuff when I did the Culture United last week. It's through Justin Hunt. That was one of the questions. What do I think about the Democrats and people going at Killer Mike? Because Killer Mike, you know what happened was after that Supreme Court decision was laid down on the Voting Rights Act, the DNC Negroes, instead of saying, hey, okay, the weakening of the Voting Rights Act started in 2013 under Obama. Instead of we've had Obama that had 3 years, he could have fixed it. You had Biden who had 4 years, he could have done something to strengthen the Voting Rights Act. They said they don't ask those questions. What could we have done to make this better? They go to attacking black men with independent thought. Mm-hmm. So what I saw this morning made me be like, you know what? I'm gonna talk about this. I saw that Yvette Nicole Brown chick. She brought it up and talked about Killer Mike. Eton Thomas, who I liked as a basketball player, very thoughtful, but more democratic Negro talk from him. Talking about, basically trying to, basically he sounded like some of these niggas sound like male feminists. Killer Mike has an independent thought, so let's check him. And then perpetual loser Goldie Taylor, she decided to come out of wherever she's been hiding since she's been kicked off MSNBC. If I remember Goldie Taylor, she was an MSNBC chick that when in 2016 when Obama was out of office, remember MSNBC had his Negro purge. She was one of the first Negroes that was purged from that station because they didn't need her no more. So we ain't really heard nothing from her in about a decade. But she decided to come out of nowhere and chastise black men. And it's been a lot of gender warring going on lately. We had the situation we talked about on this show last week with the funky Dineva weirdo talking about black men. You have a lot of these black women that are mad at black men because Klay Thompson cheated on Meg the Stallion. I mean, it's just weird and ridiculous right now. And I want to talk about this whole overall thing and how this infighting, coupled with the fact that you still got black folks and Negroes saying black and brown, and we as black people are under damn near all out assault from non-black people that are teamed with the Democratic Party. It's a lot we got to unpack. And another part I want to unpack is the Democrat Party still the party of the Klan? Are they still that party that created the Klan? And we're gonna go through and break some of that stuff down and show you why that's an easy connection to draw. How they haven't changed since Jefferson. They have not changed since the 1820s. But we're gonna talk about all that. In the meantime, welcome again, chat room. Welcome. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. The Voting Rights Act took another blow from the Supreme Court, which you knew it was, because you got all these John Burke Society members and Federalist Society members in the Supreme Court and around, and they're basically stripping away the Voting Rights Act in real time. And if you've been reading Claude Anderson for the last 30 years, you would have known this was coming.
Yeah.
You would have known this was coming. So they're stripping the Voting Rights Act away on one hand. And what a lot of black people are now doing is the black folks in the media, the rank and file dummy nigga too, but the rank and file dummy nigga is led by these dummies like Roland Martin and people like that. They're being basically told that we losing the right to vote. And that it can't be anything further from the truth. That can't be anything further from the truth. Now, in blue states in the South, red states in the South, blue states won't be able to, the red states are going to be able to redistrict and draw these maps so that there's not a high concentration of black people. One of my big issues is, okay, where are you Negroes when it comes to gentrification? Because gentrification is going to do more to disrupt your voting block than the Voting Rights Act. Holla if you hear me. Hit that fundraiser button right there if you feel what I'm saying. The voting rights, gentrification is going to do far more to disband and to corrupt the voting patterns of a district
Right.
than some goddamn Voting Rights Act.
Right.
Voting Rights Act was created when we had concentrated Black neighborhoods.
Exactly.
Concentrated Black American neighborhoods are getting fewer and fewer and further between than any time in American history. But you got a whole bunch of Negroes in the Democrat Party that don't want to address this because why? Gentrification is happening at its worst in Democrat cities. Chicago,
Right.
Oakland, LA,
Yep.
Long Beach, Boston, DC, Atlanta, Dallas, Houston, even in red states, where the areas where the big cities where the Negroes are concentrated, gentrification is happening right there under Democrat rule.
Exactly.
But you got a lot of these jive-ass Democrat niggas that don't want to bring that up. So this is what first got me onto it right here.
Yeah.
This is something that Eton Thomas said, the former basketball player who's trying to be a thought leader. I'm telling y'all right now, watch out for these athletes. He's the smartest of the bunch, but what being the smartest of a bunch of retards isn't much to say. But let's break it down. Killer Mike, with all due respect, you had a lot of smoke for Kamala Harris and Stacey Abrams, but I don't see that same energy for Trump. Now, yes, you described his 2016 campaign as rhetoric is crazy and stated that Trump's presidency would be horrible, but that was 10 years ago. Now your criticism is framed within a broader critique of the American political establishment, but not Trump directly, even after he destroyed our voting rights. Why is that, sir? See this, what kind of a reach was that?
Yeah.
The president, and I'm not here to defend, y'all know me, I ain't defending Trump. I think Trump wears a diaper. So I don't think anybody that can't go 20 minutes, that can't wait 20 minutes to take a crap should be running the country. That's just my opinion.
Right.
I believe people running the country should be able to wait until they get to the urinal to piss. And I don't think Trump can do that. I think he be pissing in his diaper while he playing golf. But that's neither here nor there.
80 years old.
Trump isn't who destroyed the Voting Rights Act, sir. The Voting Rights Act is being, I think this is the third Supreme Court case dealing with the Voting Rights Act. Let me see here. Let me do this. Let me see how many, let me ask ChatGPT. How many Supreme Court made let me see here. Here we go. Yeah, that's what it was. 2013, Shelby County versus Holder. There was in 2020 a redistricting. So there have been two other major rulings on the Supreme Court within the last decade plus. So this is the Supreme Court. That's why we have three branches of government. See, these people are attacking Killer Mike without a firm understanding of three branches of government. Three branches of government. And the reason you have three branches of government is so that nothing changes in America. It's literally why you have three branches of government. And anyone who had a political science teacher that was worth their weight told you that. So it was the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court struck at the Voting Rights Act while Obama was president. What does that tell you? That tells you the Supreme Court, no matter who's been in office, no matter who's been selecting the judges, have been ruling against the Voting Rights Act. They have not ruled in favor of the Voting Rights Act once since Shelby versus Holder in 2013. Not once. And y'all trying to put that on Killer Mike? And I'm bringing Eton Thomas up because he's a quote-unquote intellectual. An intellectual doesn't start the conversation halfway through the conversation. You got to go back to the beginning. 3 branches of government. I'm not about to let my brother Killer Mike, and I never met Killer Mike personally, but I like Killer Mike. I don't agree with everything he said. I don't agree with everything he said at all, by any stretch. But he's a black man doing his best with an independent thought. And I'm not going to let somebody who's foolish enough to say this is Trump's fault get away with that. No, that's fucking idiot talk. You guys are stupid. Second, remember this, people. Ruth Bader Ginsburg should have retired 2008, 2009. She should have retired then. She decided to stay on because she wanted a woman to become president. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
She wanted a woman president. So she decided to stay on, and then Trump won, and she died.
Yeah. Yep.
What did that do? That move gave Trump the opportunity to create a supermajority. Remember this. The Supreme Court is the one rule of branch of government that we, the people, have no control over who gets put in those seats.
Exactly.
Remember, it was black president, quote unquote, black President Obama that gave Sotomayor a seat. And it was the Democrats that allowed the Republicans to play a hardball, not confirming judges. The Democrats could have easily filibustered and done things that the Republicans wanted and shut things down over them holding out from Obama selecting another justice, but they didn't. They allowed the Republicans to run roughshod. All I'm saying is what you see here is both parties working together for the same end goal. And I'm tired of black people being the face of stupid.
Yeah. This
is the nigga that wear the glasses. He's always on camera reading books. And I ain't got no issues with Eton Thomas, but he's always one to be on camera reading books and got the long locks. And it's always these long dreadlock niggas that be trying to look like y'all are the most refined, smart dudes. Y'all remember Tales from the Hood?
Yeah.
The long dreadlock teacher that ended up getting his ass whooped. Y'all remember that? Yeah. Tales from the Hood? These same young, clever looking niggas.
Cracking me up, man. He's a comedian.
Dude, you can't sound smart.
Okay,
and people who understand how government works knows it was the Supreme Court, not the president.
Appreciate
Get out of here. Then there was this article right here by Goldie Taylor. Y'all remember Goldie Taylor used to be on MSNBC all the time.
Right.
Look at the language right here. Dear Killer Mike, shut the F up. Wow. Y'all see how these broads talk? At least Eton Thomas was respectful. Look at this dirty broad right here. And if I said, look at this bitch, people will have an issue.
Right.
But look at how she's talking to that man.
Shout out Cardenas.
You tell me to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna say, shut up. And I'm gonna say it. Because words are powerful and words have meaning. And words have a time and a context and a place that they should be used. Even the curse words. It's the reason why curse words exist. You tell me to shut the fuck up, the proper response is a curse word.
Hey, 7 points. Put your area code and rep your city.
So
where
anyway,
you from.
you got Goldie Taylor over here. You could tell she was fine back in the day. You could tell Goldie Taylor she looked good back in the day. Back in like the 80s and the 90s. She was probably the shit. In the 80s and the 90s. You dig what I'm saying? Now she got the black and white pictures because she don't want you to see them blemishes. I'll take great offense for her telling Killer Mike to shut the F up when we live in a representative democracy where people are supposed to speak their voice. We're supposed to have differences of political opinion. So listen to this bullshit she writes. Dear Killer Mike, there was a time when I listened. Who gives a fuck? When you spoke up about organizing and ownership and building something durable for Black people in a country that has never made it easy for us to breathe, let alone thrive, I listened. Many of us did. You had credibility. You had lived it. And you sound like a man who understood the stakes. First off, Killer Mike talking about building.
What
That's
gave
what
him that
all
credibility?
the people, that's what everybody's talking about. That's what Booker T. Washington talked about. That's what the boys talked
It was
about.
all good
That's
when he
what
was
X
stopping
talked
for the
about. That's what
Democrats.
Khalid Muhammad talked about. That's what, hell, if you want to go Republican, that's even what goddamn, what's that Republican dude that they like? The black folk, that black dude that they like, whatever his name is. I'm drawing a blank and I don't want to hold up time. Carl Anderson and
Brooke.
Okay. Let's keep reading. But somewhere along the way, the message got twisted, or maybe the moment did. Either way, what you chose to do with your platform had consequences, real ones, measurable ones, and no amount of posturing or rhetorical backflips can wash that away. Let's be plain about it. You spent years building credibility as a concise consensus. I said, that's why I'm high. As a consensus of Black political imagination, the one who tell us the truth, even when the truth was inconvenient. So let's tell one now. When the country was choosing between a flawed coalition and an authoritarian, you went on national television and declined to endorse. What's wrong with that? You held the Sanders or bust posture long after it had stopped being a strategy and started being a comfort. You said after the fact you didn't support Trump, fine, but you understood better than anyone with a microphone, that's not true, that lukewarmness from a voice like yours does not read as nuance. It reads as permission. It tells people who already distrust the system that the system is not worth defending. You handed that message to very voters who could least afford to absorb it. So now you got Goldie Taylor looking like an extra on a different world. You basically got her calling us stupid. You got her calling the people stupid. And she said that abstaining
sound like Thomas Sowell to me.
Was an issue.
Yeah.
Chat room. Members of Congress in the Senate abstain all the time. If whatever, abstaining is a very, very powerful political strategy when used properly. Go look at when you remember when the UN voted on the apology, when Ghana wanted that apology, and America said no, but all the other European slave trading nations just abstained, like England, like Germany, France. Most of the nations that participated in the slave trade, when that UN resolution got on the table, what did they do? They abstained. And that's what you do. Mm-hmm. She is getting on him, not even because he went after Trump, but because he said, hey, y'all both screwed up. Like, You see how these chicks talk?
Mm-hmm.
Look, he said, while you performing public ambivalence, Ice Cube was walking into a hotel near the White House to spend 3 hours with Jared Kushner, letting the Trump campaign absorb pieces of his contract with Black America into the so-called platinum plan that never materialized. Hold on. You dumb bruh. Biden didn't even take a meeting. Hold on, how's she gonna bring that up when Ice Cube said he'll meet with Biden too? And Biden's
people said, we meet with you after the election, not before.
That part.
And they never did it.
Exactly. Yeah, he was just being pacified.
Yeah.
You see? Just being pacified.
But they came after Ice Cube hard after that, calling him a bunch of orders and said he was a supporter and all this dumb shit. No, that contract for Black America was a great document. I wish people didn't soak it up, because there was a lot of stuff in there that we could policy in there that we could use.
Oh yeah. And then too, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Trey, but wasn't Ice Cube also advocating, man, for economical independence?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was some economic stuff in that deal.
Yeah. And basically, Cool Keezy, what I mean by the economical independence, man, well, for all practical purposes, we become self-sufficient, man, for our needs and goods and services. You see what I'm saying? And then there's always some damn Nabisco. There's always some damn other group coming up there. Well, that's racist. And I keep telling them, and Che knows where I'm going with this. Show me where I can control police departments. Show me where I can control stock markets. Show me where I can control major banks. I'm in no position, or we as a people are in no position to implement any type of racism.
Right.
They didn't know that. They just play dumb, but we're not playing dumb too.
Exactly, Keezy. That's what I'm saying, man. You know, and then like it was explained to me by elder when I was about old Brother Che, about 17 or 18 years old, right? He says, man, your viewpoints that you're developing is, man, see, you're gonna be one of those dangerous niggas. You see what I'm saying? And what it is they're gonna set you up. They're gonna come to you with the shit. They're gonna come to you with their cave broad. You see what I'm saying? You know, and they tried to, but I told them no. You know what I'm saying? You know, I even got into an argument with some of the homies. Well, Shabaka, how come you don't deal with the cave broads? For what, man? Do I have to remind you of Emmett Till? Do I have to remind you of the Scottsboro's boys? You know what I'm saying? Do I have to remind you of that? Oh man, well, see, and they didn't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Now they could tell me, hey man, shut up, we don't want to hear it. Okay, great, fine, beautiful. But just because you doing it don't mean I gotta do it. Just because I'm doing it don't mean you got to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Right. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yeah. See, shit like that. See, that's the kind of shit, man. Yeah, see, that's an insult to your downright intelligence. You know what I'm saying? You know?
You're gonna have to start doing more work with Hispanics.
Yeah.
Because they're a bigger group than you.
Okay. And what's Goddess Navi saying to me now, Shabaka? They don't use. Oh, I guess she's saying is that they don't want you to give them that work, though. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And whatnot. And then I've got into arguments with brothers. Well, man, you know, I always, you know, try to go after a sister first. Oh, well, man, but what about the other races of women? That don't excite me. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. You see, you know, that's my signature thing, because I've seen beautiful women from Ethiopia, South Central Los Angeles, hell, even a couple of them out here in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Because you're a man. Of course, any man is gonna want to, you know, whatever, but you don't want to just be trying to be laid up and married up with with everybody like that.
Yeah, exactly. And then when my woman died, man, that killed the marriage plans for me, man. That's been 20 years. And the day that don't go by, I don't think about it. And then Goddess Navi is saying it was a huge slap in the face, and I'm glad I didn't vote for slow Biden's albino baboon ass.
Right.
Well, Goddess, you'll get no argument from me, ma'am. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know?
F Biden too.
Yeah, exactly, because he's going around shitting on himself like they're saying that Trump is doing. When a dude, man, is shitting on himself, pissing on himself, man, that means, man, that he's degenerated.
Yep.
You know, he's not fit to be off in that position of power where you got to make a quick decision, man, that could literally destroy or enhance thousands of people's lives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, you know. And then just like when what's his name ran Sambo, as we call him, Brother Che, with all that finger wagging, and then he gets up there and says, well, I can't do nothing strictly for black people and all that old type of shit. Andrew Young said that same bullshit when he was trying to get off into a primary or presidential election. I believe, what year was that, Che? 1980 or 84, I think.
Yeah, you would know better than me, Shabaka.
Yeah, I think it was about 80 or 84, I think. You see what I'm saying? And then, well, we got to serve all the people. Motherfucker, is you crazy, man? What are you going to do for your own goddamn people? And then keep in mind, like the dumpster, he's up there serving his own people. I really don't have an objection to that. The only thing that he told me was that he wasn't going to do shit for me. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate his honesty.
He said, what do you have to lose? He said, what do you have to lose?
Right.
People built this country, and y'all been getting recognition for it.
Yeah, well, he did acknowledge that, because I ain't heard Reagan say that shit. I ain't heard Tricky Dick say that shit. I ain't heard, but we have heard what LBJ said, is that you tell these white men they better than the next niggas, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll pick their pocket for the next 60 years. And it's about right.
Yep.
BJ died way back in 72.
The passage of these bills is going to have Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years. Or he just said niggers. He said,
exactly.
You niggers.
Yeah, exactly. Now, let's ask yourself about LBJ. Okay. Now, you, the vice president under Kennedy, you was a senator, a U.S. senator from Texas, and Kennedy gets killed in your state, and they swear you in as the next president. Now, don't that seem kind of odd, people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah, Val. Yeah, LBJ was a son of a bitch. Yeah, he was.
The echo's back.
Yeah.
The echo's back. No, man. Okay, what about now?
I can still hear it.
You can still hear the echo?
Okay, it's gone.
Okay, all righty. Okay. And then on top of that, this cow dog says sounds about white. Yeah, cow dog, yeah. It sounds about white, you know. And then, you know, man, then old Sambo, he gets old Joe Biden up there. Now, old Sambo gonna pick Joe Biden as his running mate, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has blocked every piece of legislation, Brother Che, to give us equal rights. You know, even when he was in the U.S. Senate from Delaware.
He blocked every piece of legislation, and he created every piece of legislation that locked us up.
Yeah, for the mass incarceration. Yes, sir. Yeah, cow dog. I wish it was a Radio Shack Bluetooth, man.
I don't know why anybody none of these like what are these bootlegs excuse in their claim to fame for supporting Biden ever?
Right. Yeah. And they were calling him Uncle. They was calling him uncle, and you had Van Jones crying.
Oh man, yeah, that was disgusting, brother Chad. I still see that Negro sitting up there crying, man, when Trump won the election. He's sitting up there crying.
Yeah, Van Jones is like the final boss of the Sambo buck broken punks, because he represents all of them, man. And he's the final boss.
Yeah, and he's sitting up there crying. Oh, man, sound like that O.J. Simpson shit, man, going to go blow his brains out at Nicole's grave. I mean, come on, man.
And there's people that
grip on this shit. Yeah, go ahead.
They created a whole Sambo industry that he's worth like what 500 million or something. So they aspire to be like that.
Remember the Ghost gave him was it 100 million?
100 million. Yeah, I just exaggerating.
Yeah,
he probably done tricked some of that off.
Yeah, you know he did, man. If I got $100 million, man, you damn right. I'm
Buying them.
Bit off. You know what I'm saying?
Buying them gourmet butter biscuits. That's a lot of Fritz butter biscuits or whatever he means. I don't know.
Then what they gonna come to you with, fellas? The Valley of the Dog. You know.
The echoes back. I can hear myself and you and Keezy in the background.
Okay, brother Chen, I'm hearing a little bit of echo on your end.
I don't have nothing on, so I don't know what the echo. Okay, echo's gone.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it's probably me twisting in the bed right here, you know. But the point is, though, Black family, as soon as we come up here and saying that we want to do something for ourselves, you guy is racist. Now, all you motherfuckers, other groups is telling us that we shiftless, lazy, and don't want to do shit. But as soon as we come up here and talking about that we want to do something, now all of a sudden we're damn racist, man. I mean, we got to understand, people, this shit is chess, not checkers.
All right, I'm going to get back to
man, I ain't heard of no Radio Shack in so long.
Right.
Yeah, they've been out of business, cowed off for at least 15 years that I know of, man.
Yeah. People didn't meet. Man, what is she talking about? See, these people are just dumb.
Right.
This is why Black people are so confused. These are the people that media allow to be the representations of Black voices. Right. These people are the representations of Black voices. Does it not make sense why Black folks are in such a screwed up position?
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world.
I'm not even gonna read all this shit. This is stupid.
Okay, now we got Cardenas who says the Trump
gonna go down some
phenomenon. The only good thing
because you were entertaining the idea that disruption alone is virtue, which it is. The man at the center of it all, Donald Trump, was telling us exactly who he is. Yes, he was. A man who took a full page out and calling it the execution of Black and brown teenagers. They go Black and brown.
Oh, Lord.
There goes another person pushing Black and brown. Mm-hmm. We saw what happened in Houston last week. We just saw what happened in Houston last week with that brown cop.
Yeah.
These dummies over here talking about Black and brown. You see how tone deaf these people are?
Oh, man, I seen a post today.
This is how tone deaf these people are that'll vote blue no matter who.
Mexican girl said,
Black and brown in the wake.
Save the ground beef tacos for Juneteenth.
In the wake of what also happened with that Black kid that was using the bathroom.
They cooking her in the comments
that
too,
brown Indian gas station owner took pictures of them using the bathroom on the side of the building and embarrassed that kid in front of their classmates.
Yeah.
Black and brown. I might have to holler at one of y'all lawyers out there. I'm dealing with some shit right now with one of my nieces. Some little Asian and Mexican kids at her school called my little niece a monkey last week at school. Now I'm about to get back in my IEP bag. These motherfuckers have woke up a monster. I won.
Yeah.
I've had over 100 IEPs with the LA Unified School District, and I've never lost.
Okay. Yeah, I went to LA.
They're about to bring this Dewan beat back out right here. They're about to bring this one back out right here. I moved my business into relationship coaching and working with kids. I got some athlete kids right now. I'm teaching them how to communicate to their coaches and shit. I done moved outside the IEP field. Hey, y'all was asking where my book is. My first book is right here before I started reading books. Maybe before I started reading cards. How to Motivate Yourself from Within. That's my first book. I have another book that's somewhere out there on Amazon that I can't find. I can't find it, but for those of you asking where, there's the first book, all right? But they're about to bring this Dewan back out. I thought I left the school district behind. LA Unified, I done cost y'all hundreds of thousands of dollars. I done cost y'all probably millions of dollars, LA Unified School District. Y'all ready for me to come back out? Fucking with my niece, all right? I sit this YouTube shit down in a heartbeat to get back in these schools and fuck y'all up.
Yeah. And I ain't mad at the brother for that one.
But this is the world that we're dealing with right now. And we got this tone deaf broad right here talking about some black and brown. When I got my innocent niece who ain't ever harmed nobody getting caught all kind of crazy shit in the school not doing a motherfucking thing about it.
Yeah.
All right. I never lost LA Unified School District, and y'all know how it is. I don't bring my offline life really online, but I had a really good reputation in the 2000 teens. And when I walk into an IEP, they saw me walking in, they wouldn't even fight me anymore. They used to fight me around 2012, 2013, 2014. By 2017, y'all LA Unified, y'all stop fighting me. 333 Beaudry Ave, Los Angeles, downtown California, that tall ass black and white building where y'all hold all your IEPs and not the IEPs, no, your IEPs at school, but where y'all hold your cases, And it's a major issue going on right now here in Los Angeles. I was listening to 5150 last week with Corey. I should have reached out to Corey too. If I see, I got to reach out to Corey because whoever that was that had that issue, I know exactly what to do to get that school fucked up. I know exactly what to do. But black kids all across LA, as our numbers disperse and get smaller and smaller, are facing extreme levels of racism. And most of it's coming from Mexicans and Asians. Most of it's coming from Latinos and Asians. That's where the overwhelming majority of it's coming from. Because it ain't that many white people in LA anymore either. If you notice, white folks get they
That's where it's coming from over here too.
Smaller.
Same group.
Manhattan Beach School District got a whole bunch of Indian kids in it now.
Right.
I did an IEP for an Indian kid. My last IEP I did was 2024 for an Indian kid. Because it was a bunch of white kids in that school and they was fucking with him. They was calling this Indian kid nigga. And since then, that school is now 50-50 white and Indian. So white folks ain't really got the strongholds they used to have. Fullerton all Filipino now. Not Fullerton, like areas of Fullerton and all that, So black and white Americans are dwindling like a motherfucker here in LA.
And on the black side, you got a lot of black folks moving out of Los Angeles.
And last thing I need somebody coming in after the deal saying
they can't afford to live
the
there.
South. No.
Exactly.
You niggas ain't got shit on lock in the South either. Nowhere in America and for black folks, we got anything on lock. Black folks are in a messed up situation from east to west coast.
Yeah, we are all under siege.
From Canada to Florida, nigga. So ain't no moving from this shit. You better fight where you are.
That's right. That's what we've been saying.
Yeah, they going through it right now, man. Y'all got, y'all can hit me up, man, because that's my website, breakthroughas.org. This is my website. Hit me up.
Okay, Dewan.
Now I do charge. All right. This ain't no charity work either. All right. That's why I started going for a different clientele. But The contact is right here. The contact is right here. I do charge, but I'm gonna get you right. This is not. I don't want y'all thinking this is charity work. It's not. It's not. So
Los Angeles is right.
Let's keep going with this. Yep. She says a man whose company was cited for housing discrimination. But let's go back to the Central Park 5 thing. Remember, the Central Park 5 was prosecuted by Democrat judges.
Yeah.
It was in a Democrat-run New York, and the media is Democrat leaning. The New York Times, all that stuff is Democrat up and down the line.
Right.
All Donald Trump did was write his own racist opinion on what the other racists were doing. Those was two sets of racists. Them racist Democrats put them black people in jail. Those racist Democrats prosecuted them. Those racist Democrats threw out evidence that could have exonerated those Central Park 5.
Yeah.
Right.
And they want to.
I met them too in 2020.
Conflate that with a nigga who wrote a opinion piece. Well, you dumb bitch, I'm gonna conflate you with all these black people who are in office right now stealing our shit. Goldie Taylor, since you want to do some nonsense like this and equate somebody with an opinion piece with the ones who are actually doing it, then Goldie Taylor, you just as bad as goddamn Joe Biden, who threw all those black people in prisons with all those 3-strike laws and crack laws that he helped put on the books. You're the same as Bill Clinton, who wrote the 1996 Telecommunication Act that messed up entertainment both on TV and in radio. Since you supported it and you over here writing opinion pieces, then you just as guilty. You just as guilty for President Obama using his political cachet to go at black people and to give the gays all their rights and ignore black people in the time of Trayvon Martin and Eric Garner and Rakia Boyd and all the people that got killed. You just as guilty as him. You just as guilty as Joe Biden, who for 4 years while he was in office, he could have gone back and he could have strengthened the Voting Rights Act those 4 years here in office, especially the first 2 years that he was in office when he had a majority Democratic House. He could have strengthened the Voting Rights Act to a point to where this case wouldn't even have mattered. The case wouldn't even have got brought up because he could have put new laws on voting that superseded the Voting Rights Act, but he didn't do it.
Right. Yeah, them.
Right, and even Trump was a Democrat at that time. Right. At the time of the Central Park 5, Trump was a Democrat.
Yeah, and you remember what Trump said, man, that if he ever
Somebody said I can't speak on the South. Yes, I can speak on the South.
He would run as a Republican because some of the most
yes, the hell I can. It's like all the men can speak on when they went down south on your mama. You dig?
Damn.
He said I can't speak on the South. I never said you can't speak on Cali. Just make sure you know what the hell you're talking about. The South is being gentrified. I can say that. I got property in East Texas, nigga. The fuck are you talking about? Some of you dummies be thinking just because a person live in California, we don't get on airplanes. We don't have family that we on the phone like, damn, another white person moved down on Granddaddy's block. You're like, damn, again, another one? Stop being stupid. Like, I have an issue with dummies. I got a strong issue with dummies. I grew up in a time where a dummy knew just, if you're a dummy, you just be quiet. Don't say nothing.
Right.
That's the world I grew up in.
Right.
Well, I'm stupid. Let me just shut up.
Yep. Great state of Texas. I crossed it all 810 miles.
Nigga. Not when I hear people from the South telling me, I got people in Richmond, Virginia telling me gentrification is happening, and I got people in Atlanta and Houston. Matter of fact, I was in Houston. I saw it.
Damn, they gentrifying Houston? God damn.
Yeah, that's what George Foreman grew up at, was in Houston, Texas.
Hey, Tex, you got family. What's up, Lady Hotel? What's up, Brandy? Yeah, the internet gave dummies a voice, right? We up there, we can speak on all America. That be them tethers coming in. The main people from New York saying you can't speak on hip hop be tethers, not natural born New Yorkers.
What
who
you
come from
say,
the South.
Cal
It's always
Dog? They got
somebody
some good
who
moon
came
shit
here 40
going on.
years ago. You can't speak on this region because you ain't here. Nigga, I've been going down there once a year for how long? I'll be in Texas this summer. I can't wait to get back to Dallas this summer. Hey, shit.
Tahunga. Facts. I'm in Southside Richmond, Virginia. Mexicans deep out here now. What?
The hell?
What the fuck?
Colorado, not no Virginia.
People are crazy. Yeah, Indians flooding in. Now, is this true in every little small town all throughout the country? No. But when I say things like that, when I say things like, okay, it's happening in the major cities, I expect the listener to be intelligent enough to understand that, oh, it may not be happening in my small town, but nothing is uniform. There are always exceptions to the rule. Although it's not happening in my small town, it doesn't mean it's not happening in Chicago. It doesn't mean it's not happening in Dallas. It doesn't mean it's not. I expect the listener to be that have that intelligence. You dig? I don't see myself as somebody who have to spell out every word.
Right.
If you're the kind of person that needs every single word spelled out to you, I ain't the one to listen to you because I ain't gonna do it.
All right.
Now back to what we're talking
about. They say they deep out there now in Virginia.
Yeah, you got Somalians all in North Dakota, right? Sikhs all up and down Central California. I went through Fresno, ain't nothing but towel head Sikhs, man.
Yeah, that's for damn
did
sure.
Americans start selling all these turbans? All up and down the 99 freeway. Because usually when I go up the 5 freeway, I stay up north, I go to 5 or the 101. Man,
No, I ain't taking a 101, man, from LA to Frisco, man. That's too long. I take that I-5 all the way live.
This happened.
That's a straight line up and down the whole West Coast.
What's up, Nicole CNC? I ain't seen you around a bit.
Get that coastal view when you do it like that, Shabaki. You gotta take that.
Yeah, and it is spectacular, that coastal view, particularly when you get up around this place I ain't seen yet called Big Sur. Yeah, that's where old boy Clint Eastwood, had him a crib at. It was up there in a place called Big Sur.
Mm-hmm. It's good to see you in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah, too many people are dumb these days. But let's get back to this.
I'm sorry, Cal, damn that 101, man. It's too long for me, man. I'll take that 5 all the way live.
It says that. So she's talking about him not standing strong against Trump. And that's what a lot of these people are doing. What I don't like,
yeah, they do,
is the tone of Killer Mike shut the F up. When all Killer Mike did was abstain. One thing I'm pointing out to y'all is how these people mislead.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to Eton Thomas. Trump, after he destroyed our voting rights. Meaning, you don't understand that there are 3 different branches of government.
Right.
You dumb niggas don't understand.
Black folks, the reason why we don't vote on the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court was installed to make sure that the oligarchs, the people who really run this country, get their way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And not too much power is going to the people. Every time Congress and the Senate voted in something that goes to the people, and the president signed said legislation that went to the people, the Supreme Court then spends decades tearing those advancements away.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
If you look at the civil rights of the late 1860s and the mid 1870s.
Yeah.
The 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment and all those, that was all we ever needed.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even need the 1960s civil rights movement. We got all of our rights in the 1800s.
Yep.
It was a Supreme Court that cut those rights away.
Yep.
And reworded those rights and changed those rights to where they benefit corporations more than they benefit anybody of any race.
Mm-hmm.
Remember this, civil rights legislation benefits corporations the most.
Wow.
Then after corporations,
Well, see, a corporation is a legal
it benefits white women and so on down, handicap and so on down the line. But understand that the corporations benefit the most from civil rights legislation. Like when corporations want to take any kind of workplace laws away, they use civil rights legislation. That they argue along the lines of civil rights legislation. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
When the corporate entities want to challenge laws that protect consumers, when they want to challenge laws that protect employees, they use civil rights laws.
Yep.
Just like that dude at Pfizer, where he got up there and said, Brother Che, our concerns to our stockholders, not our customers.
Yep.
Classic example of what this man is speaking about right now.
Yeah.
But don't come around to me like some fake ass intellectual and not be able to acknowledge the court's roles in this, and they want to call out a black man over what the court's decided over two parties that don't give a F about you.
Right.
These Eton Thomas, Yvette, Nicole Brown, and all these people that are going at Killer Mike, these are all plantation pickaninnies. These are the people who want to stay on the plantation, and they're going to do everything they can to keep everybody on it. You know who these people are? Eton Thomas. They're meritorious manumission folks.
Meritorious manumission.
These are manumission Negroes.
Yeah. Exactly what they are.
Now, if I got the term manumissions right, Brother Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, that's serving everybody else's interests other than your own, correct?
What is meritorious manumission? Let's break it down like Dr. Carl Anderson showed us too. I'm over here. For those of you who want to reread Powernomics, Powernomics is on Spotify now with Dr. Carl Anderson reading it. Like I read it before, but now I'm rereading it through audiobook. Powernomics is now on Spotify.
Okay.
I encourage everybody it's only like an 8-hour long book. I encourage everybody to go and listen to Powernomics. Give yourself an hour take an hour out of YouTube a day or 45 minutes a day and listen to Powernomics on Spotify.
Okay. Get back on Spotify just so I can listen.
Let me see here. Here we go. I don't want y'all to see me misspell meritorious manumission. Because I for sure butchered that word. But ChatGPT knew what I wanted. Let's look at this. Let's look up meritorious manumission laws in the 1800s. As I said, I told you to look up meritorious manumission laws in the 1800s. Meritorious manumission laws in the 1800s were a legal pathway in slave-owning parts of the United States that allow enslaved people to be freed as a reward for specific acts, usually framed as service, loyalty.
PJ. Damn, PJ passed out on that.
No, man.
Cool. I'm gonna put him on mute.
All right.
Easy. It is late, but damn.
Yeah, because it's midnight where I'm at, Brother Che, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning where you is.
Yeah.
So where Keezy is, it's probably going on, man, about 3 o'clock in the morning.
No, he's here.
Oh, okay. Okay, in the same time zone. Okay.
Or heroism. They left out inventions too. What is Meritorious' main mission? At its core, it was this: an enslaved person performed an act considered exceptional. A white authority, often in slavery or court, petitioned for their freedom. The state had to approve the main mission. This was not automatic. This is what Dr. Claude Anderson frames as what Willie Lynch really is. Willie Lynch never existed. What the behavior, what we call the behavior of Willie Lynch syndrome, is actually a response to manumission laws. Here it is, Meritorious. Typical justifications included saving a white person's life, reporting or preventing slave revolts. What is Goldie Taylor and Eton Thomas doing right now with Killer Mike?
That.
Number two again. Reporting or preventing slave revolts.
Right.
Military or wartime services. Long-term loyal service to an enslaver. Acts framed as moral or religious virtue. Patterns often reinforce the existing system, not challenged it. Reporting or preventing slave revolts. Denmark Vesey.
Yep. Still in 2020.
Oh shit!
Damn.
Let me take it off this screen because I'm about to do two things at once. I got to send off an important email and still deal with my foundation and still talk to y'all at the same time. But let me see here.
Yeah, it was in the belly of the beast. And see behind the kitten and told
going
us.
back to
Pay
Goldie
no
Taylor
attention to the man
and
behind
this
the curtain.
situation. Now we see what Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about with Meritorious manumission.
Yep.
We see manumission is still a thing now.
Yep.
It's still a thing now. Here we go. Copy. Paste. Oh, come on now. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is when you see Goldie Taylor and you see this big old backlash to what's going on, you see where it's coming from. Oh shit, I'm gonna knock my water over. These are those manumission laws still playing through. When we talk about like quote unquote the legacy of slavery, this is one of those things that they talk about. This is one of those things that they talk about. The legacy of slavery. These kind of actions. You dig what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Cow Dog says C-SPAN is about to be his favorite channel.
Doing two things at once, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
I got a tenant. Well, actually, doing three things at once. I got a tenant that's behind on rent trying to say, oh, man, I don't think this number's right. Well, niggas, go look at your bank statements. That ain't my problem.
Right.
I got tax situations going on. I got foundation situations. I got a lot going on at once right now. But we here. We locked in.
Yeah.
I don't have an assistant. So let's go to this part right here. You see Angela Stanton King. Listen to what she had to say about this in response to Killer Mike. Listen to what Angela Stanton King had to say.
Listen, there is a lot of online chatter and criticism of Killer Mike because he did not support Kamala Harris. And here's the thing, all of the hate and the chatter and the criticism of Killer Mike is coming from Black women. Now, I am not surprised that Black women, the Black widow, are tearing down another Black man. What I am surprised about is that Killer Mike actually thought that Black women would stand behind him and support him. My message to any man or any person, you have to understand the mentality of what you are dealing with. The majority of these Black Democrat women believe, support, vote, march, advocate, and fight for a right to abort, terminate their own Black children. If they kill their Black children, what make you think they care about you?
Yeah, she's got a point on that.
God damn. And then there was this Negro right here. He's always this dude's always just trolling. He's talking about Killer Mike did not support Stacey Abrams, and he did not support Kamala Harris.
Fuck both.
Well, why didn't he support them? They don't see people never talk about the policies and the reasons why people don't support.
Exactly.
And these are the Black and Browners. This right here is where I'm getting to right now. You better support your family and make sure the kids are good. F these political puppets. Right. See, we dealing with all this now at a time that gentrification is at a record high. I ain't never seen Goldie Taylor or anybody write anything on gentrification and what Black people are really going through. You have Killer Mike telling something he met with Governor Kemp about jobs and trades.
I didn't know they had a website.
And that Killer Mike did what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to meet with whoever's in office. In politics, there are no friends.
Exactly.
They're only interests.
That's right.
And if the Republicans in office, that's who you're supposed to be
right,
meeting
Cow
with.
Dog.
If the Democrats in office, that's who you're supposed to be meeting with. Now, we as Black folks, we've fallen a long way.
Yeah.
Since Johnny Cochran.
Right.
That part.
We've fallen a long way since Johnny Cochran. Now we got Ben Crump.
Oh.
Listen to this dude right here. This supposed to be the #1 Black attorney in America. And listen to Mighty Joe Crump and this rhetoric right here.
Hispanic men do some of the most dangerous jobs all across America. We represent a lot of our Latino brothers and sisters, and I'm not surprised because Hispanic men do some of the most dangerous jobs all across America. And oftentimes, the companies and the insurance companies don't value their lives. And I believe that it's always been about equal justice, no matter whether you're Black, white, brown, or red. And so we have to fight for our Hispanic brothers too.
See, that's the goddamn
many
problem
good
right
things
there,
to
man.
help this
You
country
talking about fighting
be
for every
able
other
to
motherfucker out
enjoy
here instead of
the
your own.
comforts and the convenience that we all take for granted.
Good Lord.
I propose a trade.
Pander Mala.
No. I know Black folks, we done inviting people to the barbecue. No more racial trades. I get it. But no. Chat, people listening. If y'all will allow me to have just one more racial trade, I offer to trade Ben Crump to the Latinos for 5 cents off at Taco Tuesdays around the country. How about that? Every black person in America gets a nickel off
I
of
tell you all
Taco
about
Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday.
And y'all can have Ben Crump. We ain't gotta make our own. We'll go to y'all. We'll go to y'all. We'll go to y'all trucks. We'll go to the truck. Just give us a nickel off. He ain't worth much.
Yeah.
Y'all can have him. And let Ben Crump be the face.
That's what he is, a stepping
of Latino civil rights. He has an amazing record. Okay, that's too much. Latinos. Okay, I offer Ben Crump to the Latino community for $5 off at Ramona's. The one on Western. Hell, I'll go to the one on San Pedro and 69th. Is it a deal?
That's a hot spot right there. San Pedro and 69th. Yeah, that's on the east side.
Yep.
Okay, and Val Hawkins says Ben Crump
is that
is
a deal?
in Ghana making excuses about reparations, how we need to come together.
Yep. I remember that.
Here in places like LA, a black person can't get a job at the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Right.
Because non-black people are the ones hiring.
Yeah.
And they don't hire us.
Exactly.
A black person can't get a job at the post office.
Right.
A black person can't get a job working for the city anymore.
Sure.
How about the ones that work normal civil desk jobs, civil service jobs? Why are they gatekeeping civil service jobs from black Americans?
Because they don't want you building up retirement funds for them.
I trade Ben Crump. I'll trade Ben Crump
on my left
for that razor he uses to get such a clean shave off of his face. Because I don't trust a nigga with no mustache.
Right.
Whatever straight razor he uses to get that mustache clean, I'll trade Ben Crump for that razor. I mean, I'm not gonna use it for my mustache. I can use that razor to line my mustache up a little bit more. You know, you gotta get that blade, get it right. You know what I mean? Is that a deal? We just you can have it. Just let me hold that razor that you use to shave, because that's a cold razor to get shaved that goddamn clean. We went from Johnny Cochran to this.
Sound like a regression to me.
Yeah. And Goddess Nabi says that's true. He never has facial hair.
Somebody said Ben Crump for Tupac. Man, ain't no spiritual being on in the universe gonna be that done for that trade.
Right.
It'd take like 1,600 Ben Crumps for one Tupac. 16,000 Ben Crumps.
Right.
All with law degrees for one Tupac.
Right.
But this is what's going on right now, and it's a major issue.
Yeah, it is.
I said my niece got attacked verbally by Asian and Latino students. I listened to what my sister said. My sister's a teacher, and my sister teaches at a school that's mostly Latino. And my sister loves her students. But the shit that she got to deal with the administration, it's ridiculous.
Right.
Utterly ridiculous. The racism in those offices that, with me, even going back to my company, Breakthrough Advocacy Services, I had a pretty big contract last year. And if you're having workplace racism, I do anti-black racism training. I did a 8-week training last year And I got another client coming up that we're scheduled to start in the fall. Usually when I take on companies, I don't take on one company at a time. But I have another company that we're scheduled to start doing some workplace training in the fall. But I do workplace communication, anti-Black racism training. I just did a pretty big training for one of the largest unions in California.
Wow.
Infested with racism. I mean, infested.
I believe it.
And I just did a full-on training, an 8-week training to help them deal with the communication and how to communicate to people in a non-aggressive tone, in a non-racial tone. We just started doing that, so the stuff is real.
Yeah, shout to the one.
The thing that's gonna stop us the only thing stopping us from getting this done right and getting this, the only thing stopping us is we as a people aren't focused
right
on the issue.
Right.
We aren't focused on the issues. We're still too busy saying black and brown. We're still too busy acting like this issue doesn't exist. And as long as we keep ignoring it, they're gonna keep playing in our faces. We got to come out against these jive jackasses like Goldie Taylor who want to use such incendiary language because someone has a political difference. For you kids out there listening to me, and I found out recently, a lot of people listen to me with their childrens. Don't trip. If Uncle DeJuan cuss, because it's necessary. You don't get to cuss until you grown and paying bills. But I'm grown. I live in a world that grown people talk grown, and adults teach that clear line between adulthood and children. Yeah, I did it, but you can't.
Right.
But I use those words appropriately. You meet fire with fire. That's what I do. Or sometimes you meet fire with water. Sometimes you meet fire with water, and you be the bigger person. When I don't like being the bigger person all the time.
Right.
I draw a clear line when it comes to people playing manumission with other black people because that black person doesn't want to fall in alignment with you.
Yeah.
High time people don't need to be comfortable playing these games with us.
Right.
They got to feel that something's gonna come back. You can't just cuss me out and I say, okay, just all right now. I'm just gonna keep on going and live my life.
No.
Hell nah. You want to throw some names? We can throw some names. Y'all remember when what's his name? I got the Talib Kweli tried to throw some names at me when we went back and forth, and he didn't like my names.
Yeah.
Should let me alone. Leave me alone. Yeah, I'm tired of being bigger. You ain't got to be the bigger person all the time. No, you don't.
Right.
You do not have to be the bigger person all the time. Nope, 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 nope.
No.
Yeah, the youth got to learn the real. They got to learn time and context. Like you learn context and space when the adults are teaching you the real, and you're taught as long as you're in this space, you can't do that. Why? Because remember, we're training everybody for adulthood. In real life, let's take those lessons. See, in today's world, people say, "Don't cuss around my kids." I understand, don't do no pornography, nothing like that. They're just not ready for that.
Right.
But things like words, things like expression, man, you do it right in front of them. And teach them time and place. You can't do that at school, in class. You can't do it around me. Why? Because when you get grown, you can talk the way you want to talk around your friends, but when you're at work, you have to speak differently. You can talk the way you want to around friends, but when you're at church or around grandmama, you don't cuss around grandmama. I still don't cuss around old black people, old people in general.
Right.
I did a comedy show last month at Faithful Central because at the clean comedy shows and church comedy shows, you can't cuss. Man, but once I get on stage and I see all them old people out there, I ain't gonna cuss anyway. I wash my mouth around the elders. Man, I ain't about to tiptoe around no goddamn 9-year-old.
Right.
Shit, I be goddamn. That's what I'm glad. I couldn't have kids with y'all parents. Y'all parents, y'all soft, boy. Y'all, God. I grew up as a kid, man. Adults did not tiptoe around me when I was a kid.
Nope.
But it taught me a very valuable lesson. Time and place and context. You can do what you do, but you don't do it here.
Right.
And that's behavior you're going to repeat the rest of your life. You don't stand in a courtroom and talk the way you talk around your friends.
Right.
You don't go around the elders and talk the way you talk around people your homeboys you've been known since you was 10.
Yeah.
Time, space, and context.
Space and context.
And it's good to be nice and to be respectful with your words. But what if people don't respect nice and respectful? What are you gonna do? If people don't respect nice and respectful, then you speak to them in language that they do respect.
Right.
Bitch.
Right.
That's why these words exist. Look at Larry. No, Larry, I will cuss in front of you. Larry said, you cuss in front of me and I'm your elder. No, you're Larry Elder. I respect you the same way I respect Larry Elder, you corny ass nigga.
Right.
Larry Elder.
Hey Larry,
Man,
how about this?
Fuck Larry Elder.
How about I don't respect them hands. So let's throw them, nigga. And you'll learn to respect the power of these hands. Larry. Learn to respect the power of his hands. Larry gonna learn to respect the power of these gloves, nigga, and the power of glove. Nigga, and listen to some Stephanie Bills. Larry learn to respect.
Larry Elder is a coon for real.
Of these hands. Larry's learned to respect. Yeah, nigga. And Larry be talking tough. He be talking rough.
Yeah.
And then another fool that got out there in California, Larry
What's up,
Elder's
Rocky?
homeboy, Leo Terrell.
Rocky don't respect Larry either. I told Rocky, next time Larry come over here, I'm gonna have Rocky piss in his phone posits.
Oh.
Ain't that right, Rocky? I'm training Rocky to piss in Larry's phone posits next time he come here. Ain't that right, Rocky? Rocky was like, yep, he a punk. But that's what it is, folks. You can't let nobody. I believe in respect. Look, and if you one of them people that love your party, that's fine too. But you can't go around policing other people. Appreciate that, Big Daddy Kev. The Battle Cat interview, yeah. I believe the vote. You got to vote your pocketbook at the end of the day. You got to vote your consciousness. You got to vote your pocketbook.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Actually, your pocketbook, then your conscious.
Make sure y'all check out my interview with Why did it go to that screen? Why did it go to that screen? Check out my interview with DJ Battlecat over on Incense and Ashtrays.
Vinyl just got shipped to me today.
Oh wow!
You know what I mean? I see what Thundercat is doing in that acid
man,
fusion.
I play with all those guys. Oh
I mean,
my god!
it really goes to show that when it comes to hip hop, you're not hip hop. The producers like you, the super, you're a musician.
Yes, sir.
And that's what a true musician is.
Yeah, this right here, this did so many wonders for me, and because the rhythm is to be performed in so many ways, but this is what got to me first. That and the rhythm of being a DJ, to be able to keep the rhythm of funk or any other music alive. You know, I was glad I was able to do it both. And all my appreciation from the South, from the Midwest, you know, East Coast, LA, and all the way around the world. Thank you guys for understanding where my heart is, you know, as a man and as a musician and just a brother who just want to give back to the earth. This is what happiness is to me. Thank you. I salute.
I got
one DJ Battlecat, legendary hip hop producer. Make sure y'all check that interview out on Incense and Ashtrays. Go to @Incense and Ashtrays. Y'all see it down there.
Oh, that's real.
Subscribe to Incense and Ashtrays. It's a 2-part interview. Yeah, get to that second part.
Oh, that's who he was interviewing at the beginning of this video. That was DJ Battlecat. Okay.
Appreciate that, Frank.
One of the dopest producers out the West Coast.
Yeah, Easy Eye. I covered when he was on stage with Kamasi. We talked about that in the interview. Being on their stage with Kamasi and Thundercat and those guys. We talked about that. All right. But yeah, we'll be back at it tomorrow. I might do a late night live tonight. I might not. I'm gonna see how I feel. It depends on if I go out and shindigging or not tonight. All right.
All right, Dewan, appreciate you. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the DN Shills attacking Killer Mike?
Yeah, that ain't cool, man, you know, because them Democratic Shills, man, you know, they Steven and Django, man, you know, straight out, point blank. Them Democratic Shills ain't shit. The only thing them motherfuckers is out here doing, man, is trying to line their own fucking pockets, man, at our expense. You see what I mean? At our expense. And then these other groups of people is coming up here attacking us randomly. You see what I mean? See, this is why, man, they took guys like the X-Man out the curriculum. That's why they took Huey P out the curriculum, Fred Hampton. You know what I'm saying? You know, they just want us to be docile and complacent, standing there allowing ourselves to be abused. You see what I'm saying?
Basically.
Yeah. And then as soon as we come up there and defend ourselves, oh, man, you black sons of bitches are fucking terrorists. Now, look at old Charlie Kirk. Now, hold on. Look at Charlie Kirk up there in Utah. Okay? Exactly, Val. Ain't nobody buck dancing for them no more. Look at Charlie Kirk. He's going to sit up there. Well, you talking about black on black? Kapaya. Got straight dumped on.
Yep.
But I'm glad it was in Nabisco that did it.
Right.
See, because out there in Utah, man, you only got like about 150 black folks throughout the whole damn state. You know what I'm saying? You know, see, and we got to get our strongholds back, you know, like we had there on the south side of Chi, man, like we had there out there with us brothers from out there in View Park and Baldwin Hills.
Yeah.
See, we lost all that. And then, man, like when I was driving through there, Brother Che, you know, about a month and a half ago, man, I think a couple of months ago, you know, man, it just broke my heart, man, of the blackness that I saw. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I went over there to the barbecue shack that used to be Mr. Jim's and got me some beef ribs, man, and my potato salad and what have you. I ate my meal, man, and got on the highway back to Sin City. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, like when you see the area where you come up at, man, go get blighted, man, it takes something from you. I mean, spiritual. it takes something from you. You know what I'm saying? Like the 5 points. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Val Hawkins, the Jones. Yeah. And say it takes something from you. Okay, I'm out after Sister Demetria K, because I know she's got something smart to say.
Oh yeah, this is speaking of your hometown, Shabaka. LA.
Yeah.
LA.
Yeah, city of Lost Angels. Gone.
LA Democrat, Latino Democrat wants to give illegal immigrants the right to vote in local LA elections. So Sister Demetria K
I can have conversations with y'all. Hello, everybody. I am Demetria K, and I hope that you are having a great day. I should say that you can find me here Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time on the African Diaspora News Channel. Again, Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. And then, of course, on my own channel, you can find me at the Demetria K Show on Facebook and YouTube, Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time, where it would always be my pleasure to have a great conversation with you. So just really quick, we are going to be talking about a Latino Democrat by the name of Hugo Soto Martinez that sits on the Los Angeles City Council. Well, he wants to give illegal immigrants the right to vote in local Los Angeles elections. You heard it right. So we're going to get into that in just a few. Albie Chill, how you doing? King Noble in the building. Hope you're doing well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get started. I know usually I like to wait for everybody to come on in, but I'm going to just get started so I can get done sooner so I can have conversations with y'all in the comment section. So anyway, what had happened is again, a city council member by the name of Hugo Soto Martinez wants to give illegal immigrants the right to vote in local elections there in Los Angeles. I'm going to show y'all a video real quick of him kind of explaining what he's trying to do. And then I'm going to get a little bit more into the weeds with it. So here we go.
Is that we have folks living in this country who've been here 20 years, they've started a family, they pay their taxes, many of them are homeowners, but they don't have a say over the policies that affect their children and their families on any given day. The motion only asks to seek to explore whether we want to head in that direction. I think the details of who's going to be involved, how we're going to do it, all that needs to get sussed out.
Okay. So again, you heard him say, you know, why they should be able to have the right to vote, but I'm going to get into it just a little bit more detail. So his main argument is that he says many non-citizens, including undocumented immigrants, live, work, and raise families and pay taxes in Los Angeles, but have no say in local decisions that affect their daily lives, like school, policing, and city services. He's proposing that voters consider changing the city charter so Los Angeles could eventually allow non-citizens to vote in local, not federal, elections such as city council or school board races. Now, he frames it as a fairness and a representation issue. If people contribute to the city, they should have a voice. He also tied it to protecting immigrant communities, especially during increased immigration enforcement and political pressure. This will not apply to federal elections, which it is illegal under federal law. The proposal is in its early stages and would still need voter approval and additional steps to become reality. The bottom line is he believes local voting rights should be based on community participation and impact, not just citizenship status. While critics argue it undermines the meaning of citizenship and voting rights. Okay, now I want to get just a tiny bit into who he is exactly. Before I get to that, it should be said that there are some cities in America that illegal immigrants, or as they say, undocumented, can vote, like in New York. Let's see, in 2021, they passed a law to let non-citizens, including some undocumented immigrants, vote in municipal elections. However, this law was struck down by court, so it's not currently in effect. Maryland and a couple of their municipalities, they can vote in some things. Now it says these laws generally allow all non-citizen residents, which can include undocumented immigrants. Voting is limited in city-level elections, only like the mayor and council. San Francisco, they allow non-citizen parents, guardians, regardless of immigration status, to vote in school board elections only. This is one of the clearest examples that includes undocumented immigrants. Then Oakland, they approved, but it's not fully implemented. Voters approved a measure to allow non-citizens to vote in school board elections. Implementation has been slow, but the policy direction is similar in San Francisco. So there are some,
36
right?
Mexico.
Now, regarding Mr. Hugo, he is a Los Angeles City Council member, District 13, and they're right now in campaign season, okay? He was elected in 2022, so he ain't been there that long, okay? Just keep that in mind. Now, before politics, he was a labor union organizer with hotel workers unions, Unite Here, Local 11. Politically, he's aligned with the Democrat Party and is also associated with the Democratic Socialists of America, placing him on the more progressive left wing of local politics. He was born and raised in Los Angeles, growing up in a working class immigrant household. His parents were Mexican immigrants who worked as street vendors. As a teenager, he left high school and started working at 16 to help support his family after his father became disabled. Now it says Soto Martinez has openly said that his parents were undocumented at one point. He often references this in his policy position, saying his parents worked hard, paid taxes, and raised the family, but had no political voice for many years until becoming a citizen. He has also said growing up, there was always underlying concern about deportation or family separation, which shaped how he views immigration policy today. Okay, so that's just a brief synopsis of him. So basically, he is saying that I want to make it so that illegal immigrants, I listen, okay, this is what I have learned to be called newspeak, right? It's where you can no longer say that it's illegal immigrants, right? You have to now say undocumented. Just like now, you can't call people homeless, even though that's what it is. You have to say they're unhoused, right? So that's what it means. It's new speak, right? We have to say new words because the older words that we were saying forever, you can't say those anymore. It's because it's unkind, right? Or we don't like the way that sounds, so we have to change it. But what it is what it is, right? It's illegal immigration. So he's basically saying that illegal immigrants need the right to vote. They need a voice because they work, they pay taxes, and they're a part of our city, right? Now, of course, y'all remember last year when ICE went running through there and, everybody was up in arms because ICE was looking for undocumented people, which there are a lot, especially in Los Angeles. So you really saw a lot of politicians, ICE out of LA, back off and all this other stuff. So he said, hey, we want them to be able to vote. Again, his background includes his parents who came here illegally. Okay, now it sounds like they're here legally now, but in the video, he says, basically there's people who've been here maybe 20 years, and it's like, wait a minute now. You've been here 20 years. As he said, they might own a house and you've been here 20 years and you ain't thought to get your citizenship. Why don't they ever want to have that conversation? I'm just asking. Why is that glossed over in the larger scheme of things, right? While he's sitting up there saying, hey, I want to get make it so where illegal immigrants can vote. How come they never really say, well, you know what? The real conversation is, one, they're here illegally. How do we forget that part, okay? And that you're here illegally, and a lot of y'all have been here for a very long time. What's taking you so long to get your paper? They never want to talk about that. They want to go right to where I think they should vote. Why? Okay. Now, it should be said that opponents, which there are a lot of them, are saying, excuse me, voting is for the rights of citizens, not people who are not citizens, not people who came over here illegally. Now, I know some people don't like the way I speak or what I'm saying. I'm just telling it the way it is. A lot of people are saying, why should they have the rights that citizens have? Okay? Yeah, you're saying they pay taxes and they work and they do all these other things, but you're still forgetting that they came over here and they broke the law. Okay? Because there's a lot of things that you and I cannot do illegally and keep on making it. And nobody's going to come to our rescue and say, well, forget all of that. I know they broke the law, but they should still be able to do A, B, C, and D. Up until a while ago, and still in some places, right? If you have a felony, you can't vote. I know they're starting to change it here and there, but think about that. There are some places that felons cannot vote, but a person coming over here to break the law, right? Coming over here, crossing the border without permission is breaking the law. You got people who are fighting for them to have the right to vote. But let me say this as well. I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at Mr. Soto Martinez. You know why? Because that's what you are supposed to do when you get in political office. You are supposed to wield the power to help your people, right? You know what does bother me is that our so-called Black leadership, when they're misleadership, right? And there's a lot of this is, self-appointing. Oh, I'm the Black leader. Who told you that? Okay, but anyway, ours are supposed to do that, but they don't. You know what they do? We've been over some of these things before. And I'm just going to stay in LA, okay? I could be all over the United States, but we ain't got that kind of time. Where do we want to go first, okay? I want to show you what our political Black leaders do for everybody else, and then what they do for us. You ready? Here we go.
Mayor Bass. Any comment, Mayor Bass?
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, any comment?
Yes, my comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now. They need to leave because this is unacceptable.
Who did you speak with?
Just wait and see.
Mayor Bass,
They will be leaving soon.
Mayor, who did you speak with on the phone just now? Who did you speak with on the phone?
Wow.
Also, we're going to have a reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started during COVID that will actually provide cash assistance to people. Because, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in need of cash. It's a couple $100. I don't know the exact amount.
You heard her, right?
The mayor of Los Angeles is a figurehead. She don't have no control over nothing.
Race, I should say. A lot of people do not like the job that she did as her first term as a mayor. Now, y'all might remember she was also a congresswoman for many years, and then she went back to Los Angeles to become a mayor again. People do not like the job that she's doing, but that was last year, where she said that she wanted to give illegal immigrants Angelino cards because they were afraid to go outside due to all of the ICE raid activity that was taking place there in June, again, of last year. And she says, just a couple of $100, but this is going to help them in a sense, pay for food or whatever it is. Never mind that there's a lot of homeless Black folks out there in Los Angeles who are sleeping on streets. And I've showed y'all, and I think y'all seen it all over, where there was a Black woman that was coming out of the doggone gutter because that's what she slept in, the sewer drainage area of Los Angeles. They showed her climbing out of that. That's where she slept. But yet there's Karen Bass, who was talking about giving an Angelino card. Now she says, it comes from private donors. I don't care if it came from Mickey Mouse. Why are they getting money and they're here illegally, right? See, again, they want to gloss over that. They want to fight for that. But you know what Karen Bass is doing for Black Angelinos? Well, I wish I could show you a video, but there isn't one. But I did my due diligence and I looked 2024. So she was talking about some sort of reparations for Black Angelinos. Of course, it's the same old education, fair housing. And, we want to close the wealth gap with, things like that, but nothing substantial. And then so she was supposed to roll something out. They talked about it a little bit last year in 2025, but as of now, it's just crickets, right? this little thing that they did. It's along with HR 40 there at the federal levels collecting dust, but she didn't do anything. She didn't talk about an Angelino card as far as reparations for Black Los Angelinos or none of that. Nothing. This is a study, right? They did a study, to carrot, on the stick to Black folks. Hey, we got a study. You just keep on waiting. You keep hope alive, right? You keep hoping that we change our mind.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah,
All of that.
exactly.
So I don't have a video to show you
Atypical
or
LA
anything like that
politics.
of what she's done. Okay, I'm not talking about what she wants to do, right? Because I want to live on a beach somewhere, right? I want to, eat all the things that I want and not gain any weight, but I can't. Okay, we're talking about the things that she's done. You see that she gave an Angelino card to illegal immigrants, nothing for Black folks. Okay, where else should we go? And none of this stuff is new to y'all, right? Some of it might be. Let's go to this guy here. This is what he's doing. And then you're going to see what he's done for us. You ready?
3 kinds of people in this country. People who were stolen from their land, people who exist on stolen land, and the original caretakers of this land. That's why immigration policy has been so difficult. But for the last 50 years, it's been rooted in humanity. It's been rooted in keeping families whole and together and recognizing the dignity of work and asylum seekers and people trying to live a better life and contribute to this great country. That's not what we saw here the other day. There are 22 families who still don't know where their loved ones are. There are 2 who have been deported. There are 2 who are in Texas. This was violent.
This is Assemblyman Mr. Bryan. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access here. Why are you so upset?
You vote for
now, who is this Robert
You put Black
Stephens
folks in
2020?
prisons, but now you want to be a reparations person. But you won't vote for the bill. I supported the bill all session.
Then bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the
Senator?
bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it
I
up.
would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring it
together.
up. Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
That's punk ass Isaac Bryan. That's the one that Billion's godson is running against, Shabaka.
Okay.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
Okay. So again, that was Assemblyman Isaac Bryan, who is also up for re-election, and he is being challenged by a good brother by the name of Billion Godson, who is out there doing the work. Los Angeles, the 55th district. If you live out there, please give him a vote. Again, Brother Billion Godson, and I'm going to talk about him more and more as it gets closer.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was Isaac Bryan. Y'all, and listen, there was so much footage of him, especially last year when ICE was out there in Los Angeles. He's out there, he's marching, and basically leave him alone, right? They're trying to run off ICE, and he's on the news every 5 seconds talking about, they need to leave these immigrants alone. They're part of our community, and right?
Yeah, we did.
All this other stuff. And then, of course, y'all saw him. He's part of the California Legislative Black Caucus. That was him at the end, sabotaging reparations for Black California descendants of slavery, had his arms crossed, and he got caught as everybody was hoping that they would either put the bills to Governor Gavin Newsom to pass or veto. And they said, we're not going to do neither. We're going to make sure Big Daddy Gavin Newsom don't have to answer to the Negroes here in California, but they got busted, right?
Yeah.
So while they're running around, that's what our leadership does, right? This is what I'm telling you, I'm showing what they do. They run around and they help all the other communities. Us, well, we got to wait and see. Oh, it's a multi-year study. It's like, listen, bald head sucker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about Isaac Bryan, okay? Y'all was already doing the study.
Right.
Since 2020?
Yeah.
So that was a multi-year study already. I spent millions of dollars. It came out that Black Californians, because that's what I am, okay? Descendants of slavery should get $1.2 million apiece. But y'all didn't see fit to do that.
Exactly.
Whatever.
And like
It's
I
a
said,
multi-year study. We got to keep on waiting to see and keep on keeping on to see what we can keep on keeping the carrot dangling in front of you. We got to keep on waiting to see how long we can keep on waiting.
to drag it out,
I mean, that's what I hear in my head. right? Y'all don't want to be inside of my head sometimes, but that's what I hear in my head. We're going to keep on playing
Dominic Calandra, what do you mean no on reparations?
When it comes time to vote, then we'll mention something, right? We'll talk about
Well, Dominic Calandra, you in the wrong
a
spot.
Crown Act. You can wear
So
your
we need
hair.
you to leave.
I guess that's a good thing. I can wear my hair like this to white people's jobs, you know, and they still gonna have a problem with it. But legally speaking, I can wear my hair like this. I ain't got to put no permanent
that
on
ain't
it.
for you
or none of that
to
other
discuss.
stuff.
You got to get out of here.
I don't care. Okay.
If
We can
somebody
also
with
get
a
an
wrench,
apology. Oh, we
you
did
better
out there in
Dominic Calandra.
California. We got an apology.
You're not gonna come up here on this black platform.
That's what we got. Okay, you ain't getting no money.
Good.
The Freeman's Bureau, none of that other stuff. They'll talk about things here and there, but guess what? It's not even in the fine print because they know most of us won't read it, but I will. A lot of the stuff that they propose for Black Americans, it says others. It does. It says others and other groups and, you know, minorities. It has all that stuff. And so there ain't nothing that really for us, right? So that's another thing that our misleadership, what they do, they go help everybody else and they with us, okay?
On the vertical.
Now, of course, I know I love me some Auntie Maxine. I really do. I think she's a cute old lady at this point. I think she is, you know, well, not past her time like on earth, I don't think, but she's past her time as a politician. But here's something that happened last year.
You know, she just said the same thing I did.
They are targeting our leadership, both in the Latino community and in the Black community. And while they're targeting them and following them, I'm on the street and I'm following ICE and I'm targeting ICE. And I went to the deportation center. We are resisting. And I want to tell you, you are seeing the biggest coming together of the Black and brown community that we've seen in this city ever.
Maxine,
we are organized.
Maxine,
we are coalescing with each other. And we're going to fight together. And the question that you're asking,
you used to be my state representative and congresswoman.
You must not stop. I'm protesting. I've been to 11 of them. I stay on the street, in the alleys, wherever I need to be.
Okay, that's just a small snippet of Auntie Maxine, who was done reclaiming her time at that time. But you know, the more and more I play that clip, and I know a lot of y'all probably like, why does she keep showing us that clip? Because I'm never going to stop showing you these things, because we should never forget the foolishness that these Democrats do to Black Americans while helping everybody else. But again, the more and more I listen to that clip, I extract other things. I'm like, hey, you know what? She is right. There is a big, giant coalescing of the Black and brown community. She's right. I really kind of just hit me right now. She's right. There is Black and brown coalescing, okay? Whatever the hell that may even mean, okay? It's the Black misleadership getting together to help the brown. Did I ever tell you I was in public relations? I have a master's in public relations. And with that, you learn how to spin. Okay. And I think that's kind of what I did. I kind of put a spin on the Black and brown coalescing because, yes, Black misleadership, they get together with the brown leadership in the community and they help. Because right there, she was with the brown community, the leadership. That's again, they were going to LA. Okay. Because that's where she's from. LA, and they were making this database so people could tell on ICE, you know, and they're doing this and that, right? So yes, y'all remember, there is actually Black and brown unity. The Black misleadership got together with the brown to help them get everything they want while practicing benign neglect of your Black behind, okay? So when people say there's no Black and brown unity, say, oh yes, there is. And you tell them what I said, okay? So that's just a few examples of the things that our misleadership do. Okay. Oh, and I should say, I did look as well. Maxine, she was talking about some sort of edit. No, I couldn't put my finger on it. Something for Black Americans back in the day when she was a gangster, right? Like in the early 2000s and the 90s. Yes, I'm going to Washington. Oh, yeah, we're going to get some reparations, right? She was talking like that, but then we ain't heard her. Maybe she forgot. I don't know. But 2022
no, she just got
was
up
the last
in
time
age,
she
Demetria.
talked about something.
She just got up
It's
in
more or
age.
less along the lines of a study for Black Americans. But other than that, she ain't talked about us like that. Except for the Black and brown coalescing. That was about it, but she ain't talking about getting us nothing. So we get a study. She's on board with the HR 40 on the federal level, the study of reparations. And I don't know if anybody's even studied anything there, but that's what we get from her. Okay. Now, of course, y'all know this whole little Voting Rights Act situation. I shouldn't deduce it to little. Okay. Little Voting Rights Act situation in Louisiana is taking place, Louisiana versus Calais, where Louisiana is basically saying, hey, you cannot rope off a section, gerrymander for lack of better words, a section for just Black folks. It's unconstitutional. So they took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court say, you know what, Louisiana, we agree with you. It is unconstitutional. So we got to get rid of all of that. So you have a lot of Black misleaderships and their Shills and everybody running around. They're trying to take your right to vote. Y'all gotta go out there. They mad at Killer Mike now. They mad at gosh. They just mad at a lot of people. You gotta get out there and you gotta vote. Some Black lady I saw yesterday. She's trying to recall the governor. Sounds like he's up for re-election next year, maybe the end. I don't know. She's trying to recall him for what they have done and all this other stuff. And again, as more and more I think about these things, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. So they're trying to tell you. And Alabama's trying to do it too. And the fear of the Democrats is that this is going to spread, right? Where states are going to say, wait a minute. Well, we got some Black districts here. Maybe we should, get rid of them. And they can now because the Supreme Court says, yes, it's unconstitutional per the 14th Amendment, the equal protection part of that. Yeah, it violates that. So a lot of, southern states, the red states are saying, we're going to get rid of it. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you have the Democrat misleadership. It's a lot going on in my head. A lot of Democrat misleadership saying, oh, they're trying to take your right to vote. No, they're not. You can still vote. You know what they're really saying? Come on now, we got to start listening. Like they're telling us, this is not esoteric. It's not hidden in a book or under a rock. They're telling us. What they're really saying is, hey, with this map being gone per se, that's roping off the Black district, because they're saying, oh, they don't get to choose their own representation. Are Black folks really being able to choose our own representation, or is it just kind of that way, right? Maxine Waters, she, at one point in time had a lot of Black folks. Is she being chosen, or people just like disappointed? They don't show up. Like, is she just there, right? What they're really saying is, gosh, now I got to really fight for this job.
Yeah.
Are y'all gonna make me work for this job?
Yep.
I gotta get it out the mud. You mean I can't just show up and just?
No, Maxine needs to go on and retire. She's got 2 pens, at the state level and at the federal level.
For me. You mean I can't do that no more? No.
Nope.
Right? Again, if you're Black, you can still vote for these people. But what they're really saying is, I might be out of a job.
Yep.
I might have to go find something else to do besides sit up and lie to Black folks and go help everybody else. You mean I'm not going to be able to practice benign neglect of Black Americans again?
Yep.
It's not going to be easy. No, it's not going to. That's what that's saying, right? So they're saying, I don't give a damn about the voters. I'm telling you what they're saying in a sense. They're not saying it like that. And behind closed doors, they don't give a damn about the voters in the map.
Right.
They only care about keeping their job. That's all they care about, okay? Because if they cared about the voters in the map, more Black voters would be like, oh, hell no. I'm going to show up anyway. Those Black voters in that map, a lot of them are just disenfranchised. They're like, yeah, you've been my leadership or the lack thereof for 99 years, but you ain't did a damn thing for us.
Right.
So why should we really get out there and vote for you? That's what I'm telling y'all. That's what they're afraid of, because you see it here in Texas. That's why Jasmine Crockett is out of a job. They did the whole redistricting here, and of course, California did it. So they took some Democrat seats in Texas, and California took some Republican seats, right? So Jasmine Crockett is out of a job. So they're saying, oh, we're going to be out of a job. So basically, what I'm saying is, the Latinos and everybody else, they fight to keep leadership that's doing something for them.
Mm-hmm.
Us, our misleadership wants us to fight to keep them to continue doing nothing for us.
Yep, that part, Demetrius.
Think about it. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Why should we do that? Okay. And y'all know my favorite question that I like to always bring up is when they say, hey, You know, they trying to, they got rid of the map that makes me, in a sense, have a guaranteed job. Yeah, I need y'all to come out there and help me keep it. You need to say, WIFBA.
To the no.
And they're going to say, excuse me, what? WIFBA? What is that? It means what's in it for Black Americans. They're in Louisiana and potentially in Alabama. What's in it for us to show up to help you keep your job?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm Black. You Black. A chalkboard is black too, but do I vote for that?
Right.
Bottom of my shoe is black. Do I vote for that? What are you going to do for me as a Black American if I give you my Black American vote? Are you going to do for me what you're doing for illegal immigrants? Or anybody else or anything else other than the Black American? Am I going to get that? Or are you going to keep on talking about a funky study for reparation that you never mean to come to fruition? Are you going to keep talking like that?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Or what have you been doing? You go ask most Black folks that live in these districts, what has your Black representation been doing for you? I don't know. You can go somewhere like South Carolina. They may say, I've been getting the fish fry. You might say, is it good?
That's true.
No, I just show up to get it because that's all I can get is a fish fry from this cat, right?
Where's the troll?
Y'all gonna have to subscribe. Y'all want to troll over here, you're gonna have to subscribe. You're gonna have to hit that like and subscribe or get the hell up out of here. We ain't got time for that bullshit. They're talking about go ask the aristocrats for reparations. And
okay, where is this idiot at?
I blocked them, Shabaka. I don't have time for that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, get your ass up out of here. Shit, we don't, tolerate that bullshit right here. Because you ain't saying nothing positive, So when we get you idiots, that there just tells us that we're doing something right.
Yeah, we
and I want to make that perfectly clear.
And then we got Robert Stewart's. He said, give Spencer Platt a chance. What does LA have to lose? I guess he's running for mayor or something of
okay.
LA.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But as I stated before, okay, and this here is Robert 2020. You know damn well that the mayor of the city of Los Angeles has no damn administrative power. Only thing they do is just appoint the commissioners, the various city departments there who have the power. The mayor of Los Angeles is just a figurehead. Tell me I'm lying.
No lies detected.
Yeah, we can't see your response, Robert 2020.
But if you ask most people who live in these districts, what are you getting?
They got to subscribe to leave a response, Shabaka. Yeah, okay. She going on. What is in it for FBA? That's all we want to know, Democrats. Don't come to us talking. You need to better. This is the election of our lifetime. We got to get the orange man out. What is in it for FBA?
Well, yeah, cut the goddamn check, to quote you. Cut the damn check.
They've been doing the job since 1991, and so I just vote for them. They got the biggest signs. They got the most commercials, and so if I do it, I just go because that's the name I know. But they ain't gonna be able to tell you exactly, right? They might say, "Well, they trying, they working on it." But what tangibles are they delivering? I sit up in press conferences. That's what the Congressional Black Caucus did the other day. They had my ears. I thought they were going to start bleeding. I took the liberty to listen to the Congressional Black Caucus for y'all. Right after this announcement came out of Louisiana from, the Supreme Court, they all got up there and they were bloviating. Oh, we got to keep fighting and we're going to keep fighting. All I heard was, wah, wah, wah. That's what I heard, right? And I heard a lot of black and minority. I heard some black and brown. I heard all of that. I'm like, wait. Again, y'all, I'm telling y'all just listen to them. Okay, just stop listening to the Shills because they gonna leave off that part. Okay, if you just listen to these people talk, they'll tell you what their intentions are. At this Congressional Black Caucus meeting that they had after the Supreme Court decision, They said, oh, the black vote is in danger. Oh, they're trying to do this or not to the black vote, the black vote. Then they turn around out of this side of their mouth and said black and minorities or black and brown.
Yeah, double speak. Double speak.
1965 Voting Rights Act was not for no minorities. That was for us.
Right.
See, they talk a good game. They lead off with, oh, the black people. Hey, black people. That's to keep us emotionally. Oh. But then they say brown or minorities.
Yeah.
So we get this, right? That's what they give us. But ask yourself, when they saying anything about immigrants, do they say and black people?
Nope.
Black Americans?
Nope.
I don't know. I don't hear everything. Y'all can help me. Do you all ever hear them saying when they out there in back alleys like Maxine Waters looking for ICE? Do you ever hear her say anything about, well, I'm looking for the popo that be roughing up black folks? That ain't went nowhere.
Right.
Black people are still the most endangered group of people here in the United States of America. Do you ever hear them marry our issues with illegal immigrants or anybody else's community? You do not. But they take the opportunity to get up and these little funky waste of time press. I listen to them because that's just kind of my job. But I sit there on the couch with my glasses on. And I'm like, I really could have had a V8, but I got to listen to hear what they're saying because I know the Shills aren't going to tell you all of that. Right. But they'll never marry our issues together with anybody else. But they want us to, kumbaya, my Lord. They want us to do that with everybody else. What I'm saying is, in short, I'm not mad at Hugo Soto, Martin, over there in Los Angeles, wanting to get voting rights for illegal immigrants. That's what he's going to do. His parents are illegal immigrants, so he's just trying to help them along. See, eventually, they're going to be on all the boards. And mind you, he sits on the Los Angeles City Council that had Nuri Martinez and all the other ones that got caught talking bad about black folks and dark Mexicans, the Oaxacans, and calling people babies, monkeys. That's the same city council meeting he sits on. Eventually, shoot, it's going to be all of them up there, and they're going to get everybody and their mama that's illegal to be able to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Right. So we need to start looking into people who's going to do something for us too. It's not only because people say, well, I can't just do anything that benefits black people now. We're not saying only, we're saying and also. Okay, that's what we're saying. So I'm not mad at him, but I'm mad at us for continuing to vote for people who continue to show us and tell us, I'm not going to do a damn thing for you. I might lie and say that I am I'm not going to do nothing for you, but I need you to continue to vote for me. That's what I'm mad at. I'm mad at us because we don't say what's in it for black Americans. We're starting to, right? And they're starting to get it because we saw Kamala not too long ago. Get yours. Get yours. It should be transactional. So they're starting to listen, but the best way to get them to listen and take action is say, get somebody else to do it.
Right.
Get the people y'all care the most about
to
help you.
Right.
Maybe illegal immigrants could show up in Louisiana, I don't know, and vote for you. Okay. Now that this, in a sense, is kind of a cheat code for black men's leadership to continue to do more of nothing for black folks. Get them to show up to help you. Maybe they will. I don't know. Remains to be seen. So anyway, let me see what y'all. Yeah, I'll be chill. Get yours. Get yours. That just cracks me up. Oh, also, before I get into the comment section, y'all please come see me at the Columbus, Ohio Black Expo, along with the African Diaspora News Channel with Brother Phil, Sister Vicky, I believe Sister Emma will be there as well. But there's going to be food, music, and they set the vibe, and the vibe is very nice. You're going to hear from people like October London, Mooney Love, Dead Press, and Loose Ends. Love me some loose ends. There's a lot of food and there's stuff for HBCUs and marching bands. Like, you do not want to miss this. But in order to do that, you have to go to OhioBlackExpo.com, OhioBlackExpo.com to get your tickets. Please and thank you. All right, now I'm back in the comment section. Then, of course, we have a little thing called the African Diaspora News Channel app. It's been scrolling down there at the bottom. If you got it, thank you so much. If you don't got it, please and thank you. Okay. Anyway, Gold Crown Eyes, how you doing? Troy, what's going on with you? Mike, nice in the building. How are you? Yoshi Matthews, how you doing? Hope you're doing well, Albert Chills. As I seen white liberals upset about this, which was surprising. I don't know why they're upset. They get to vote the way they want. Everybody gets to vote the way they want to vote, right? It's not stopping you from voting.
Right.
You know, I think that the Black men's leadership should have to work to keep their job.
Right.
It should have to be like, whoo, I don't know if I'm gonna make it this time. I hope they come. No, you should have to fight for that. Okay. And if you're doing a great job, and listen, let me also concede something else. I'm not saying the Republicans ain't up to some foolishness. They probably are. Is there some racism involved? Absolutely 100%. But again, Black men's leadership, it's time for you to get on your square and do for the people who put you there the most as well, right? So yeah, Tyson, how you doing? He says, I disagree with Mr. Martinez's idea too. I don't think that illegal immigrants should show up to vote, but who gonna stop them? Who gonna check them, boo? Who gonna check them? Again, I just showed you our Black men's leadership, especially there in Los Angeles, they running around helping him. Do you not think they don't agree with him? I guarantee you they probably agree with him. You're right. I mean, hell, Karen Bass, the mayor there, she gave him money. And when I say them, I mean illegal immigrants. So you don't think they agree with them? Yeah, they agree with them. I don't agree with it, but they do. I'm quite sure they do. I'm waiting for the video to say, hey, Mr. Hugo, hell no. Okay, illegal immigrants shouldn't be able to vote here. Elevated engineering was going on. It says broke into the country and now want to vote in elections. Insane. It is insane, but in some places I illustrated they do it to some degree, right? Spunk Onion, how you doing? That's an interesting name. It says, they are illegal. Come on, Cali, you better step up. It remains to be seen. It really does. We'll find out in November, right? Infamously, what's going on with you? Hope you're doing well. You say, oh, hell no. Nah. King Noble says American citizens can't go to other countries and vote, but they want them to do it here. He says, oh, they've been here. Been here for 20 years. They bought homes and all kind of. You mean you bought a home and you couldn't take yourself to get your citizenship? McQueen, how you doing? Says I'm sick of these illegal immigrants coming over here with that entitled mindset, thinking they're going to change stuff. Take yourselves home. I say that. Well, I mean, wouldn't you go somewhere if they open the doors and say, come on, you come get all you can get. You got people, politicians who are going to romp and stomp for you. You're going to get an Angelino card with money, and you get a phone. It's going to have an app on it to tell you where to go, who to go talk to. And then you can get some housing and shelter. And wouldn't you go there? I would. I sure would. I'd get my little duffel bag and I'd head right on over there. I surely would until the gig is up. D, what's going on with you? He says, no way, Jose. Slap Trap was going on, says illegal immigrants not in white areas. No, again, when they came over here, they said you could go to the south side of Chicago, you could go to places in New York, y'all could set all up and over there, mostly in Black communities, and your Black misleadership, go to them. They'll fight for you, they'll help you. Okay. Like Mayor Brandon Johnson, which I hope Chicagoans make him a one-term mayor, but he'll help you, he'll fight or crash out, he'll cuss out Trump. Him and J.B. Pritzker, who's the governor, they'll fight. Yeah, y'all go over there to the Black communities and they'll help you. Brandon, how you doing? Says Mexicans are white. Well, some of them think that they're white. Are they really? Or are they just saying they're white? El, how are you doing? Hope you're having a great day. Darnell, what's going on? Says they think California belongs to Mexico. Well, I guess historically speaking, yeah. But it doesn't now. I guess that now, because if we believe that the mother of civilization was a Black woman, that doesn't Earth belong to Black people?
Right.
Maybe that was a reach. I don't know. Fountain Media was going on. Says Democrats are a disgrace to this country. I will never vote for a Democrat again. They've never done a damn thing for our communities, and they don't want to. It's been said that maybe they can't. You can't help Black people. You know why you can't help them? Because then they won't depend on you anymore. If you help them, then they might say, hey, well, what do we need to, try to chase that carrot? We actually helped them close the wealth gap and all of that. Right? And don't you think that A lot of the Black misleadership should spend a lot of time talking about Black folks learning how to be self-sufficient again, like we were there in this picture of Villa Loraro, Madam C.J. Walker, like all the 1,200 Black towns that we had. Teach them that. Give them resources so they can build their own communities. They won't do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Upon them, because that's how they stay in office.
Exactly.
Which is why this map, you know, the Voting Rights Act thing is a very interesting conversation if you really just stop and think about it long enough. Judy, what's going on? So they don't care. They can straddle between here and there. He says we can't, therefore they would be in charge of our lifestyle. Yeah. Let's see, Lady Day, how you doing? Says I hope Trump do something. Yeah, Trump's got a lot going on, you know, like in the Middle East with Iran, to start with. Michael, how you doing? Says, if this ever allowed to happen, the United States as a country will cease to exist. Well, the Democrats, they're trying very hard to make it a reality. And you know, it's been said that they're really trying to, you know, especially replace Black American vote or get another class of voters by trying to ramrod this stuff through, because that's what that is. All the things that he could think of in Los Angeles, he wants to try to get illegal immigrants the right to vote. All the things they got going on there, and that's what you want to fight for? Just Reason, how you doing? Says, right, they are white for census purposes. Our votes are whited out and counseled by white Mexicans and white Hispanics. Yeah, a lot of them do classify themselves as white. I told you I used to work for the census, and yeah, a lot of them would say, yeah, we're white. Okay. Because I couldn't tell them they weren't, you know. I'm just saying, how you doing? It says, if you're not an American citizen, you don't get the right to vote. Well, if they pass laws and ordinances to say that they do, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, which is why it is important for us to show up to state and local level elections so we can say, oh, hell no, I'm voting against that, because that would have to go on the ballot and the voters could vote on it, which I don't see Angelinos voting to pass that. But it is said, I think, that there's about 40% Hispanics, not saying that they're all on board with that in Los Angeles, if I'm not mistaken, give or take, you know. Sunflower, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Deborah, what's going on with you? Says, no. They have planned to take California, especially LA. Take it back is the plan. That's the plan. It's always been a plan. My father told me that years and years and decades ago, that their plan is to populate, to overpopulate, if that's a thing, and take it back. And here we are. But you know what they tell us to do? When I say they, I'm talking about the Black misleadership. They say, oh, if you don't want your baby, you know, go over there. Planned Parenthood, they take care of it. That's a message that they, in a sense, it's part of the eugenics, right? Study eugenics. The Negro Project, that was for us. It was like, after slavery, well, we can't really do what we want to do to them like we want to do it to them. So how about we try to get rid of them? Then when that kind of didn't work, kind of maybe at the same time as well, now that I think about it, they had all these, you know, Jim Crow and the Black codes and convict leasing and things like that. They found a way to put us, you know, back in bondage. And some argue that convict leasing program, I don't have time to get into it here, but right now, rather, was worse than slavery in some cases. Say inmates that were leased out to these corporations from the prison did not live long, because the brutality that they experienced was so severe. This was after slavery.
Like they did the slaves too,
right?
Demetria.
Anyway, let's see who else is on here. First class citizen, what's going on with you? Says Hitblix, how you doing? Says, so they break the law and get to the right to vote. I break the law and I can't vote. You got that right, Jack. I know your name ain't Jack, but I'm just saying. Christopher, how you doing? Says, keep doing real Black American media news, work coverage daily. Well, I appreciate that. And you keep on coming back, and I'll keep on doing it. What you say, Albie Chill, about that man? Leonard, what's going on with you? Says illegals can't get deported deported fast enough. Well, that's what Trump is trying to do. Haven't heard a lot about it lately, right? So that's all I'll say. So what are these Democrats talking about? We need ICE reform. It's like you don't even hear nothing about it anymore. I wonder why. Y'all notice that? You hardly, but then I don't watch a lot of TV and things like that, so maybe I'm just missing it. But I don't hear a lot about the ICE raids and things like that anymore. What happened to them?
Yeah, they got
really on both sides, the Republican and the Democrats. Something tells me that a lot of those corporations went to Trump and said, listen, I get it, but I ain't got nobody to plow the fields anymore. You know, them black people ain't gonna do it. It's like, you're damn right we ain't gonna do it. I'd do it if you pay me $30 an hour. I'd be out there. I would. As I say, you ain't gonna keep me there though. But ain't nobody gonna be doing it for no $3 an hour. You crazy.
Right.
Mama Deb, where have you been? I hope you're doing well. Since Black Angelinos are on Skid Row, come on out, coming out of sewers. Look it up. They were sleeping in the sewer. Yeah. And then Karen says, oh, it breaks my heart. Skipping down. Michael, did I say hi to you? If not, hello. It says Karen Vasquez, you crazy. Typical dude.
Okay, you're gonna miss Layla Ali, Shabaka.
Okay, you talking about Kalia?
Yeah, you're gonna miss Kalia Ali.
Okay, yeah, because I'm sure I've seen it before, man, but I'm just exhausted, man.
Yeah, let me fast forward so you can get to that.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's see what memories she brings back.
Let's see, I'm supposed to be on Waka Flocca. God damn it. Did I play Waka Flocca? No, I think I forgot Waka Flocca. God damn it, I think I skipped the topic. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I did skip the topic. God damn it. Where the hell is Ali at them? Kalia Ali. Damn it, I can't find it right now. So I had it pulled up.
Mm-hmm.
I think I put it in this queue, but it's probably in a different queue.
Yeah, because those videos she made, I think she made about 12 of them, Shay.
Yeah, it's a whole series.
Yeah, it's a whole series, yeah. Yeah, she's 76, you know?
Right.
Well, she outlived her husband by 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ali was 74 when he, transitioned.
Right. What the hell is this damn video at? I just had it. Let me see if I can find it in my history.
Mm-hmm.
I had to close a bunch of windows, so I'm gonna close it by mistake.
Okay.
Clear. Yeah, there you are.
You found it?
Yep.
All right. Fair use, fair use.
This is Khalil Ali's second wife. Reveals why Ali left the Nation of Islam, and it's telling Ali he'll die of vegetable and anger.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, Ali, he left the Nation of Islam, right? Do you know the reason why?
Oh, no, we both did. And in 1975, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad talked about the Nation of Islam, he said he was going to give it up and he's going to discontinue it. He said, I want people to start following my son so he can teach you the true Islam. And he said that in a speech. Everybody heard it. And he said, I am going to dissolve the Nation of Islam. Just learn, you've learned something from it. But there's time for Islam 2.0 or whatever that is. And so you can learn about the true Islam. And we all did. We all transitioned and start following the Imam Warif Muhammad.
Okay, that was Elijah's son.
And He
And
said
him and
that's what
Farrakhan
we
had a
do.
falling out.
That's what we did. It's Louis Farrakhan just wants to keep it going. He made it come. He did it on his own to bring it back. It wasn't Elijah Muhammad's wish, but Louis Farrakhan wanted to bring it back, and he brought it back for whatever reason. He brought it back, but that wasn't the road we were supposed to continue with.
How do you feel about Farrakhan?
Uncle Louis, that's what I used to call him because I've been knowing him all my life. He's a man who teaches the historical facts of the Negro in America. What it used to be taught in the essence of the Nation of Islam. He's not a man that teaches you the religion of Islam, but he will teach you the social interreactions between the good, the bad, the evil, and the scripture. So, and he teaches from the Bible and shows the signs and symbols of the Bible. And when back in the day when I call myself the MGT and GCC, that knowledge is still embedded in us. That'll never go away. We'll carry that for the rest of our lives. And that's a lesson that we have learned that has been an education for us to uplift us. Now it's time for Islam to uplift you. And but that's what he teaches his followers. You know, we respect him for that, but we're constantly learning Islam from the Quranic point of view.
How do you feel about the people that say that the Nation of Islam, they was jealous of Malcolm X?
A lot of people were. They were. That's a pure truth. It was. They even, thought that he was trying to take over his spot, which that was just a selfish way of thinking. But they thought it. But they didn't do anything about it. But they thought it.
It was Malcolm that brought Louis Farrakhan into the Nation of Islam.
It's a lot of people that thought that. I've met people who have said the same thing. But this is a thing. We should never cause other people to believe bad about and jealousy of each one another. It's almost like the old syndrome of a crab will keep climbing another crab to keep the crab from getting out of the barrel. And a lot of our people do that. They still into that negative learning process where they're jealous of one another. And it happens. It happens to all people. But I am so happy, and I feel that the spectrum of Muslim women in America or Muslim women all over the world are their freedom came because of the Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessings be upon him. The freedom of a woman is there. And there's a lot of Muslim women who helped wars and helped the children and helped the husbands. Matter of fact, there were warriors, women who, when Muslim men fought and was tired, the women would take over and fight for them until they rested. And then they bring their men back to continue the wars. These women did a lot of things. Now, their independence has always been there. It's just that, you have Islam and you have Hislam. And A lot of the Islam is made by men who are insecure, and they will hold the woman back, thinking that's what they're supposed to do, but truly it's not. The Quran does not teach the women to hold back. It teaches the women their own freedom in Islam. And it's the men who try to cover up the women so much that nobody can see them because they know how insecure they are. So a lot of it is not Islam, it's Islam. And I came up with that word years ago.
To your knowledge, was there any informants working for the Nation of Islam?
I have no idea. I never knew of anybody. I don't know if there was going. If there was, I don't know anything about it. But I'm sure there probably was. But I don't know anything about it. I mean, anytime somebody have an organization, there's always going to be some pull, chants, and quotes, and deviancies in any kind of religion organization. This is why it's independently made for you to be guided by the Holy Quran and not people's groups or cliques. You know what I'm saying? It's very dangerous. It's very bad to have groups and cliques. You're supposed to be conscious of what Allah teaches you and what's right and what's wrong, because you will be punished for what you do. You know, a long time ago, do you see how people get revenge on people? And we're taught not to get revenge because Allah is the best knower of revenge, because Allah knows what everybody does, the seen and unseen. And to take revenge on somebody is stupid. Because Denzel Washington, he had his friend was killed by some people he knew. And 5 of them was involved. And you know what he said? He said, I'm going to kill each and every one of you. But the sad part is I can only do it once. And that is to say that when you take revenge on somebody, you can only do it once. But when God takes revenge on somebody and pays them back, he do it 10 times over, let alone 3 times. 3 times is horrific, but 10 times? Wouldn't you rather let God punish that person for you 10 times than you can do once? Because you know what it'll affect? It'll not only affect that person, but it will affect his whole family. You don't know where it's coming from or how or why. And it's not for you to know. That's God's world. That's right. You don't want to know. You don't want to know, honestly. So taking revenge and trying to get back at somebody is useless, because it's only going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt them. That's why I say anything that you did to me, you're going to get paid back. You're going to get paid back. Because before I'm going to leave you with this. Before I divorced Muhammad, say, you doing all this? You think you fine doing all this, going to that person, going to this person, going to that person, just playing your little role? I said to him, one of these days, you're not going to be able to get it up. You're not going to be able to walk, talk, sit, or stand. You will go out of this world a vegetable. Believe that. Now, I said that out of anger. I said it out of knowledge of him and what he did and everything. And I said it. But when I said it, you know what Ali said to me? Why you want to say such a bad thing? That's a bad thing. He says, well, what you worried about it? Because everything you say comes true. He said, that's terrible. I said, well, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, but it's true. And every time he spoke to me, he said, you forgive me? I said, I forgave you a long time ago. That was, I think, was the hardest thing to do, was forgive him. But when I forgave him, I said, look, I'm just going to forgive this guy. I became free for the first time. I felt free. I felt free of all the bad stuff, all the other stuff just melted away like it never happened. But I was wondering why it happened to me. And then I realized it didn't happen to me. All that happened was happening for me.
Right. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, was dialogue, or the art of dialogue, and that there was the second wife of former heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali. Okay, and getting ready to call it a night. And those, please share this episode again and again and again. You can share it on Twitter. You can share it on Facebook. Share it on all your social media platforms. We're going to start, sharing some of our episodes on Instagram in the future after I go over it and study it over with a fine-tooth comb. But Muhammad Ali, when it came to heavyweight boxing, he was the greatest. But all of what she was speaking of was the accolades that came with him being heavyweight champ, plus of his popularity that he had. He was the most recognized figure on planet Earth in the 1970s. You see what I mean? And then, of course, I don't have no comment on Mrs. Ali's or Sister Khalid and Mr. Ali's relationship that is between the two of them. You know what I mean? Regardless of how I feel about it, regardless of whatever viewpoints that I have, you know what I'm saying? But that there was between her and her husband. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he was the greatest living through that, because as I reflect on my life, of course, when Ali was in his heyday and in my youth and whatnot, of course, he was a part of my youth growing up, and then, of course, that video that I'm trying to get to you, Brother Che, that I'm having the most heck of a time for, was in 1967 when he was giving his lectures with the glasses on, you see. But for some odd reason, they got a tight shadow band on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I should have been able to click it and paste it. You know what I'm saying? But I can't. I can't. So I don't know if that is a state, that's keeping his intellectual property. But I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts as those individuals over there in how should we say, the Bay Area, Brother Che, about doing that. You know what I'm saying? And then of course too, the RWS would love to erase Mr. Ali from my memories, but it's not gonna happen. Not if I can help it. Just see. Because I will keep real. As long as I'm up here upright, I will keep sharing his videos. I will keep sharing his fights. I'll keep sharing, of how he told white America about themselves, just like Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Yeah. When he got up there and said on Phil Donahue, said, you said that Jesse Jackson is a half-baked, half-coon, half this, have that Uncle Tom nigger, and Khalid said to the utmost of his ability.
Yeah.
And then the cold part about it is, as you say, with the new Blacc Media, which we are a part of, they don't want our messages going out. They don't want us. They don't want guys like me, Brother Che, who lived through these eras.
Right.
And those before me that told me things and passed it on down to you. Now, if we was up here about, some, how should I say, some confused individuals, and you know where I'm going with that. See, And as long as you understand, because I don't want to get our channel struck, you see, but the cold part about it is, but all these other groups want to put their history and plights on us and want us to feel sympathy for them, but they don't want us to feel sympathy for ourselves.
Right.
You see what I mean? You know, and no man is perfect. You know what I'm saying? No man is perfect. And on my last sentence on that there, ladies and gentlemen, for the night, Muhammad Ali, when it came to heavyweight boxing championship history, he was the greatest.
That's right.
That he was.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, good night, Shabaka.
All right. Okay. Signing off from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven, and made the Denver Nuggets lose.
Winning the division and
yeah.
Nuggets.
Yeah. And then Raiders, as you always hear me say, in your current state of affairs, leave town or change your name. I'm out from Sin City. All right.
Good night, Shabaka.
Take care. All right. Yeah.
All right, so I forgot this topic right here. Waka Flocca going off on that racist streamer, Chud the Builder. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
It's a little dude that I seen, a little white kid running around asking black people are they chimping like that, calling them niggas and all that. Hey, bro, that shit lame. Let me tell you why it's lame. First and foremost, you run around blicked up, calling people. So if they put their hands on you or shoot them, you going to jail because they ain't even use a weapon. You dumb as fuck. Number two, bro, why are you antagonizing people to crash out? Number three, bro, you creating a race riot. A race riot, bro. That America don't even need right now. And then, nigga, if you want to die, bro, just pull up in the trenches and do that shit. But, bro, don't make the whole world, don't make the whole America, the white and black kids of America fight each other for some passion that you don't even know if you even got racism in your family. You don't even know these folks. Like, why the fuck do you think this?
One thing we gotta talk about, Chud the Builder, he's doing his shenanigans out there in Tennessee. For those who don't know, there's a white tea supremacist out there in Tennessee who's running around antagonizing black people. He runs up on black people, filming himself. He's streaming, calling black people the N-word, trying to provoke a response so that he can pepper spray them, and he carries a gun, a pew-pew with him. So he's raising a lot of concern. Shout out to Brother Arthur in here. Arthur has been working tirelessly to get him deplatformed, because what he's doing this for streaming revenue. The white tea supremacists, they like to see racial antagonism towards us. They'll monetize that. So he's trying to use racial antagonism as a money-making scheme, basically. And our good brother Arthur has been on his damn bumper, making sure these platforms don't have dude trying to capitalize off this dangerous stuff that he's doing. So this has been going on for some weeks. He's always going out here to different spots in Tennessee, instigating altercations, pepper spraying people. Shout out to Waka. Waka Flocca did a video about him, because now it's getting hot. People are like, the dude days might be numbered. The dude's a crash out. He's trying to make as much money as possible. He goes around trying to he tries to frame this as free speech test. He goes up and use these antagonistic questions about the N-word, using racial slurs. When people front him, he pulls out the pepper spray on them. Waka said, hey, man, dude, if you want to crash out, just come down to the trenches if you really want to go out with a bang. But he said, hey, man, you armed up. You out here provoking people. Yeah, you just dumb, man. You just out here antagonizing people. You're trying to create a race riot that America doesn't need right now. So Waka called him out. He said, "You're doing a lot of dangerous, unnecessary things," which is true. Yeah, Chud. And there was one video where somebody, I guess he was doing that to a group of black people, and they went and vandalized his truck, and then he tried to run them down and chase them down and spray them, but they were ducking and dodging. They wouldn't let it happen. And he kept saying, Chud was like, "Yeah, I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police." So he's one of them. He's on some coward stuff. He still needs the police to back him up. And I think the police is in cahoots with him, to be honest. The fact that they've allowed him to do this for as long as he's doing it. And I think when he tried to pepper spray some of the brothers, the cops detained him for a quick minute, but he knows that they're treating him with kid gloves. I think he got some people on the inside of the police out there. Here's the thing, because this First Amendment thing he's trying to hide behind, and that's another thing. Where are the Chud is American hero? Okay, hop up, man. Hop up. Y'all talking. Hop on in. Chud supporters, hop on in. If he's an American hero, hop on in. I think he's clicked in with the police. Yeah, I think he is clicked in with the police because they're allowing him to do it. And when brothers kind of match that energy, he starts hollering out he's going to call the police. Yeah. So he's on that. And so that means he's clicked in. I think he's clicked in with a cop or the police. But a lot of people are saying that, hey, man, this dude might not make it till this summer. He's making himself hot. People are recognizing him. So it's not as easy for him to go out there and try to be incognito. People know what's happening. And I'm glad a lot of people are not falling for the bait, because what he would love to do is get somebody to really try to do a fair one, catch a fade and run a fair one with him so that he can pew him and then get a real big bag. Here's the thing about that free speech talk that he's trying to use. A lot of these white supremacists think that, okay, yeah, he can hide behind the First Amendment. Freedom of speech, that's not a pass to incite violence. You can't legally manufacture a self-defense situation. You understand? This guy is armed. He's known for racially antagonizing people to provoke altercations. In Tennessee, they actually have state laws. This is why, where are these lawyers? Where are all these Democrat lawyers? Where are these Democrats calling for a hate crime bill? This is why we need a crime bill specifically for foundational Black Americans. This is specific. Oh, out here, it wouldn't. No, I know that wouldn't last out here at all. Y'all know what it is in LA. That 1 hour, it would go down. It wouldn't last out here at all. But where are these Democrats? None of the Democrat operatives are saying nothing. They need to have a crime bill specifically for us based on that. You think? For real. But I want y'all to understand, there are certain laws in Tennessee right now that lawyers, they could, if they were about the business, they can go hammer him down right now down there in Tennessee. They got the Tennessee Code 39-11-611. That's the provocation. That's exemption from self-defense. See, a lot of these people, they operate under the misconception that if they insult somebody until that person swings at them, they can pew them or pepper spray the person and say, "Whoops, I'm standing my ground." That's legally false. Under Tennessee, you can't claim self-defense if you provoke the confrontation and you were the initial aggressor. If a person initially starts a conflict in Tennessee, you forfeit your right for use of force in self-defense, unless you clearly attempted to retreat and the person that continued to attack you. But the judge and jury, they have to look closely at who initiated the hostility. This dude is known for initiating hostilities. There's another code. There's an assault and aggravated assault code. In Tennessee, you don't have to physically hit somebody to be charged with assault. If a person commits assault, if they intentionally or knowingly causes another person to reasonably fear imminent body injury or harm, or if they cause any kind of physical contact that's extremely offensive or provocative. If somebody's getting in folks' faces while you're armed and letting folks know you're armed with pepper spray or firearm, trying to create a situation where a person can reasonably fear that they're about to be attacked, that can warrant an assault charge. And if a weapon is brandished or used to threaten somebody, that's escalated to aggravated assault, and that's a felony. See, people gotta know how to work the law in their favor. You know, and also disorderly conduct and fighting words. See, the First Amendment doesn't protect fighting words. Words spoken face to face are inherently likely to provoke an immediate violent reaction. Under Tennessee's disorderly conduct statute, it's a crime to intentionally cause a public annoyance or alarm somebody by engaging in violent or threatening behavior in a public place. So if you're intentionally using racial slurs in an aggressive provocation, you're trying to start a fight, that crosses the line from protected free speech. That's disorderly conduct. Yes, all that free speech stuff, no. He's way past that because now this guy has a track record. And from what I understand, he already has a harassment charge. So I think he has an open case now. And also there's a civil rights intimidation statute out there, 39-17-309. They have a statute that functions similarly to like a hate crime law. If a person injures or threatens to injure or coerce somebody with the intent of unlawfully intimidating them, specifically because of their race, because he's doing this based on race. He's antagonizing people based on race. You chimping out, N-word, chimping out, N-word. He's antagonizing innocent people based on race. So if that antagonism is clearly racially targeted to intimidate Black citizens for existing or enjoying public spaces, that statute applies. That's civil rights intimidation in Tennessee. Where are the damn lawyers, man, who can stand on this stuff? Yeah. Excuse me. See, when these cats run up antagonizing and all that, man, hey, get on the phone with the police immediately. Y'all need out there in Tennessee, get on the phone. Use the police to your advantage. Use the police because he's going to use them to his advantage. That's what he wants to do. He's going to use that to his advantage. Yeah, where the hell are these lawyers? A big time lawyer. Yeah. All my Tennessee lawyers who's licensed in Tennessee, holla. Let's see what's happening. Tennessee lawyers, holla. Yeah. Y'all need to reach out. All these lawyers out here, catch me on the gram, flexing your law degree. Let us know what's happening. Y'all need to get out here and step up and say, hey, man, we down for the cause. And we can slide money to you if you need it, but we need to know where you are. Yeah. Let me see who else we got. We got a lot of folks in here. Yeah. These lawyers are Democrat shills. They'll hop online telling us why the hell we need to vote. Yeah, that's the thing. We only see Black lawyers out, and I'm not throwing all the Black lawyers under the bus. But yeah, for some reason, we see a plethora of Black lawyers when they want to come shame us into damn voting. Yeah, when they want us to support Kamala or whoever, then y'all come out talking about why it's so important to vote. Where the hell are you when we got these crazed white tea supremacists out here? Where were you then? Where are you? Yeah, I don't want to hear all that. Man. Excuse me. But yeah, listen. Hey, man. Now you got some cats. From what I understand, this Chud guy really operates around the suburbs of Nashville. I haven't heard him going nowhere near Memphis. All right. I'm hearing that he's doing a lot of stuff around the suburbs of Nashville. I haven't heard him going near Memphis. Memphis is a little different. Memphis is different. I haven't heard him go nowhere near there. He's going to the tourist spots. Yeah, I know Memphis is with the business. Yeah, that's why I'm like, for a minute, I'm like, what part of Tennessee is he in? Because I know Memphis will slide. Okay, so he's out, from what I understand, he's in the suburbs of Nashville doing all this old nonsense. Yeah. Yeah, so hey man, y'all be careful out there in Tennessee, man. Y'all be very careful. Who are these people? I got a lot of people trying to get in. Oh, hey ma'am.
Hey.
How are you doing? How you doing, dear?
Good. I'm good. Good morning.
Yes, indeed.
Nigeria.
You're in Nigeria, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am. So how?
It's midnight.
Yes, indeed. Yes, ma'am. So how can I help you, dear? Have I battled her before? Have we talked before?
No.
Okay. All right, so let's do a battle a little bit later. A little bit later, we'll do a battle, okay? We'll do a battle later. Thank you, dear. Okay. She's a little dry. Yeah, a little bit dry. She's a little dry. Yeah, I'm about to get bored. She was nice, though. She was nice. Just a little dry, but she's nice. Yeah. She had her little eyelashes and hair done. She's a nice lady. Say that women be trying to choose. Now, who are these people? Okay, I got a bunch of people right here. I didn't mean to hit that button. Oh, okay. I'm getting a whole bunch of foreigners trying to pull up. Speaking of pulling up, y'all get your tickets to pull up to the Hidden History Museum, ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday, May 23rd. All right? Get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen.
I can dig it. I'm on my way.
Where you going, Rootwork Jones?
There's some musty suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that. I got to split, baby. Can you dig it?
When you need to clean the stank off the streets, you don't call your mama. You call Rootwork Jones. Rootwork Jones is a stone cold dude that keeps the stanky suckers shaking in their boots.
Listen up, chumps. I'm looking for Dolomus. You dig it?
Rootwork Jones is getting down gritty, taking on the mustiest sucker in the city.
Dolomust is my name, and staying good and musty is my game. Where is Rootwork Jones?
This is a super soul brother getting rid of the stank. And you can for sure take that to the bank.
Take that, you musty jive turkeys.
When Rootwork Jones dealing with drama, he finds time to deal with foxy mamas.
Why don't you come on over here and give me some of that root work, sugar?
Rootwork Jones. He's bold. He's dared. And he's keeping the suck. Rootwork Jones coming to a theater near you. Go to rootworkstyle.com.
All right, yeah. So Chud the Builder, you better keep your old punk ass in the suburbs of Cashville. But if you come to M-Town, Memphis with that bullshit, you're going to get dealt with. Period. So moving along, we got Asian Vlad responds to Corey Holcomb dissing Aries Spears and accepts invite to show after beef. So UPTV, Urban Politicians TV, gonna give us an update on that.
The who?
Oh, no.
The Gooey Raccoon. He into it with
Vlad,
old boy.
Oh.
I ran into Vlad at the show.
What show?
At the We Them Ones.
Tell Vlad to come on 50. See, the Lost Mind think on his show because he's a Caucasian male and they think I'm supposed to go to him. How much you gonna give me, master? Come on my show for free. Vlad, we ain't got to talk about how you disrespected the minister. We ain't got to talk about that. We ain't got to talk about that. You was trying to get me to come on your show back in the day before you knew who I was, and we had something to say. We had something to say where it didn't work while I went on your show. But if you come and step to me at my show, I will do a show for you. You ain't got to pay me. Just like I hope you ain't hoping I pay you for this. Come on my show. We are not savages. We not finna talk crazy to you. We might be able to iron out differences. Because I already know the gooey raccoon to put some up. I know he needed you who say whatever. I would have Vlad come on my show. Want me to tell you? Because I believe we can have a conversation. I believe he would talk to me in a way respectfully, and I would talk to him in a way respectfully, even if we disagreed on something.
Right.
That's what I believe. I would take the chance because Vlad has a name. If Vlad wants to come on the 5150 show, and the reason he would have to come on the 5150 show first is because it would show goodwill. Like the gooey raccoon, he was coming up there all the time, according to dude. This is what his own man say. Vlad, man was coming up here all the time. He said he was so, what is it when people can get to you easy?
Accessible.
He said the man was so accessible, he can't even remember when he called him and he wasn't, I come right now.
Oh, wow.
He said the man wanted a makeup artist there to try to hide
The black eye.
the raccoon juice dripping from his eyeball. He said the man needed a towel to put between his legs because of the death sweat that's going on.
Death sweat is comedy.
That was the death sweat oozing up out of him. Want me to tell you how I know? Because when he tried to sue 5150, we saw the medical records because he claimed he couldn't go to work. So we was able to check medical records out and see he took a bat to his wife, the gooey raccoon. We was able to see all this. I know the man is lost mentally. I almost feel sorry for him. If you got to go through life looking like that, built like that, the desires he have where you kissed a man in the mouth on a video and said, mwah. You was getting a little popularity. You start smelling yourself and went up against the man that was helping you grow because you can't help you grow. Go do your show again and watch what happened. You're going to be out here like the rest of these busted-ass niggas talking shit about me. Looking for a YouTube check. That's enough to get some Jordans out.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as the game that got super heavy and super petty at the same time. But if you know like I know, when you got certain type of relationships, so-called friendships, and business dealings, this what happened when it's done online. As now, DJ Vlad recently having issues with Boosie that made it to the internet. No matter how they want to call it, it is what it is with them two right there. And I know that they both feel certain type of ways about things. As now Vlad has already put it out there that he is looking forward to working with Charleston White in the future. Somebody that Boosie didn't get along with, couldn't see eye to eye with and things of that. And I ain't even got, I'm probably going to do a video on that. But now he done fell out with Aries Spears. You know what Vlad does? Now he's going to link with somebody that Aries Spears has had issues with throughout the years, Corey Holcomb. And I had a link in the description where you can watch the clips in the beginning in full from the 5150 show where he said, hey, I'm down to pull up. Let's do it and things like that. Now, Corey Holcomb issues with Vlad go back to the Minister Farrakhan time. If y'all know, that was like right when the pandemic started. Corey Holcomb from the show actually is the one who hit me to the issues with Vlad and things like that. He the first person I seen talking about it with Minister Farrakhan and how Vlad didn't want to do other people interviews and he had his issues. And Corey Holcomb that went all the way down through there on Vlad, completely disrespected him. I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, if I am, I'll fix it and take it out. But I think he didn't even win at Vlad's wife, just keeping it all the way 100. Corey Holcomb has no holds barred when he going at people. That's just what that is. But Vlad now, because of the fallout with Aries Spears, he's willing to go on the show. That's petty. It just is what it is. Me, that ain't my lane and that ain't my game. I'm not finna go to your show because I fell out with him and things of that nature. If we've been rocking it cool all this time, I'll be like, you know what? I'm done with it. If it wasn't already in the works or in the process, well, we all understood what it was. But if I chose a side already, okay, cool. If we meet organically in the future or whatever and do something, that's cool. But me just going right to you right afterwards, bro, that ain't how I get down at all. Just keeping it all the way 100. But this is how Vlad do business. He don't care about that. He know that he being petty. Now, when it comes to Aries Spears, his issues with Corey Holcomb, his issues with Aries Spears go back to the incident. I think it was like about 10 years ago now, maybe 2016, 2017, when he got into it with Zoe on the show. Zoe punched him down because he kept being disrespectful. Aries Spears is one of them dudes that does that. Zoe and Corey Holcomb end up having issues eventually, but Aries Spears put that lawsuit out there, took it all the way down through there and tried to play the victim card when he knew he was going too far. And at that moment, that's when I knew Aries Spears was a different type of dude, keeping it all the way 100. But as you heard right there, Corey Holcomb went all the way in on him. He ain't letting him up. He called him the raccoon because of his eyes, and he gonna go in on that on him. He talked about that scene with him kissing that other boy. That was unacceptable, completely disgusting by Aries Spears. And that's also when I knew that this dude had no limits and would do whatever to be relevant, possibly, or get a check. Then the other stuff he had with Tiffany Haddish, Aries Spears is a weird dude, but this is how it's going to play out. I'm going to keep y'all updated with it. And why not? People want to tune in. I'm actually looking at how the chaos going to build as well. It's all part of the capital C's: controversy, chaos, confusion, conflict, and confrontation, to be a part of the conversation. And we added crashing out to the situation. We keeping the algorithm in rotation. Because when I look at this situation right here, bro, Vlad ain't got he different, bro. He just different. He gonna go do that type of stuff. So I expect that from him. Aries Spears, he on some, like, we'll sit down and have a conversation. Like, I want to tell you some things and I think it could go smooth, but this probably wouldn't be happening. Vlad wouldn't be going over there, if I'm not mistaken, if Aries Spears, because he was rocking with Aries Spears and he knew the tension between them already. Keep it all the way 1,000. But Aries Spears most definitely shot himself in the foot. I've never heard somebody sound so crazy. I keep it fair, y'all. I keep it honest. His negotiation tactics and reasons why he felt that he should make more, he presenting a YouTube comment as a bargaining chip when he had just got a pay increase. And he knows that Vlad is the platform that helped him out to keep him relevant because he's not getting booked for stuff like that, roles and movies. Bro, you should have known better than that. You should ask for some advice. But he is the word that they got called obstinate. It's just refusing to get new information, refusing to learn, refusing to build, just stuck in their own ways, and you can't tell them nothing. Obstinate. That's what Aries Spears is, and you see where it got him. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon as well. Stay on your pivot.
Issue. But America is going to remain in decline. You're never going to get out of this situation. I know Donald Trump talks a good.
Oh yeah, to hell with Asian Vlad and to hell with the gooey raccoon. I ain't got no love for either one of them. Shame on you, Asian Vlad, for instigating this madness. But the next topic is I can't remember which damn position. I want to say wide receiver for the Patriots. Stefon Diggs case was, he was found not guilty. He had that tether housekeeper that accused him of choking her out. This never happened. So Tariq's gonna give us an update on that.
It started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and
it turned out, Miss Adams, you had gotten paid for 2 of the 3 weeks that you said you hadn't gotten paid for, right?
this is missing a whole lot of stuff.
The yes or no question.
I can't answer your question correctly without the proper evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach? Read it. Do you recognize this document as text exchanges between you and Sunny?
Greetings, Lady Shay.
Yes. Dated December 9, 2025.
Greetings, Lady Shay.
Was it I?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. There you go. Go ahead.
And you're the person in the bubbles on the left?
Yes.
And you write to Sunny, hey, so I looked over my transfers, payment history, and they sent payments, 11/7 and 11/21, totaling $4,000. See that?
Yes.
So you knew that you had actually been paid for 2 of those 3 weeks that you tried to get paid for again, right?
What's your name? I never got your name.
Did you know that
I don't
you
know.
had
I
been
was trying to address you by your name because I'm not this. I don't know. I can't answer that question correctly.
He takes hits from 300-pound men, right? For his job. True?
I guess.
Do you know that?
No, I don't know what his role is, and I thought he ran the ball. I don't know if people. I'm not sure what he does.
How many games that Steph Diggs has played in have you attended?
I don't know football. I don't watch it to know what's what. I've attended a couple games.
The question was, how many of Stefon Diggs' games have you gone to and watched?
Gone to, maybe 4.
And you don't know that he gets tackled in that game?
I don't really watch it, honestly. I'm just there for the vibes. I don't really know what be going on in football. I don't know the rules.
I think you will agree with me, that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force on your neck.
It was 10 for me. For my little body and what I couldn't breathe, it was a 10 for me.
The question was, estimate the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation.
It felt a 10 to me. I could not breathe.
So you chose to answer a different question than the one you were asked.
This questionnaire is about me. Why wouldn't I answer it about me? This is not a questionnaire that's a united, I don't know how to say it, a global, this is about me. This is what happened to me.
Okay. But you will agree with me, hypothetically speaking, if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 strength to choke someone, anyone, that person would have bruises on their neck.
I would not agree.
Sustain that objection.
Don't forget, family, May 23rd at the Hidden History Museum, we got the Memorial Weekend mic drop. We got a lot of great comics. It's going to be a mixer. It's going to be a vibe. So you guys come on down and join us. Get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. It's already a lot of people coming, so I want to see your face in the place. Come join me and Dwan B. We're going to have a great time up there. hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. While we're letting everybody pile on in the room, shout out. Well, last night we had a great broadcast. We shout out to our good brother, the hip hop legend, Lil Rodney C, who called in. Everybody enjoys that episode. Did y'all hear the interview with Rodney C, hip hop pioneer? That's on my Ism Radio YouTube channel. A lot of people like that. They love that interview. And it was impromptu. It was an impromptu thing. I wasn't even planning it. I didn't even know he was going to be in the room. He came up and we had a great conversation. He dropped some real good game. Oh, we got a couple of people hating. We got a couple of Latinos who's, some of y'all know who we're talking about. They're already hating. Oh, they're hating. Yeah, Lil Rodney C. Lil Rodney C from the Funky 4+1 More and the Magnificent 7. Oh, he was dropping the heat. Yeah, they get mad. You can't get, what you gonna dispute him? I mean, what the hell? That kills me. Some of these people who are Johnny-come-latelys, they want to try to dispute people who were for real there. How you gonna dispute somebody who was there at the beginning? Documented. Yeah, Rodney C is certified. Rodney C is on all types of flyers. The man was in the first hip hop movie. Rodney C was on one of the first rap records in '79. Rodney C is on mixtapes from '77. How you gonna dispute him? That's not, you're not at liberty to, come on. Dude, yeah, go look up on YouTube, DJ, I think it's Stevie Steve and Rodney C, mixtapes from '77. Yeah, that's somebody who was there. Yeah, Rapping and Rocking the House. Hey, that's one of my favorite all-time songs, Rapping and Rocking the House. I want to see those pioneers get the proper credit they're supposed to get. That's why I did the movie Microphone Check. Yeah. That's why I did the movie Microphone Check, so these folks can get their proper damn credit, so we can stop letting the media give props to phantom Latinos who they claim was right there at the beginning, but you can't name them. Yeah. We got to give credit to some phantom Latinos. There's always, they were there, 50-50, all that bullshit, but you can't name no damn body. Yeah. They ain't on no flyers, nothing. They ain't on no mixtapes, nothing. No, we're going to give props to the real pioneers. We're going to show them the proper damn respect. That's why, man, I might have to do a New York version of Microphone Check, a part 2, because there's a lot of people who I didn't get to interview in the first one who are, everybody's hit me up. But I want to do the LA one first. I got so many projects I got to do. I'm working on Hidden Color 6 now. We might have to spin the block and do a New York version of Hidden Color, not Hidden Color, but Microphone Check Part 2. Do another version to really double down. And there's a lot of people who I wanted to get in. There's some more people from the Furious 5, DXT, Rodney C. I want him in. I want some of the other folks, Brother Caleb, I would like him in it from the Magnificent 7. I want all those cats who were around in the 70s. I want to get Fab Five Freddy. Shout out to Fab Five Freddy. He has a book out. Fab Five Freddy has been telling the truth. I've always had respect for Freddie. And Freddie's Caribbean, by the way, but he's always been a rider. He's always told the truth. And he was like, the Bronx guys, contrary to rumor, they didn't get that stuff from no Jamaican toasting. And we said that in Microphone Check. We said that. We proved that. We got all the pioneers together. None of them heard no damn Jamaican toasting. That lie about they learned how to rap from some damn Jamaican toasting, that's a lie. That ain't true at all. So yeah, we got to dispel lies. The truth is more interesting, just like with our good brother Rodney C. He was dropping like an hour's worth of game. Everybody was enthralled with it because it's real. The truth is more interesting than their bullshit out here. That's the thing. When you tell the truth, that's more interesting than the Latino 50-50 lie. That lie it's boring. It's a damn lie because nobody can corroborate it. You can't prove it because it ain't the truth. So it just leaves the narrative stagnant when you're trying to stack lies on it. The truth is way more interesting about those phenomenal pioneers. Why did they start rapping? Who influenced them? Where did their families come from? All of that is interesting to me. Yeah, that was a very good live. Yeah. And again, the Latinos, they did some great things later. We're not trying to take nothing away, but we're not going to give you something that you didn't do. Now, y'all came along in the 80s, took the breaking, the floor moves when the FBA brothers and sisters kind of let it go. Y'all said, no, we'll do something with that. We can do that. Yeah, y'all did good things in the 80s. But we're not going to sit here and just act like there's some phantom Puerto Ricans that were around doing all this damn hip hop. We're not going to do that. We're going to tell the truth. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of folks love that interview with Lil Rodney C. So y'all need to check that out. All right. Yeah, and it was done on the fly. And that's why it's important for interviews like that, for people like myself who are fans of the genre. I'm a fan of it, and I have a certain level of respect for it. So we're going to get deep and respect the conversation and the history. You said I got chalk on my head and my picture. Yeah, I got a fresh. They kind of put the chalk on you to line you up right. Yeah. Just like they put chalk outlines around niggas who leave your mama's house because her coochie be killing niggas. So yeah, that's what chalk is used for, different things. So anyway, let's get into some game here. Excuse me. God damn. It is badass LA air. This LA air be tearing me up. That's why I be all congested. But y'all know what I got to talk about. Y'all know what we got to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. The Stefon Diggs case. Have y'all been following that, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, we got to get into the Stefon Diggs case. Oh, we got to get into it. Oh, have y'all been following this thing, man? Stefon, I hope you're listening, brother. Oh, God. So y'all don't know what's happening with this? Okay. Stefon Diggs is in court right now. Okay. Stefon Diggs is in court. Yeah, some of y'all don't know. Okay, here's what's going on. Who does Stefon play for? What team? He's a NFL player. Who does he play for? Y'all know he had a baby with Cardi B. That's who she had a baby by. She had a baby by him, but he got a whole bunch of other baby mamas. Stefon is out here just smashing everything. He's with the Patriots. Okay, he's with the Patriots. So Stefon is just out here smashing everything right now. Brother, you got to reel it back. So this woman who he hired as a cook for him, a live-in cook, she said back in December, her name was Jamila Adams. She was a quote, live-in private chef. She said there was a dispute over some unpaid wages, saying that he owed her. And then she said he busted in the room angry, smacked her across her face and choked her. put his elbow around her neck, leaving her short of breath and light. So she was acting like she was down bad. He pleaded not guilty. They said, you know, this is unsubstantiated, this is uncorroborated, this was motivated by finances. So the trial starts, and they were trying to get into what the relationship was about. She said the relationship was initially friendly, and she said it got complicated, then it became sexual, and then she took a $2,000 a week cooking job, $2,000 a week cooking job, and moved in. Now, he's banging Cardi B at the time. He's banging all these other women living in the house, coming in and out. So he's trying to be the super player. This, bro. So this chick, man, this Jamila chick, it's a clout chase. It's a sack chase. She looks a little older. Nobody can say, how old is this woman? How old is this woman? She looks older than him. All right. No, she's getting some miles on her. I don't know what her background is, but some people say she might be in her 40s. Yeah, so she looks like she's around 40-ish. Not a bad looking lady, but she's aging out of the game. All right. Here's the thing. She's kind of aging out of the game. I don't have a pic of her, but when I do the playback of this, I'm going to play a court video. But look, in court, they're lighting her ass up. Yeah, these are just accusations. Dude, his lawyers, Stefon's lawyers, they're giving her the business. They are giving her ass the business. They done called her lying about payments. She's and they got her just looking real scandalous. They got some text messages and some receipts where she got payments and then said she didn't get it when she was trying to double down and get more payments. After she said she got so-called assaulted, she was all in shock and she couldn't take pictures of the injuries. There were no injuries. Pictures. She was like, oh, I was just too shocked. But then they pulled up a video of her right after the so-called assault. She's up here dancing and booty popping, giggling and cockeying and kikiing. And like, you don't look too shocked and down bad here. So they're lighting her up. They're tearing her up. They're lighting her up. They bringing receipts on her. They were like, is this you? Did you say this? Huh? She's up there acting dumb. What's your name, lawyer? They're like, ma'am, she's making a damn idiot of herself. Yeah, this was a sack chase gone wrong. Yeah, he was smashing. Yeah, he was smashing, and I guess he'll job and just have a whole bunch of live-in cooch. Stefon, brother, this ain't it. This ain't the climate for that. This ain't the climate for that, brother. Stefon and other people like him. Brothers, if you got your money up, if your money is up like that, man, you better understand the game out here. It's a whole different game. Right now, Stefon, man, people are looking at you like a walking lick. When they see that you loose dicking out here, you're loose dicking. You out here just banging everything. All right, I understand that. Yeah, he's a young dude, 30-something or whatever, dude. You got to put a little ism in the game right now. You out here acting like a rookie. Damn, bro, you ain't got nothing to prove. You got to tighten up your ism, bro. Yeah, out here loose dicking, just throwing it out here. This ain't the move right now, dude. You got to be more. You got to be discreet. You got to be low key. You dig? right now, listen, society, they don't see a wealthy black athlete as just a person. They see him as a walking payday. You got a target on your back, millions in the bank. Every casual encounter, that's a potential liability. There's a cottage industry of bad faith ass people out here right now who will try to leverage your status for a payout. So you gotta be vetting folks, man. And mixing business with bedroom dynamics, you don't want to do that. You got an employee that got on the stand and put all your sexual relationship business out there before she was hired. So you're blurring the lines between, so now that creates a breeding ground for entitlement, you know. And right now, man, we live in an era where just an accusation alone, you know, that'll derail a multi-million-dollar career. You know, people running these extortion plays, they know that the legal system and the court of public opinion will do enough damage for them to get a bag and for you to lose yours, especially with brothers. So yeah, we don't really get the benefit of the doubt like that. So they know how to weaponize bias to force a settlement. And it sounded like that's what this chick was going to do. She was going to try to get a settlement out of it. Because a lot of these folks don't want to go to court. Because a lot of times when they go to court, the shit falls apart. But just the court fees and all of that. And he must have some top-notch lawyers. But yeah, he took it all the way to court with her ass. And they're lighting her little ignorant ass up. They are lighting her up. So it's not going to go nowhere, but hell, the damage is done to a certain degree. You're out here already paying these damn lawyer fees to make this woman look more clownish than she already is. Yeah, she's in that whole Tony Busby vibe where these frivolous lawsuits are just thrown at you. You know? The real hustle is not really, like I said, it's not winning in the courtroom. It's the threat of the headline. When you're an NFL free agent looking for a contract and you have a headline with the word strangulation or assault, that's radioactive. So these extortionists, they know that agents and PR teams and management, they'll advise the athletes to just make it all go away, write a check. So the shakedown is built on fear of losing corporate endorsements and all that stuff. And they've incentivized frivolous lawsuits out here. There ain't really no penalty for running this play, especially on black athletes and wealthy black folks. Now you can't do that on wealthy YT celebrities. There's penalties for that. But yeah, they encourage that. For black people, they want somebody to come in and topple your wealth. So yeah, you got to be careful out here. You know? And just being undisciplined, man, you got to stop handing out VIP access to people who haven't earned it, man. You better surround yourself with some solid people that you done grew up with. Man, you don't have a revolving door of these randoms coming in and out your crib, living with you. Come on, bro. That woman did the whole live-in cook. Yeah, that woman has that form of thought look, like she's trying to get up out the streets with it. You got to be careful out here. Now let me talk to y'all. Let me get into some Mac lessons like we used to do back in the day. I want y'all to understand something. Y'all better watch out. And this, like I said, this woman looks like she's 40-ish. She looks older than him. Not a bad looking woman, but you can tell she's getting older. I want y'all to understand something. Let me give y'all some game. You better watch out for some of these women who are aging out of the streets. They're aging out of the streets. And he done brought this woman, he's smashing her, giving her this little cook money or whatever. You know, that was her little play to get up in the house, to get up in there. Yeah, she's been doing this. I'm a celebrity cook thing. That's a side hustle to Thoughton. The real hustle is Thoughton. All right, that's the real hustle. Yeah, dude, you got this woman in the crib. You got some miles on her. She's about to age out the game. You got all these young women running in and out the house. You got celebrity women running in and out the house, Cardi B. You got all these young women running in and out the house. So this woman aging out sees a whole plethora of new recruits coming in. So she knows her days are numbered. She knows that little wheat thing, that's going to dry up any day now. She knows that. Yeah, and that was one of the little problems. He was going on vacation with all these other chicks and all that. She was feeling a certain way. So she knows her days are numbered. You better watch out for these people who are trying to burn the whole house down. Yeah, the wall is coming. They know the wall is coming. Yeah. She know the wall is coming. Yeah. She knows that she ain't out here catching like she used to. She probably was catching back in the day. She get flued out, get a little rent paid, and back when she was in her 20s. But now, the 20-somethings out there getting it, and she's getting that little measly $2,000 a week thing. She's around this high-profile, high-valued, highly paid Black athlete. She knows the wall is coming and the door is about to be shut any day now. So, hey, let me get this severance package. That's what it is. They treat these dudes, man, a lot of these women who are aging out of the game, they treat some of these dudes like 401k plans when the streets don't want them out. Dragging your name through the mud and all that. Yeah. Come on, man. That's why you see these old white tee women who was trying to sue Cosby, all these old white tee thoughts from back in the 60s. They were thoughting it up. Now, all of a sudden, they're old. They can't get that thought money no more. Hell, there's a Black man who is well-to-do. They can sit in the block and say, hey, well, something in my drink multiple times. Yeah. It's a cold game out here. It's a cold game out here. You got to be careful. Yeah. These women been out here in the streets. They're seasoned. The money is drying up. When that wall hit, they know it's going to be hard. They don't want to be a Walmart greeter. They're terrified of that wall hitting. Women who got a lot of fly shit based on their looks, you've been getting a free ride and you've been getting flued out and rent paid and car notes and you've been getting it popping. And then that wall hits, it just comes out of nowhere. That wall hits and then all of that stops. It's a cold game. Now what you gonna do? Yeah? Oh, it's the Great Wall of China. Now she got to work at Walgreens. That's why they be bitter. You see some of them women working at Walmart and Walgreens and Costco. Mad. They used to be baddies back in the day. All right? Some of them used to be baddies back in the day. They mad as hell. The game was unruly. Yeah? Be having an attitude. They working at the DMV now. That's why they got an attitude in there. They're like, damn it, I got to sit here and fill out all this damn paperwork. I used to get flued out a decade ago. Dudes was flying me out to Miami. But that bacc got big and just things happen. The hormones changed, just things happen. The wall hit sometimes. That's just life. And they didn't cash out. Yeah. But yeah, this lady's looking for a cash out. Y'all got to be cognizant of that. Y'all got to be prepared for that, fellas. Yeah. Man, the cultural cost of this is very, very huge. Yeah. These women, they've been in the game long. They see the window closing. They can't compete in the dating market. And not only can they not compete, Stefon is bringing the new recruits all up in the house around this woman. So you know she tried to get one last lick. Yeah, this is her last lick she gonna get. Yeah, you got to watch it. They get some of these women who aging out. They get access to some balling dude. They want to hit one last lick. Yeah. This their last one. This the last lick they're gonna be able to hit. They're gonna try to cash out. Yeah. So you got to be careful out here. You got to be careful out here, ladies and gentlemen. Man. Y'all, let's get the family up in here. We got a lot of folks in here. Raise your hand. Let me talk to the family. Let me talk to the family. Yeah, the scam is over. Yeah, it's over for a girl. Yeah. Man. Let me see who we got. Y'all raise your hand. Let me see who we got. Let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. Let's get. Yeah, we got a lot of people. Who is Chosen? Chosen, hopping in, man. Chosen, what's going on with you, man? Chosen? Yo, Mr. Chosen, hop on in. All right. You look weird in your profile picture. That's what I'm like, what the hell is going on with you, bro? Okay, let's get King. All right, let me get some more people in here. We got a lot of folks in here. Let's try No Game. Let's try No Game. I'm going to get a whole bunch of people in here. We'll try Greg. I'm going to just get a bunch of people in here. Excuse me. Let's get Nosy Nurse. What's up, Greg?
Oh, my fault, brother.
You didn't mean to hit the button. All right, Greg.
Sorry,
Thank
brother.
you. God damn it. Here y'all go. Let's get Mr. Do Not Disturb. All right. Mr. Do Not Disturb. Let's get him in. Mr. Do Not Disturb. What's up, brother?
What's happening with you? What's going on?
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
All right. I here trucking us up in Chicago. It's gonna drop two things on you and get out your way right fast.
No doubt.
First thing is I didn't know if you seen the ISO speed run on some Taíno Indians that look just like us, right?
Yeah,
So
I saw that. I saw that.
That's got them up there. And another thing is are you going to plan a FBA conference type of situation and see if we can get some of these congressional on both sides pulled up, see if we can put some little bread together so we can put a little donation, a little lobby money so we can start to get to this these tangibles.
Yeah.
So we definitely need to try to get some of these politicians in the room with us.
No doubt.
But that's it, and I'm gonna drop down.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I was thinking about doing another conference. I was just talking about that. It takes a lot of work to get that together. We're doing the movie this year, so I probably won't have time, but we do need to do another conference or another rally somewhere. But, when my schedule clears, we'll start brainstorming about it. Big brother, TT?
TTG, yes, sir. That's the LLC. Let me address the panel. I love your work. All the way back to Hidden Colors. I mean, I seen it when it was on DVD. Before that,
yes, sir.
And, all the way up until now, even I'm just dressing the panel and everything. So even the work that you got in the future, you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that. But it's just a pleasure to be up here. I don't want to, take up too much time for everybody else to probably try and get in. But yeah, man, just a pleasure to be up here.
No doubt. So thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. All right. Respect to that. Respect to that. All right. Let me see. Who is this? Bap Lazar? Let's get Bap Lazar. Bap Lazar in the building. All right. Bap wasn't ready. All right. Bap wasn't ready. So let's try it like this, family. Everybody in the comment section, if you want to get up, raise your hand. All right, let's try it like that. Lord loves me. Okay, Cameron. Okay, Cameron. Your account looks a little janky, Cameron. What's up, Cam?
How you doing, man? How you doing, brother?
Cam? How you doing, bro?
How the Mixed Slide Museum looking, man?
Better than your failed museum in your homeland, right?
Nah, that Mixed Slide Museum look like it's failing, brother.
No, not like your homeland, brother. Your homeland, you ain't got nothing but petrified bushmeat in there on display.
You having kids events at the Mixed Slide Museum, my dick.
Yeah, that don't make no sense, but okay.
It's a failed museum, though, brother. It's a failed museum.
How? And everybody's up there. How?
What do you mean? Who's up there?
How is it a failed museum and it's open and successful? How?
You only open like 3 days out of the week, my nigga. 3 days out of the week, man. Come on now. It's a failed museum. It's a failed museum, brother.
How you ticklish, Tether? How you projecting, sir?
No, I'm not projecting anything.
Yes, you are. You're projecting. You fake laughing. You sound corny, all ticklish and moist. Are you jealous because your homeland has a failed museum that don't nobody respects?
Are you jealous because you got lynched 60 years ago?
Yeah, but you're fleeing Tether. You're getting lynched in your homeland. That's why you had to come here.
But right? You had to beg white people for rights, though.
You had to beg us for citizenship.
But you had to beg white people for rights,
you had
though.
to beg all of us for citizenship, though, right?
But you had to beg white people in particular for rights.
You had to beg us for citizenship and food, right?
How did those German shepherds feel 60 years ago? How did those German shepherds feel?
Yeah. It felt like hunger biting your stomach in your failed homeland. See?
Then those water.
Oh, okay. God damn, your trolling is corny. All right. Let me see. Yeah, you're a fleeing refugee, sir. Jealous of us and what we got going on. Don't project your lame failure onto us. What Tether is, boy, when we do things on our own that are successful, boy, the Tether is like that. It really chaps their ass. They are so damn jealous. They want us to be failures like them so badly. You know? They're so damn jealous. We ain't begging for nothing. We got civil rights. We demanded our damn rights. We didn't beg for nothing. We forced the issue. We pressed it. We're not you. Yeah, they want us to be like them so bad. No, we're not like you, sir. That's why you're over here with us. You're corny, goofy, and jealous, and you're over here with us.
We'll work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. I got that rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. Confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your ass from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you leaning in like you been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you right here vibing in my time.
New root work commercial. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on Stefon Diggs' case?
I've seen it. I watched a little bit of it yesterday. I felt like she was too emotional, too overly talkative. She didn't have her shit together. She shouldn't have been intermixing business with personal, but he shouldn't have brought her to the crib any fucking way. If it was gonna be like that. She didn't make it clear when she said bruising. What she should have just said was a little redness, and he didn't choke her out like all hard shit, whatever, because she was up doing the most the next day in the car and whatever. It was just it is kind of like that. She basically was menacing when she said, "Just give me my money for the work for the restaurant," right? Which is not part, which is like something else. And she didn't want to sign the NDA. So yeah, I feel like it was just about a money grab. She wanted it to go her way. Did he put his hands on her? Who knows? Who cares? Shouldn't have been. It sounded like she was real petty and kind of bitter about not being invited to some shit that somebody else got to go. It sounded like she was, kind of jealous in a weird ass way. So I felt like the trial was wasting my fucking time, but it was like whatever it was. I felt like he's right. What Treat kind of said. I don't know about the extra shit he was saying about, order this and order that, bitches. I don't know. It's a lot. But that this right here, it sure did not look good for her at all. Except it looked like she was, on some other shit. Especially with texting him and kind of instead of it being business, it's like personal, too much more. Instead of it being like, I just cook for you, motherfucker, it's like more personal, intertwined. Kind of like having a side bitch.
Yeah.
That's how it kind of came off. Like side bitch, fucking jealousy and weirdness. And she probably got loud, and this is what I said it was probably a long time ago. You know what I mean? She probably was, $2,000 for a week for groceries. I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And she didn't answer my question about when he came home that day before did she even have a meal made? But she didn't. See?
Nope.
So that was right the last time.
Yep.
Aside from that, all jokes aside, I don't really give a fuck about this case. I don't care what it looks like. I mean, either way, if you act like a trick, you get treated like a trick.
Yeah.
If she act like a gold digger and all about whatever, then she gets treated as such. And she did basically in court. So she got treated like that. The lawyer, the lady lawyer, was all on that ass, and the judge too, because she kept fucking up. She kept over talking, trying to over explain, trying to add to shit, and she just was not listening. She was like it's too ampy. It sounded like she just wouldn't sit still. You know what I mean? She was like she's all over the place with her testimony. Like really, the judge checked her a few times, and the motherfucking lawyer, the female lawyer, was on that ass. So like on that ass. And then when they hit her with the videos, it's like, I mean, after I saw the first video or the one with the clip, I was like, it's a wrap for that. She's sitting in the car. You know what I mean? She's not like if she was bruised or, I mean, that's a big man to slap you. You know, so surely your face will welt up. I mean, I can speak from experience. It's a big motherfucking man. Slap you, let alone try to choke you around. And, she didn't say he did some old, grab your motherfucking arm, spin you around type shit. She did try to make it more than what it was. And I don't think her distancing math was really right. Can't say 3 feet. You say like two steps. Depending on for him, it's probably like 1.5 steps. You know what I mean? Versus 3 feet. That's a whole different level of distance.
Yeah.
So the second video is when she's over there dancing by the wall. You can see the dresser and the bed are real close together. Or not real close together, but close enough. You know what I mean? So it doesn't seem like she was in a very big room if you look at it from that angle. Aside from that, I've done my basic analytics about it. It was a waste of my time. I can't wait for the abortion relations trial.
Yeah, so I heard they found him not guilty.
Well, of course they would find him not guilty. With that level of testimony, I would find him not guilty too. But we'll see what he does with that afterwards. You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
All right, so I'll move on to the next topic, and that is building trust across divides. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
Is this the last one?
It's the second to last one.
Shalom, everyone. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, y'all, there are a lot of white people online that can't understand why Black people don't trust them. And you know what, y'all? I don't believe these folks are that naive. You know, this stuff has been going on for centuries. And it's not like y'all have done anything to make amends. You haven't done nothing. That's why this whole stuff has not gone away. It's still being spoken to this day because you have done nothing. You think it's going to magically go away and everybody's just going to go on with life. It's never going to go away. It is unresolved trauma. And that trauma has been passed down through the generations and nothing has been done. The bottom line is if y'all would have given reparations, you wouldn't be hearing none of this stuff today. You wouldn't be hearing nothing. We wouldn't even be around you to say anything. Most of us probably would have went on with our lives, started our businesses, got homes and kids off to school. You know, we would have been building our Black Wall Street, many of them all over the place. But you want this to go away, but you don't want to do anything to make amends. Well, that's very unrealistic. And it probably explains why you're still listening to this stuff today. It would have been cheaper if you would have just given the reparations at this point. Look at your society now. You know, and there's also a lot of people that are saying the reason why America is in such bad decline is because you never resolve the issues between white people, Black people, this system, the government, because this government played a heavy role in our discrimination, just like it is now. Look at Donald Trump with Project 2025. He's trying to get rid of our history. He's trying to get rid of our authors that wrote books. They're trying to get rid of anything that they feel we are attached to. Hell, I did a video last week and they're trying to change the afro to a cloud bob. So these things are still happening to this day. And yes, you're going to come across some people that are going to be vocal about these things. And yeah, you know, we got the coon class and they'll be more inclined to agree with you and go against their own people. But we're not concerned about them because we will deal with them one day. We definitely will get around to dealing with the coons and sellouts. They have gone on way too long, but their time is coming. So there is no end in sight as long as no reparations is paid and not only the people, but the government goes on and act like, oh, well, we don't owe for that. Yes, you do. You will forever owe for that. You will forever owe us reparations. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Y'all think because you write laws to make it legal to do things to us that you're not guilty. But see, in the eyes of our Heavenly Father, you are guilty. And He's not going to forgive it. You don't see any passage in the Bible that says He's going to forgive the enslavers, the oppressors. It says the exact opposite. He's going to punish you. But America is going to remain in decline. You're never going to get out of this situation. I know Donald Trump talks a good game, but Donald Trump's not capable of running this country. That's why the country looks the way that it is, because the man is not capable of running the country. He can't make it better. And in fact, at this point, none of you can. None of you can make this better. So let's hear what people got to say about why we are having problems trusting white people, and quite naturally, some of them are offended. But you know what I notice about the ones that are offended? The ones that get offended, they make it all about them. I didn't do anything. I didn't do that. They make it all about themselves. This is not about an individual. It's about a system that has been in place for centuries. And many of you are keeping that system alive, and you have benefited from that system. So, no, you might not have had a slave, but your ass still benefited from the system that came out of slavery and still exists to this very day. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
I'm getting tired of you fake ass allies, and you guys are the reasons why black people can't trust white people. You guys are the reasons. It's not the openly blatant fucking racists out there who don't care to tell black people that they don't like them. It's fucking you, the person who's standing beside a black person saying, I'm your ally and I'll do anything and I want to help you get rid of this racism in this country. But then whenever a white person actually does something to a black person, you guys are like, but wait a minute. If you're a true fucking ally, you're going to stand beside those black people no matter who is giving them shit, no matter which fucking white person it is. If you are still siding with racist fucking shit coming from white people, then you are not an ally, and you need to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and look internally about what the fuck the problem is in your life, because you are the problem.
There is something so insidious happening right now to the black community, and most white people literally have no idea it's even happening. The black community is under attack right now at a level we haven't seen probably since the Civil Rights era. With the Supreme Court gutting the Voting Rights Act earlier today, you've got the purge of black federal workers, attacks on nonprofit funding with the whole DEI boogeyman. You've got attacks on the social safety net. Overt racism is on the rise across the board, and they're tired, y'all. They are exhausted by this onslaught. And it's self-proclaimed white Christians leading the charge against them on all of these fronts. So if you are a white Christian and you are not deceived by Trump, we need to rally together around our black brothers and sisters right now. We need to form a wall around them, and we need to say no more. No more, because this isn't right, and we cannot stand by and do nothing as they are getting absolutely pummeled like Reconstruction just ended or something. There is something so...
I recently saw a video of a black woman telling a group of white women that she will never trust them and will always be suspicious without even getting to know them just because they're white.
You know what I expect of white women? Not a damn thing. Nothing. I expect nothing of you because you have never given me anything. I can't trust you.
I want to explain why I am totally okay with that and why you should also be okay with it. As a white person, I have a weapon system that was built right into my skin from the day I was born that I can use against black or brown people whenever I want. And even though I have no intention of doing that, I could. And that's what matters. Let me explain it this way. Imagine that there are two people sitting across from each other at a table, but one of them has a weapon aimed at the other. And this person keeps reassuring the other person saying, trust me. I'm not going to pull the trigger. I know every single other person that's looked like me has pulled the trigger, but I won't. I think anyone choosing to get up and walk away from that table and not take the chance is completely reasonable.
There are many white people who mean right and in heart want to do right, but there are so few. If 10,000 rattlesnakes was coming down that aisle now, and I had a door here I could shut, and in that 10,000, 1,000 meant right. 1,000 rattlesnakes didn't want to bite me. I knew they were good. Should I let all these rattlesnakes come down, hoping that 1,000 get together and form a Sheol? Or should I just close the door and stay safe?
Nobody owes us anything. It doesn't matter how nice you are. It doesn't matter how much you try. It doesn't matter how much you learn. Consent doesn't just apply to the physical body. It applies to the mental body, the social body, the emotional body. You can do everything right, and people still get to say no.
Learning about the horrific violence that racists inflicted on nonviolent civil rights protesters and civil rights movement is just so disgusting and horrifying. And this is why I will sometimes hear Black people say, like, how can I trust y'all's grandparents? How can I trust old white people? Because old white people were alive during that time, and they were some of the people who were doing that violence. And part of me wants to defend my own grandparents and be like, well, you know, mine weren't like that. And it's true, like, you know, my grandparents marched on Washington with Martin Luther King, like they weren't on the racist side of things. However, I really cannot blame people for assuming that. I can't blame Black people for being distrustful of old white people or any white people for that matter, because how do they know who did it and who didn't do it? Like, I think that probably if I was a person of color, I would also feel the same way. I would also feel really suspicious of particularly white people of that generation. I do not blame people of color for having a lack of trust in white people, because I think that it's just a survival method for them at this point. I'm just sad that the racist history of our country is just so deep that we've gotten to a point where it has to be like that, where a lot of them feel that they have to have a certain level of distrust to survive because of the amount of racism and the amount of racist violence that there is and that there has been.
I already know, but you know what? I need to know, are there certain Black people that just don't like us because we're white?
It's not simply because y'all are white. It's because of the fact that countless times, again and again, throughout history, when people of color, specifically Black people, have tried to give white people the benefit of a doubt, I feel like a lot of us have been let down time and time again in the form of like microaggressions to just blatant racism. It's just like, yeah, this is where we're at, because I feel like time and time again, a lot of y'all have given us plenty of reason not to trust you. And once the trust is out the window for a lot of us, it's just done. It's a wrap. Yeah. So no, a lot of us don't rock with y'all because we cannot trust y'all as far as we can see you. Because a lot of y'all just usually coming into the pot with bad intentions, purely because you are, you know, racist. And I'm obviously clearly not all of y'all, but if the shoe fits, and apparently it seems to fit a lot of y'all.
I just saw a post that this white woman put a caption that said, working with Black women is working in the trenches. And then she stitched the video with a Black woman saying that working in the trenches is working with white women. And she's like, oh, she can say this, but I can't say that. Correct. A Black woman has every right to call out white women. You know why? Because racism is still alive and well. Black women still experience more oppression than you as a white woman will ever experience. It is not reverse racism. It is not the same thing. Reverse racism, not a thing. White oppression, not a thing. This is where intersectionality comes into play, right? You as a woman could be oppressed, but you as a white person, no, not a thing. However, a Black woman experiences duality in that sort of oppression, correct? A woman and a person of color, correct? And truthfully, you proved the Black woman's point. If the post wasn't about you, you wouldn't have gotten upset.
So yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm racist. I mean, if that means that I'm racist, then so be it. But me personally, I just severely do not trust white people. I don't trust white people more than I don't trust Black people. I don't trust people in general, but I have a severe trust of white people, even more than Black people. Because there's always this little racial bias or racial hint behind it. That's exactly why, like, I would never date outside of my race, bro. I used to, I would never again, bro. Fuck no. Fuck no.
When Black people in our community talk about not trusting white people, the white people in our community know that as a group, white people ain't trustworthy. So they don't internalize that. Like, oh my God, are they talking about me? Nah, because they feel the same way.
It's the people that don't see it.
Yeah, the not all white people who just would not fit really well. Because if you internalize everything as an individual, that's your privilege. White people are the only people in this country who have the privilege of not being seen as a group. They expect to be seen as an individual. So when people talk about white people as a group, white people get uncomfortable because they want to be an individual.
Not all white people, right?
Right.
Many white people who mean right and in heart want to do right, but there's so few. If 10,000 rattlesnakes was coming down that aisle now, and I had a door here I could shut, and in that 10,000, 1,000 meant right. 1,000 rattlesnakes didn't want to bite me. I knew they were good. Should I let all these rattlesnakes come down, hoping that 1,000 get together and form a Sheol? Or should I just close the door and stay safe?
And see, this is exactly why a lot of us just don't trust y'all, because of statements like this that dismiss the very real disparities in healthcare when it comes to Black women. If you do the fucking knowledge and research on your own, you will see just how many more of us die from childbirth and or get turned away at hospitals and or receive negligent care. I never said in that video that this wasn't an all women's problem. I focused in on the Black woman's experience because I myself had had a traumatic birthing process, as well as a D&C a week later after giving birth to my son and almost losing my freaking life because I was hemorrhaging from my uterus. Okay, that was never the freaking point. But instead of just holding space, you had to come on here with your all lives matter bullshit and go somewhere where you are more appreciated and not tolerated.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say white folks seem a little agitated since November 5th. MAGA especially seems to be put off and angry, which is weird because didn't they win? But to the white people who didn't vote for Trump, we hear them up and down all social media going, Black folks, Black women, why are you mad at us? We didn't vote for Trump. It wasn't all white people. What they're referencing is to 57% of white voters who put that man back in office, as opposed to the 41% who didn't. And if number seems a little incongruous to you, that's because the other 2%, well, those are the motherfuckers coming up on social media saying they ain't voting for Kamala Harris because to vote for her is to support a genocide. So let's let somebody way smarter and more accomplished than I am explain to you why that 41% doesn't exactly mean anything to us.
There are many white people who mean right and in heart want to do right, but there are so few. If 10,000 rattlesnakes was coming down that aisle now, and I had a door here I could shut, and in that 10,000, 1,000 meant right. 1,000 rattlesnakes didn't want to bite me. I knew they were good. Should I let all these rattlesnakes come down, hoping that 1,000 get together and form a Sheol? Or should I just close the door and stay safe?
Yeah, that's basically it. Maybe it's not all white people, but we got 10,000 snakes coming at us, and all of them are hungry and angry and poisonous. And we're supposed to depend on the 1,000 that might not be? When the snakes attack, will some in the 1,000 roll over and show their bellies? Will the 1,000 turn to 800, or maybe 500, or maybe 200, or maybe 50? Because the most interesting thing that y'all are doing right now is all you, I didn't vote for Trump, not all white people are acting exactly like the election went. The larger percentage of you are in here trying to do not all white people and wear blue bracelets and not understanding what's being said to you and invading our spaces. While the smaller percentage are going, okay, we get it, we'll back off. We will go talk to our people. No problem. We understand. You are mirroring exactly what happened in the election. And you're wondering why Black people don't trust you? Do me a favor, stop resisting. It's time for rebellion. Don't resist, rebel. Please support this channel. Stay safe, keep yourselves healthy, get into community, and for God's sake, stay woke.
So, y'all, I have to tell you, I've always had trust issues, even as a child, but I think it got worse when I got in the workplace, and some of them attempted to steal my work because they couldn't figure out how to do certain things, and I would figure it out. So they would literally try to steal my work. Okay. And it's happened more than once. It was not just one white person. It was a couple of them that attempted to steal my work. And I knew right then and there, I'm like, you couldn't really fully trust them. No matter how they try to sweet talk you. Oh, not all of us, not all of us. There are good white people. Really? There are? I must be, maybe it's where I live. I don't know. Maybe it's where I live. They must be in other states. They're not in my state. I have to ask some of you that live in other states. They must be in your state because I can't find them in mine. Oh yeah, they'll give it to an Rosalind. They'll give a promotion to somebody they clearly know is unqualified, but that person is white. See, unqualified and white is acceptable. Isn't that what Donald Trump shows us every day with his administration? Unqualified and white is acceptable. Okay, the White House is the biggest one practicing that right now. Oh yeah, they'll do all kinds of stuff. One job I had, the day that I left, I took the hard drive out of the computer and put a different hard drive in it because I knew they were going to go in there and steal my work. And somebody I worked with that had my phone number called, and exactly she said, as soon as I left, they ran in my cubicle, turned my computer on, and they were trying to get to my work. But see, these folks want to tell you they're smarter, they're better, they do everything better, which are all lies. And then your actions is, I'm going to go steal the work of this Black woman and put my name on it. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to steal my work because my work was way better than theirs, and they knew it. That's why. It was way better than the crap they were doing. Yeah. No, they don't work hard. Back in the day, they used to take cigarette breaks, and the ones that smoke, all they did was stay away from their desk half the day, running outside, smoking on cigarettes, and then going out there. And they would only supposed to be out there 10 minutes. They would be out there 20, 25 minutes. I seen it all the time. Or they would take multiple breaks just so they could smoke some cigarettes. Instead of just taking 2 breaks, they be taking 3 and 4 breaks. I've seen that too. And don't let them go out for lunch and have drinks and come back on the job drunk. I've seen that too. But work hard? Nah, I worked with them. They don't work hard. Maybe some are good, but overall, no. They do very average work and work hard. Well, you're going to have to define working hard because, in my opinion, they didn't work hard. And there was a few that barely came to work every day. I worked with a couple of them that barely showed up in the week. They may have showed up once or twice, and then the rest of the week, oh, I'm sick. Oh, I'm sick. And then when you see them, they look like the picture of health. But, oh, I'm sick. I can't come to work. Oh, I'm sick. Okay. And I remember one time there was this one woman in our office always complaining about being sick. And I had a personal day off, and I went up to the mall. And this was probably like back in maybe 90s. I went up to the mall, pair of shorts, just strolling around the mall. But according to her, everybody at work, because they all bought it. Oh, she's so sick. Oh my goodness, she's so sick. Well, her so sick ass was strolling around the mall. She wasn't doing, and she didn't look like she was sick. She looked like the picture of health. Hmm. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And starting tomorrow, I should make this announcement. Hold on 1 second here. And did I move it? Okay, well, starting tomorrow, the hairspray bundle, the hair growth spray, and the Chebe hair growth spray will be on sale. And I just got to get that posted, and I will get that posted later on today. So you'll be able to get that for 25% off. So, y'all, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time, and have a wonderful day. Be on the lookout for my next live. It will probably be more like around 5:45 or 6:45 later on. So I will see you then. Shalom.
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on what Lisa just went over about there not ever being trust between us and the whites?
I don't know why that's even being discussed now. We're at war, and that's how it's supposed to be. So, why would anybody want to interact with people who don't give a goddamn? And I don't even want to get into it because it's stupid. You're too grown for this shit. Like, why is it even a question? There is no trust, and it's never gonna be there. There's never gonna be any trust as long as we're breathing right now. They're not gonna. It doesn't matter if they until they, when they do right, then we can change. Man, if you think so, but I don't think so. I think that we should just get accustomed to the idea that we're just toys in their games, and until we take control of the situation, which is kind of scary. We don't really know how we're going to do that until we figure out a way to take control of the situation. We're basically at their mercy. So, with this, it just leads into a whole bunch of shit. I think there's going to be any trust, and there's no such thing as really an ally. Everybody's. I don't look at suspected great white supremacy. And if I see it, when I see them as just basic white supremacy. Seriously. And so that's how I feel about it. I have yet to see anything good from them in our interest. And this right here is just another way we can deflect from what we're supposed to be doing, which is getting stuff passed in our favor, in our interest. Right now we're just sitting back bullshitting about this and that, but these this and that conversations are not moving the needle in any way unless you're talking about it online. But as far as legislative wise, no one except for a handful in every state is really getting down with the get down. We're actually going in and making these things try to happen because it's very difficult, very fucking difficult. So you just sit here and talk about it all motherfucking day, but until stuff really happens, it's like, well, and us asking for their help to help make it happen is even a stupider idea if you thought they were going to do it on general principle. So they're not going to help. Neither are these buffer classes. We are at war. We are at war. We are at war, and we are by ourselves. So there shouldn't be at this rate. we shouldn't even be asking these questions. Because just like the police, there is no such thing as trust amongst them and us. Especially when in all areas in all 9 areas of human activity. Let's just put it that way. In all 9 areas, human activity, white people cannot be trusted. And those who are indoctrinated into racism, white supremacy, and sell us out, sell us down the river, they cannot be trusted as either. Just because they're in blackface doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm saying.
All right, so then one more topic because I'm not gonna do this to unhoused neighbor news. Illegal migrant news, and local Denver news tonight. So I'm gonna go to the last topic, and that is the Taínos. The Taínos are actually black, and Lisa's gonna give us an update on that.
Oh, they look like that's red. They look like some pale people. Keep running around here talking about it. Taíno, we Taíno. Well, Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. So we're going to talk about the Taínos because these light shade Latinos and Latinas keep running around here talking about it. Taíno, we Taíno. Well, y'all definitely don't look like the originals because there are pictures of the Taínos. And the pictures I've seen, they are very dark in complexion. And they were called the keepers of the land. Okay. They said they were expert craftsmen and canoers, and they would be what you think an Aboriginal person is.
Being on here for this topic, she could have spoke on that.
And y'all run around here talking about me no black, and y'all really relate more to your oppressors, which are the Spaniards. That's why you speak their language and you don't speak the Taíno language. You speak the language of the ones that really went over there and slaughtered your people, and proud of it too. You proud to speak that European language. Very proud. Stick your whole chest out and everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Afro-Latinos, when they do speak of being Aboriginal and the original Taínos of the lands over there, they get laughed at and ridiculed and told they're not that people and all that stuff. The same thing they do to us here. If we say we were the Aboriginal people, which we were all over the globe, right? These folks will tell us, oh, no, they would look like the Indians that you see today, which are Siberians. That's the kind of crap they would sit around and tell you. But now many of us know better, and we know that these folks have been lying all over the place about who is who. And I was even taking a good look at what they called the Red Indians, y'all. They don't look red to me at all. They don't look red to me at all, but they're Red Indians. Well, where are they? Because the ones y'all label as red, when I look at them, they don't look red at all. They just look like some pale people. That's all they look like. That's red. They look like some pale people. But that's supposed to be some Red Indians, y'all. I mean, I think we have been deceived about everything. Everything. Nothing has been spoken as far as the truth about who is who. So that's why I'm not going to say, well, they were this and they were that, because I saw somebody put in there Hamites. We don't know that. We don't know that. These people have lied so much about who is where and what group of people. They mislabeled. They have changed the names of people. They've changed the name of lands. They changed the land. you know, just everything. Everybody's got the wrong name on them. Literally everybody on this earth got the wrong label on them. So we can't say that's ham over there. We can't say that for a certainty. Everybody is mislabeled. So at the end of the day, we know just from looking, just from me observing some of the pictures that I've seen, these folks do not look anything. The ones, these Latinos that are running around here that are light-skinned, don't look anything like the original Taínos. They don't look anything like them. So, but they're claiming it. But, you know, that's what pale people do. They claim shit that's not theirs. That's what they do. That's another thing they do all over the globe. They do this everywhere. So we're going to get into this, and you're going to hear from some of the people that live right there on the islands, and they know who the real Taínos are, and these light shade Latinos running around talking about, we Taíno. They're full of shit. They're full of shit. Remember, if it's a mixture looking person, that's not an original person. You know, they'll claim they are, but they are not original. All of the Aboriginal people on this planet were dark copper color, or what they label today as black. This was once a very black planet everywhere. Even the Gentiles among us were black. Everybody was at one point in time. These lighter shade people that have rose up on the earth are all fraudulent in what they're telling you they are. They're even lying about who they are. And just telling you they are lying about who they are. Okay. Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, y'all, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, I mean, we are scattered, you know, that is so true, Darwin. We are scattered, and we would be scattered across the Caribbean too. You know, not just here or in certain other, we would be scattered in the Caribbean as well. Thank you. Thank you for the ones, everybody.
Came to see me about her interest in wanting to be recognized as a tribe, a nation tribe. And at the time, it struck me like, whoa, that's a big ask, you know? When she made the request, the first thing I did was I turned to our expert and I charged her with the efforts to do the research to help Mrs. Phillips seek this goal of trying to get the Taíno, members of this community to be recognized as a federal tribe.
So, after a whole decade had passed, I remember 11 o'clock one night, I opened this email, and I was so overjoyed I couldn't even scream. I opened the email and it says the recognition of the Taíno people, the recognition of the Guainía Taíno tribe of the Virgin Islands. I was in awe because after 10 years, here comes this recognition.
Now that the community has been recognized, the tribe has been recognized here, is that the government really needs to step up So the idea of land back is really the next step.
We now have to teach our children where they came from, where we are with the recognition, and where we need to go. Having land back would mean that we can develop a Taíno village where we can teach our children the true history of the Taíno, past, present, and future.
We have to look at these things, the investiture, the idea of land back, as part of a whole system, a whole structure.
I show speed, ignorance be gone. We got to talk about the Pan-African propaganda. Black Americans, Indigenous American Indians. This is Kanataway, the 5th great grandson of Nat Turner, one of the greatest American freedom fighters of all time. On my channel, we talk about journalism, psychology, communication, media, and public relations in relation to protecting the identity, the history, the legacy of my lineage in the United States of America. Oftentimes, through these channels, through these mediums, our narratives are changed, but we're correcting the action. These are also the areas of my expertise that I have my college degrees in. Listen. I show speed, ignorance be gone. He stumbled upon some Taíno Indians in the Virgin Islands, and they are very melanated, look similar to Black Americans in the United States of America. And they say that they are the original people of the island. The original people, let me say it again, the original people of the island. And I show speed looks so shocked. Let me see your hair. What kind of hair is this? The same hair you've been looking at in the United States of America? Now, listen, I show speed is Black American. I do believe he has a grandmother that is Jamaican. When he went on this African tour, before the Caribbean tour, his father told him that he's not African, right? Now, Black Americans, Indigenous American Indians have been talking about the Racial Integrity Act of 1924 that reclassified and misclassified Indigenous American Indians from Indian to Negro, colored, mulatto, Black. And these terms were not synonymous with being African descent. This was a real law that spread throughout the states, right? Different policies and different laws, right? A domino effect of peril and disenfranchisement. Indigenous American Indians, Indigenous Americans were the first enslaved in the Americas and the United States, right? The least amount of Africans came to the United States of America. The majority went.
Okay. Now, you know, another reason why I believe these folks are telling the truth, because let's be real, in the Caribbean, they hide these Afro-Latinos and Afro-Indigenous people. They hide them. The only ones they want to show you are the light-skinned ones that we know are mixed with Spaniard, right? Those are the only ones they want to show. Even when you look at their TV, like Telemundo, all they want to do is show you the fair colored ones. And they go above and beyond to hide these people. They don't want them seen. And you got to realize it's something to that. When they don't want people seen or heard on this earth and they're always hiding them, there's always something to that. You know, yeah, we know it's racism, but it's deeper than racism. It's just like the hatred they have for us here. Yeah, it's racism, but it's way deeper than just the racism. It's deeper and it's more spiritual. And you can see it's the same way in the islands. They hide people. It's racism, yes, but it's also spiritual and why they hide these folks and don't want them seen at all. So let's go on.
The Caribbean, right? This is what we've been talking about, but let's talk about the propaganda. Now, you know, you have seen I Show Speed running around with that foreigner Shaka bars, that raw foodist guy who is what he seems to be half white, correct? But he's so pro-African and pan-African, right? And the South Africans are tearing apart Africans in South Africa right now. There goes the unity. But listen, they're on this global African, Pan-African tour, and he stumbles upon some Taíno Indians who are heavily melanated, who look similar to Black Americans. And he's so shocked. Now, listen, I'm going to give him some grace because he is young. He is young. But listen, don't believe the hype. This is a setup, not the part about him finding Taínos. No. He was in the United States of America, right? I Show Speed, along with Casanet, who is half Haitian and half Trinidadian. And I remember them going on reservations to the Eurasian looking natives, right? The Eurasian natives, the Siberian Asian presenting natives, racially ambiguous, heavily mixed natives, right? And
now, one more thing I want to say. You notice these particular people aren't saying, we're not Black. We're not Black. You know how the lighter shade Latinos are always talking about, we know Black, right? You notice when I Show Speed was talking to them, they didn't deny that they were Black. They didn't deny that they are the Aboriginals. They're not trying to say me no Black. You didn't hear that from them. And when you look at them, they're built just like the brothers here. Our brothers are built like this too. You know, a lot of them lighter shade Latinos, they tend to be fat. I don't know. Look, maybe y'all don't see it that way, but when I look at them, they tend to be pudgy and fat. They don't have the same build that you see on these men. I mean, and maybe you don't see it that way, but I'm just telling you, when I look at the lighter shade ones, they tend to look pudgy, right? They don't have this kind of build. And many of them are short. They don't really have that much height on them. And you can clearly see these brothers are tall. They are very different from those Spaniard mixed Latinos. I'm just saying, I'm noticing the differences here. All right, let's go on.
this was done on purpose. Because just like the Taínos and the melanated tribes, indigenous tribes in the islands, there are many indigenous tribes in the United States of America who are Black American, so-called Black Americans who are Black, and they were labeled Negro, colored, mulatto, and Black on our census records in the United States of America. Southeastern woodland Indians are not the same as Western Native Americans that present Eurasian and Asian. I did a video of Southeastern woodland chiefs. They were on a panel and they were saying they never looked like the Indians. They were saying they never looked like the natives in the West. But this is the history we've been trying to tell people. But how many tribes are there in the United States of America that was reclassified and have Black presenting people? State recognized, federally recognized tribes. They avoided that representation on purpose in the United States of America. Of course, you're going to run into some Taínos, that tribe. You go to the islands, just like the Taíno people, they were talking about the other tribe in Dominica, right? They don't want to show melanated indigenous people, period, who look similar to so-called Black Americans. They don't want this history out. What do I mean by they? The Pan-Africans, the people that put together this fucking tour. What do I really think about this tour? Listen, it's a PR stunt. Now, listen, you guys know I went to school. I have a master's degree in communications media with specialization in public relations, bachelor's degree journalism, minor in psychology. It's a great PR move. I Show Speed is more talented than Kai Cenat. What is the PR move? Okay, well, when you want likability and you want to brand yourself and be the big upcoming thing, of course you're going to go to every place in Africa, go to every place in the Caribbean. You're going to become very likable with different ethnicities all over the world. These people will become your base. Why didn't I Show Speed bring his family along? You got all this money. You say you a lost African. Why you didn't bring your family along to Africa with you? Make it a whole family thing, reconnecting, right? You got the money. Your father didn't want to go with you because he said he wasn't African. Okay, this is a great PR move for people who want to be likable. You get those funds up that way later in life. Everything you're selling, the Africans, the Caribbeans, the Asians, the Mexicans, the Native Americans, the white people, everybody's going to buy into you. I see everything from a power play thing. Public relations, marketability. This was deliberate. Now I want you to take a look at this video when I Show Speed was in the United States of America and he came into contact with a Eurasian tribe, right? And I guess there were so-called Black people in his chat saying that, you know, that those aren't the real natives and, you know, whatever they were saying. They just wanted representation because this is what happens when you don't have representation, when you don't have balance, right? And I Show Speed was like, put some respect on those natives' names. These are the real natives, the real original people of the USA, right? This is what he said. But there was no representation of Black presenting melanated, presenting indigenous American Indians in the United States of America. And they could have found many tribes. But take a look at this video. It's very interesting. Wait. The term African American was popularized 1988 by Jesse Jackson. Not all Black Americans call themselves African American. African Americans interchangeably use African American with Black American. Not all Black Americans. African American was officially put on the USA Census year 2000 nationwide, okay? It was never, ever on the USA Census before that. So listen, take a look at this video and understand the importance of representation.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Mostella. It kind of got me going. All right. Respect, chat. Respect. That's respect right there. That's respect, bro. Yo, bro, I don't like how people like disrespect. Like, chat, tell them about anybody who disrespects the native. Like, bro, these are Native American cultures. These are the original Americans, bro. Like, y'all, like, I don't know if y'all kids or y'all just, I don't know. But tell them out, bro.
This is for educational purposes.
See this? See those people back there? That lady standing right there in front of that building? Okay? These are indigenous Black people from the island of Puerto Rico before they started mixing. Okay, for those who don't believe in the mestizos and the mixing and how we became Hispanics and Latinos and they gave us all these titles, whatever, okay? But I want you to understand, okay, that the indigenous person of the island of Puerto Rico are not what they call Amerindians, okay? And for the dumb ones who claim to think they know everything about Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans and all that, okay? And I see y'all putting your little videos attacking Puerto Ricans, claiming that Puerto Ricans have no rights, practicing Black culture, okay? Let me tell you something, all right? These people up here, all right, are also a part of the Americas, okay? We've always been part of the Americas, all right? Y'all need to stop attacking Puerto Ricans and claiming, now those light-skinned Puerto Ricans you see in the Americas and the United States and Chicago, Puerto Rico, and New York, and anywhere in the Americas, you'll find a Puerto Rican, okay? Let me tell you, those light-skinned ones, all right, those are what you would call the mix of so-called Spaniards, who are really the people from the Ottoman Empire, okay, who were Arabs and so-called Middle Eastern people, all right?
And you can tell, y'all, it's all in the spirit. It's all in the spirit, y'all. The spirit on these lighter shade Puerto Ricans and Latinos and Mexicans is totally different. If you notice, it's totally different. That's why you can look at videos, and I'm telling you, every single one that got an issue with us are the light shade Spaniard mix Hispanic. Everyone that got a problem with us are the light shade because they got Gentile spirits on them. This is not a coincidence. They got a Gentile spirit on them. And that should never be ignored. And he's right. They are like the Spaniard, Arab, conquistador mix. And he's right. And you can feel the spirit on them is totally different. Totally different. And they are the ones that want to run around and use the N-word. They are the ones that every now and then they'll do a rant video on how much they hate us and they can't stand us and we this and we that and we're the N-word and we deserve to be. I even heard some say we deserve to be a slave. I mean, when I say a wicked spirit on them, it is wicked as hell. Those are not my people. I'm sorry. I don't care what y'all got on a chart. When I feel that spirit on them, that is not my people. And I'm never going to claim that person as my people. And I think it's wrong for you to put a chart up and not tell people there are differences in the lighter shade populations and the darker shade populations in the Latino world. Y'all don't teach that. You pretty much teach that one size fit all. Oh, they're all this and they're all that. No, they're not. No, they're no. You can feel their hatred, just like you can feel hatred on a racist white person. You can feel the hatred on racist Latinos too. You can feel that spirit on them, that wicked, evil, demonic spirit that's in them. And for you to put a chart up and then tell us we should ignore that, I think that's wrong. Those are not my people, and I'm not going to claim them. No. I'm sorry.
Of so-called Spaniards who are really the people from the Ottoman Empire, okay, who were Arabs and so-called Middle Eastern people, all right? So all y'all claiming to know everything, all the black people from the Americas, from the Chicago, from New York, from anywhere, from down south and all that claim they know everything they need to know about Puerto Ricans, aka the Borinquen, aka the so-called Taíno, Arawakan, all right? Do your due diligence and research and stop talking like you know everything about Puerto Ricans, all right? Stop talking like y'all claim that Puerto Ricans are Amerindians, all right? So-called Native American Indians. No, they not. They're purely black indigenous. And for those who don't know, Jamaicans would be considered Taínos, okay? Haitians would also be considered Taínos. You see where I'm going with this? And most of the Caribbean islands are dark-skinned people till this day. So let me tell you right now.
I know he's trying to address us, but what he fails to realize is most of us know that. Most of us know this. We know that Taínos were in Puerto Rico, they were in the Virgin Islands, they were in Jamaica, they were in Haiti, they were in the... We know this. I don't know why he think we are so ignorant we don't know this. We do know. Those Taínos were all over the Caribbean island. I mean, what he's saying to me is not shocking, but I don't know. Maybe he talked to some of our people that didn't know, so he's assuming we all don't know, which is false. Many of us know. Many of us know they were all over the Caribbean islands.
Okay, and even in the island of Puerto Rico, you'll see mostly dark-skinned people. For those who don't know, all right, but claim they do know, all right, here it is from somebody who has Puerto Rican roots and Haitian roots. Here it is coming from somebody that knows about their own people, all right, telling you, all right, giving you some knowledge about my people. There you go. All right, I got more of this too. I got a lot more receipts. All right, you see what it says there? A colored belle of Puerto Rico. And if you look up there, you'll see more dark-skinned people. You see what I'm saying? All right. Yeah, there you go. To all my gods and goddesses. All right, because that's what you are. You were born gods and goddesses and somehow learned how to become human through socializing with other humans. And this is the downfall of humanity. You feel me? We lost our own knowledge. We lost our own languages. And, you know, for those also who claim that, if you think also that slavery was centered only in the United States, then, and you're from the United States and you're a so-called black person, listen, or especially FBA, whatever you call yourself, FBA, I'm attacking FBA definitely. You feel me? Y'all a bunch of racist and divisive people, all right? Y'all need.
Okay, we ain't listening to that because these dummies don't even know what a racist is. We don't have no power. We don't have a system in place to be racist against Puerto Ricans or anyone else. So I'm just going to skip over that part because he doesn't know. He's so busy telling us what we don't know. He doesn't even know what a damn racist is. All right. So, you know, I don't need to hear anything else from him. All right. Let's go on.
Waiting for this one, man. I've been waiting for our show Speed to come across some of them folks while he been on his Caribbean talk, man. I've been waiting for this one because what did we just learn? We just learned something very, 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 very important, right? I'm gonna identify it right here. All right, first and foremost, these folks is on the same type of time that the New Orleans Mardi Gras Indians is on during the parades and whatnot, right? People like to say that what they doing over there is like shenanigans or they capping or they be faking or whatever the case may be. But how fake is it when the same type of regalia and customs can be traced throughout different places in the Americas? Not only is this in the Caribbean islands, the lower Antilles, but we find it in New Orleans as well. Another thing that the brother made very, 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 very notable in that video is that his mom's was the cacique of the tribe. She was the cacique. She was the big homie, right? What does this mean? Or what does this back up, right? If you go and check the text, right, the books, like the things that we cover, especially on my YouTube channel, we learn that in the majority of the tribes, the women were the caciques. They were the big homies. So again, another custom that can be traced back to what? The early 1200s. That, man, it's been a thing for as long as folks can remember, right? That's what they stated in the text, right? These are the things that we have to pay attention to, and we cannot take it for granted. We can't be so quick to say that it's lies or people are faking a lifestyle or whatever the case may be, because the real folks know. The real folks know, man. That paper genocide, it messed up y'all heads. And I'm happy Speed is doing what he's doing, man. Big ups to that brother, man, because he's getting around, and this is giving us folks here in America a chance to see what life is like in the other countries, our sister and brother countries, shall I say, the Caribbean and South America, Central America, whatever the case may be. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, man. Let's get it.
So the Indians, the Taínos, were black. The indigenous people were black when Columbus arrived. When Columbus arrived, he said that he met people who were the color of copper, colored people. A penny is the color of copper. Pennies no longer are made out of copper, but a penny is the color of copper. So did those people have dark skin? Yes. When you ask me were the Taínos black? No, they were Taíno and they had dark skin. I don't know what you mean by black. Do you mean having dark skin? Or do you mean black being a citizen of the United States who was taken as a prisoner of war?
So when people be claiming that they're a certain type of people, right? But a certain type of people only have a certain phenotype and it's acknowledged through history and documentation and different things like that. And they try to whitewash these already melanated, beautiful people. That is erasure. Okay, that is cosplaying. Exhibit A, right here. Like what? What is he talking about? He's saying that this chief right here, this Taíno chief, he's saying that he's African and everything like that. Let's debunk this person.
Okay. This is what the lighter shade Latinos do. When the indigenous people say they are who they are, they always say, because they woolly haired and dark skinned, oh no, y'all are a bunch of Africans, so they're doing the same thing they have done to us in this country. For many years, we were told we were ham. We were ham. They did this for centuries in this country. Tell us we were ham. We were cursed because we had black skin, and we were ham. We were ham. They don't so much do that anymore. Maybe a few of them, but it's nothing like it used to be. I used to hear that more when I was younger, especially in childhood. Oh, y'all are Hamites. Y'all are ham. All of y'all are ham. So as you can see, the lighter, just like that dude up in the circle, the Puerto Ricans and Caribbeans that are his shade, that's what they do to the Aboriginal on the island. They do the same thing. Tell them they're African. You came from Africa. You're African. They do the same thing they did to us in this country. Everybody that's dark on the islands are all Africans. And just like they did that shit to us here in America. That's what the lighter shade Latinos do all the time to them. Or if they say they're Taíno, family members and they were chiefs, or they, or they had some big title. Oh no, y'all were just a bunch of Africans. You weren't no Taíno. That's what they do. And I was like, it's got to be something to it, especially if you see that same pattern going on with these people that they did to us. It's got to be something to that, y'all. Absolutely.
European descendant, okay? Literally all I typed in was Taíno chief Jamaica, okay? The Taíno chief, you see him right there? It says Taíno chief in Jamaica, making him the first in over 500 years. Him, the guy that you're saying is from Africa, but he's a Taíno chief, okay? Let's dive into other Taíno chiefs. Let's check out this Taíno chief right here. Let's also check out these images of her and her people, okay? Y'all cannot sit here and whitewash history over here. Y'all not about to do it. It's going on too long, okay? We're here to debunk all that, okay? To show who is actually here first, what the actual indigenous people look like here, okay? None of us are from Africa. Stop with that rhetoric. The only people who are new over here is obviously you, because you don't know who the real Taíno people are, and they definitely don't know you. So, yeah. Can we just get these type of people out, please? Like, get them out of the continent.
Y no solo los verdaderos taínos eran de piel oscura. Tenemos artefactos reales que son artes de los hechos, que demuestra lo que nosotros ya sabemos. Algunos han creado una falsa superioridad basada en una falsa historia y quieren seguir creyendo que todos los negros vienen de África como esclavos. Cuando Colón llegó en el 1592, él se encontró con caribes, arahuacos y indios negros. En la escuela y los colonistas nos han tratado de convencer que estos son los taínos y que ya no existen, mientras nos esconden la verdad de los verdaderos taínos. Hay evidencia, libros, documentos en archivos y museos por todo el mundo. Simplemente hay quienes no quieren ver. Y la palabra dice, busca la verdad, y la verdad os hará libre.
Mr. President, can you tell us about this collection? These portraits represent figures of considerable importance, remarkable artistry. The craftsmanship alone suggests extraordinary resources and skill. These works represent indigenous American figures of extraordinary historical significance, preserved under federal authority, a thriving melanated civilization of considerable refinement. They are maintained here for preservation and The public is told that every melanated face began in the bottom of a boat from Africa. But these works depict the indigenous Asiatics of America. They didn't come from Africa. They were here, established and sovereign, before the continents even split. This figure in Egypt, New York, symbolizes an ancient exchange of Moorish knowledge.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is JFK. This is not AI. He knew all along, back when he was the president of this country, that we were indigenous. We didn't come from no Africa. You heard what he said, right? That's JFK. And he's showing you a bunch of indigenous people of the land. They didn't come from Africa. All right, let's go.
Gold, a relationship that predates our modern institutions. The iconography suggests guidance, instruction, stewardship.
Wow. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for bringing us here. This is incredible. She looks just like my grandmother.
It very well may be. History has a way of hiding in plain sight. We are looking at the true empresses of America, the matriarchs of the Tamari Empire. The history taught above ground is a stage theater.
If Kennedy continues, we will lose everything. He is gaining too much power. The blacks belong to us. If they wake up to who they truly are, we will lose everything and Rome will fall. We all took the oath to defend Rome. We have to act now. Make the order.
Mr. President, who are these figures?
The human mind, when cultivated without constraint, produces extraordinary achievements: art, governance, science, architecture. Yet history often records triumph selectively to disregard black excellence, emphasizing white accomplishments while minimizing.
If Kennedy continues, we will lose everything. If they wake up to who they truly are, we will lose everything and Rome will fall. We all took the Freemasonic oath to defend Rome. We have to act now. Make the order.
Mr. President, why preserve such a collection?
I love this spot. I don't know why. I was so attracted to this thing. But yeah, the artifacts are beautiful. They are. I mean, some of them I've seen before. Not all of these, but some of them I have seen before. Like some of the paintings that he showed in the beginning, I have seen those before. But some of these other things I have not seen before. I have not seen before at all. But it is beautiful.
Here, these public statements about true black history and identity provoke strong reactions, particularly from groups concerned about political stability and want me eliminated.
They're starting to question the narrative. We must do something to stop it. We cannot allow them to learn indigenous history. We must keep pushing the out of Africa theory, sir. We must push more slave movies, more out of Africa movies, so they never know.
These works depict figures from early civilizations whose contributions have been insufficiently acknowledged. Well, I must say, I'm in very good company. I don't know what I'd do without beautiful black women around. They keep the day interesting. They're stealing the spotlight from me. Well, I must say, black women are by far among the most beautiful women on the planet. A man would have to be blind not to notice.
Now, hold on, Mr. President. Don't steal them all. Save some for the rest of us.
I'll do my best.
I tell you what, if you're gonna use acting, use it this way.
Lives can stop saying a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I take L's, just not blatant disrespect. Y'all need to learn how to have a conversation without using racial slurs, shifting the goalpost, or just blatant bullying tactics. But the original claim I made, that by the way I've made before and has never blown up, is that everyone came from dark-skinned, melanated individuals, including modern-day Asians. Not a single Asian person got pissed off about that. The Native community, on the other hand, jumped me just to find out they either came from dark-skinned melanated individuals or Asians who came from dark-skinned melanated individuals. Every time we learn something that could set us free, we nitpick and we argue and we shoot the messenger. It's okay, I've been treated that way my whole life. Plus, I'm East Asian. We're gonna be hated no matter what we do. I've reached the absolute stage of not giving a fuck and saying what the fuck needs to be said, because nobody else seems to want to do it.
Okay, now what she's talking about, she had put out a video bringing out the fact that Taínos were black. And, you know, they dragged her for that. That's what she's talking about. So, y'all, I just wanted to show you this because I know for many years I've heard these lighter shade Latinos always talk about they are the Aboriginals. They were the original people. They were indigenous. And as you can see, the indigenous still are there, you know, just like we're still here. We're still here as well. But the only identity that always gets denied is ours. It doesn't seem to be anyone else. If it can be the whitest looking Latino and they will tell you who they are and everybody will just accept it. But if we say who we are, the Aboriginal people, oh, somebody wants to get upset and argue with us. And even online, I have seen people put videos out talking about, you know, our lineage and we were here before Columbus and stuff. And there's always somebody that's going to come in the comment section. You weren't here. You weren't here. And I'm like, what? Or it's some Latino person claiming to be the original Indians and it was them. You know what I mean? It is just, we are the only people to get fussed at. Even if we say we are the original Hebrews. Oh no, they're over in Israel. That's not you. That's not you. You know what I mean? We always get told what we're not by a bunch, and it's always consistently a bunch of Gentiles. Or it's some melanated person with a Gentile spirit on them, you know, but it is what it is. One thing you can't do, you can't look at these people and say, well, that ain't what they are. Yeah, you know, we know those islands at one point in time were melanated all over, you know, all over. You know, and when the Spaniards came, that all changed. That's why many of you light-skinned people, you only been around for a few hundred years. You're really not in any position to say who is what because you haven't even been on this earth long enough. Y'all ain't been here long at all. Y'all really are some of the most recent people to show up on the earth. So I'm sorry, I won't be looking at no history lessons from many of you. You know, just like I don't take history lessons from many of these people over here because they are notorious for lying about history. And I can see y'all are too. I can see y'all are too. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. If nothing else, I hope this was very educational, if nothing else. So I will see you tomorrow with my next live on all new topics. And I want to thank WeNext. Thank you. This is why he was taken out. Yeah. And thank you for your support for my channel. Thank you so much. So y'all have a wonderful, wonderful night, and I will see you tomorrow, family. Shalom. And don't forget to pick up your hair products.
Well, family, Operation Dudula started as a South African anti-migrant pressure group and political party founded in 2021. Immigrants into their country, into South Africa. But right now, it has gone beyond control. It has gone beyond what we imagined. Now we're talking about foreigners. You're kicking against immigrants and foreigners. It shouldn't be your own brothers and sisters, I think. Yes, we know that things can happen in our countries, and then we see some Nigerians leave Nigeria in search of greener pasture elsewhere, Ghana, Algeria, wherever. But then when you see your brother stand against you, beat you, fight you, kick you, do all manner of things. Right now, it's as though the line is drawn. No one wants to hear anything anymore. The line is drawn. And then it's all about fighting, brothers turned against themselves. I mean, Africans against Africans. And sadly, that seems to be the case in South Africa currently. Because South Africans are now chasing African migrants. Now, if this was equal, if they were chasing white, the problem of South Africa goes way beyond Black Africans. We have white South Africans. We have white immigrants in South Africa. We have Asians. We have Chinese businesses. We have those, especially the Chinese, that have left their own country, migrated from their country to African countries. But this operation did not see them as foreigners. Instead, it focused on Black migrants. Now, I understand from their own perspective, the South Africans, that Africans are coming to their country. They are choking the system. The economy is not in a good frame now. It's what we have is not enough to even cater for our own needs. Unemployment has gone beyond normal. Unemployment, local frustration, the slow pace of economic improvement or development were some of the reasons they started as xenophobic attacks. Now, family, we know that. And at some point, we need to blame our African countries and our African leaders. What do I mean by that? I know as Africans, well, whoever you are, wherever you are in the world, you might want to just leave where you are, migrate to another country. It's fine. But when it becomes a norm, when it becomes something that happens on a daily, then we need to check what is wrong with our systems, with our countries, with our African leaders. Now, most especially with our African leaders, we have citizens of other countries migrating to other countries because they feel they'll be safe, secure, financially, economically, much every aspect. People are scared for their lives in Nigeria, so people leave Nigeria to other countries. People are scared for their lives in Ghana. People just migrate. People want better lives for themselves. Now, why does this happen? It's due to the poor governance and poor leadership. Trust me, if Nigeria is a good place, nobody would want to leave. You live in Nigeria would be that you just want to experience a life in the United States or any other country. But then our African leaders are not making our countries palatable, livable. The economy is something else. And then you expect those people to remain in there. No, they would want to go to where they feel they would earn a living, do something good for themselves. Everyone wants to feel fulfilled. I know you get what I'm trying to say. So the root cause of this, we would say, is the unstable, unfit, and corrupted leaders we have in Africa as a whole. Not just South Africa, not just Nigeria, not just Ghana. And then we have some people that would still migrate no matter the problem. Because let's just rule out that point that if our countries and our leaders were actually doing well, we wouldn't have most of these people migrating to other countries. Now, I saw this video and I came to the conclusion that it's way beyond what we are doing as Africans. It's now someone behind the scene watching all this unfold, and they're actually happy about it. Because how would Africans rise up against Africans? All because of, well, family, let's watch the video.
80% of our land in South Africa is white owned. We're basically, it's my parents, dog. Every street. My parents in our own country. We're begging, man. And who's our enemy? I like that statement. I feel like a white man made that statement. A white man coined that term. A white man caused the divisions between us as black people. And they're winning, man. Because as long as we are divided as Africans, the longer the white man gets to stay in power, the more wealth the white man gets to accrue. The richer and richer they get, the poorer and poorer we get. Doesn't help we fight amongst each other and fit to say, this guy from Zimbabwe is doing what. When that guy also ain't got shit, man. That guy also ain't got shit. That guy from Burundi you're hating on, he ain't got shit, man. The person you should be hating on is the guy sitting there in some lavish estate. That white guy who owns like Fetu in your hometown alone owns like 60% of all the shops. That's your problem, man. If we want to talk about foreigners coming into our country and taking our jobs, you got to ask yourself the question, who's hiring them? Who's hiring them, honestly?
So many people said Africans were involved in this. Africans were involved in the freedom of South Africa from the hands of the colonial masters, from the oppressors. Nigeria was part of it. We have so many countries that were part of it. They were involved. They used their money, their land, their soldiers, and they also suffered violent retaliation. So yes, African countries were involved in the freedom of South Africa. But does that mean we should pressure them? Yes, we understand that. But right now, it looks as though countries are turning against countries. Look at what happened in South Africa. Now, we got a report that 2 Nigerians were unalived in South Africa. Yes. Shops closed. Now, some of the country nationals affected by this, I'm going to list them, are Somali, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Nigeria. All those countries are being affected right now, the nationals. Now, imagine Nigerians stand up to say that we don't want you here in Nigeria, South Africans, leave our country. Because honestly, let's be factual. Ghana is doing that right now. Because of what they did to their own national or their own person, some Ghanaians stood up to say that South Africans should leave Ghana. That's not all. Some Nigerians, 2 Nigerians were unalived in this. Shops shut down. I mean, this is not the way to go about it. This is what is happening. There are other ways, other measures. But then again, rising up, I just feel that there is a foreign actor in all this. There is someone behind the scene, right? Someone behind the scene just watching all this unfold. Brothers against brothers, Africans against Africans, because let's be honest, no one wants Africa to unite. No one wants to see the power we wield. They know what we can do as Africans if we come together as one. So they wouldn't allow it. And that is why they keep pushing. They keep pushing in any way possible to tear down Africans. And the funny thing is, they have other foreign nationals, but I'm wondering why they are focused on Africans. And there are other ways to go about this, like I said earlier. Look at what President Donald Trump is doing. He doesn't want immigrants. And then he told them to leave his country or he deports you. You can't do that. I mean, you do not have enough resources. Go to your government, talk to your government, not resorting to unaliving your own brothers, beating them as though they are animals. And then again, African leaders need to make African countries stable, livable for the poorest of the poor. So family, what do you have to say about this? What do you think? Do you think this just started because South Africans are tired of the black immigrants? Yeah, they said so. And the funny thing is the president is actually kind of quiet about it. I'm not sure if we've heard anything from him. Why he just spoke. We need actions, not just words, because actions speak louder than words. Do you think this is a plan? Or they just stood up because they're tired? Comment what you think about this, and do not forget to share, like, subscribe, and turn on your notification button. My name is Linians Akutunu. Thank you for watching. And please download the Africa Diaspora News.
When you make statements like that, it really makes us scratch our head. And it really makes us question if you're telling the truth or not. Family, when the hell have you ever heard a foundational Black American refer to our food as slave food? Huh? Let me humble myself. My people are from Mississippi, okay? I was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. Both sides of my family are from Mississippi. Both sides of my family are foundational Black Americans. I have never in my life heard anybody in my family refer to our food as slave food. Man, when grandma making that slave food, we've always referred to it as soul food, okay? Y'all let me know in the comment section, have y'all ever, your family members, foundational Black Americans, ever referred to the food as slave food? The only time you hear people refer to our food as slave food are two people, white supremacists and tethers. Those are the only two people, okay? See, tethers run around and they say things like that. Let me play this clip. Remember, this clip went viral years ago, and I'm actually one of the people who blew this clip up. But unfortunately, I didn't have my YouTube page back then to react to. Okay, now this is from years ago, family. This is around 2023. Now this woman right here, and as you can see her Instagram down in the bottom right-hand corner, because she's still around, okay? She's trying to do some little modeling things. She was doing a little hair care industry. But anyways, this African tether, she set up here and referred to our food as slave food because the brother gave her an FBA test. And some of y'all know about that FBA test. You know, I do this sometimes when I'm dating young ladies. You know, I ask them kind of FBA cultural questions. So he asked her, you know about how you would make sweet potatoes X, Y, and Z. Oh, and she got triggered by that, and she said, "Oh, I don't make slave food." Listen to this now. This is how they talk.
If you was making sweet potatoes, do you put 1 cup of water or do you put 2 cups of water?
What kind of sweet potatoes?
Sweet potatoes, candy yams.
Candy yams. How much sweet potatoes am I making? Feed how many?
Cooking channel?
Feed how many people?
1 cup of water, 2 cups of water.
How many people are we feeding? It doesn't matter?
Nope. 1 cup of water, 2 cups.
Well, I'm born and raised African. I'm not African American, so I don't know y'all culture. But if I were to make it, oh no, shit. 2?
Sweet potatoes, you don't put no water in it.
Mm.
I'm gonna have to pass.
Wait, so
you wanna steal?
So, okay, the brother said, I'm gonna have to pass. You know, you can't speak to my heart like that with the food. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to pass. And the brother was very respectful. He just said, listen, I'm gonna have to pass. You don't know the culture like that. All right? You don't know the culture like that. Here's her response.
So y'all both gonna walk away? You gonna walk, okay? Yeah. That's slave food. I don't do that, babe. I'm not a slave. I was never a slave. I don't know how slaves cook. I was never a slave. I know where my grandfather came from, my great-grandfather, and where all their ass came from. Your ass don't know. You listen.
Okay, so as you can see, family, that's what tethers say, and that's what white supremacists say. They sit over here and refer to our food as slave food. And see, that makes us question, okay, where is your family really from? And if your family is FBA, because this young lady, she went to school over in Africa. She went to like a foreign exchange program. From my understanding, she went to school in Africa. She's been living in Africa for a while. You've been around them way too long for you to even think we refer to our food as slave food, okay? And to say things like, oh, y'all don't have no 5-star restaurant soul foods. Are you crazy? There are many restaurants down here in Atlanta and New York, all over the place that are 5-star restaurants that serve soul food, ma'am. What are you talking about? You've been gone for way too long. This leads me to point number 2, family. I want you to notice every time it's time to diminish foundational Black Americans and deny our culture, they always have to redefine what culture is. They start making these very strawman arguments of what culture is. Oh, you can't have culture, or we don't really have a culture because you call your food this, or you don't have no 5-star restaurants that deal with your culture or culinary foods. Family, here is the definition of culture for the 8,000th time. And this is from Merriam-Webster Dictionary, okay? The beliefs, customs, arts, etc., usually achievements, different things like that, of a particular social group, place, or time. This is according to Merriam-Webster family. This is the definition of culture. All of this, oh, well, you have to have at least 200 5-star restaurants that serve soul food. That is make-believe. That is fantasy Pan-African babble. Okay? Culture has nothing to do with none of this. This is why I always tell y'all, family, there is not one university. There is not one mainstream news outlet. There is not one scholar, historian, or professor or hell, there is not even one large language model, not ChatGPT, not Gemini, that would tell you that foundational Black Americans don't have a culture. Okay? So all these things they say to try to diminish our culture, to try to tear us down, to try to erase our culture, that just highlights their anti-Black American sentiment. Plain and simple. It's not rooted in any truth. And that's why they go to such desperate measures in order to try to tear us down. But it's not working anymore because we're fighting back against the nonsense.
Yeah, because I prefer some soul food that's cooked in the house more than I would a 5-star restaurant.
Cool, but what I'm saying is that when we talk about culture, there is a difference between what we eating inside the house, which is similar to them, right? But what I'm talking about is, and what I meant by slave food, we all know that there are people who say that our food comes from slavery.
That's fine, and that's irrelevant. Okay, yeah, we understand that many of our culinary creations and much of our food originated during the time of slavery from some of our ancestors that were enslaved, but we've never referred to the food as slave food. We've always called it soul food. We were very meticulous about calling it soul food and putting the proper meaning to it, man. It speaks to the soul, okay? No matter where this food comes from. Grandma made this from the soul. That seasoning, that flavor, that's soul food. We've always said that. We never referred to it as slave food. Again, the only people who ever referred to our food as slave food are tethers and white supremacists. Also, let's be clear, family. Foundational Black American culinary dishes and foods transcend slavery. See, oftentimes they try to relegate our food to neck bones, collard greens, and candy yams, which is fine. We love that. We respect that. Okay, that is part of soul food. But let's be clear, you had culinary dishes we created outside of the slave plantation. Understand, family, part of foundational Black American culinary heritage, history, and culture is brothers like George Speck, who created the potato chip. Okay, that's part of our foods. George Speck had a restaurant up north in what is now New York. Okay, and he had customers complaining about the potatoes being too thick. Okay, he kept slicing them and kept slicing them and kept slicing them, made them thinner and thinner, and created the modern day potato chip. That's George Speck, foundational Black American. Potato chips are our culture. You have foundational Black Americans like James Hemings, okay, one of the first master chefs in this country's history, who was actually brothers of Sally Hemings, who fathered many of Thomas Jefferson's babies. This was her brother, James Hemings. He was a master chef, so good that he went off to French culinary school. When he came back, he introduced things like mac and cheese to America, introduced things like French custard ice cream to America, okay? You have foundational Black Americans, family like Augustus Jackson, who modernized ice cream as well. He started introducing salt on the ice cream, preserving the ice cream, making it colder, okay? He revolutionized how we ate ice cream and how we make ice cream, okay? He started adding salt to the ice cream. He also introduced several different flavors, okay, and ways to enhance the flavors. That's Augustus Jackson. You have brothers like James Young. A lot of y'all don't know who James Young is. James Young is the creator of the buffalo wing. The wings that we all eat, especially during game times, parties, and events. A lot of y'all don't know. We as foundational Black Americans created that. Brother by the name of James Young, who was from Buffalo, New York. He created the buffalo wing. He later on went down south, further south, to Washington, D.C., and my D.C. family know about that mumbo sauce. He is the creator of mumbo sauce. Okay, mumbo sauce is good as hell, too. Okay, my D.C. family, my FBAs in D.C., y'all know what I'm talking about. That's James Young. So let's be clear. We don't just have to go to the foods that came off the slave plantation. We transcended foods even outside of the slave plantation. And many of the everyday snacks, many of the everyday foods that we consume and eat are products of foundational Black American culinary ingenuity and skill. And I'm just naming a few. I'm not even going to talk about the machines or the devices, the things we added to culinary kitchens. Brothers like Joseph Lee. Look up Joseph Lee and what he did with his breadcrumb machine. Look up sisters like Madeline Turner, who created one of the first juicing processors. She gave birth to the juicing industry, get things like Minute Maid and other things after her invention out there in California. I can go on for days when we're talking about our culinary skills. And if y'all want to go dish for dish in the diaspora, I'm willing to do a versus. Let's do a foundational Black American versus our food versus Nigerian food. Our food versus Ethiopian food. Our food versus Asian food. We can go tit for tat with anybody. So let's be clear, family. Don't even let them relegate soul food to plantation food. Because although our ancestors did phenomenal things on that plantation, they also did phenomenal things outside of that plantation and continue to do those things. Okay, brothers and sisters, Foundational Black American brothers and sisters still throwing down, okay, in New Orleans. You still got FBA brothers like our good brother Walter Johnson, Mr. Tendernism, still doing his thing in the barbecue. We've always been phenomenal people in the kitchen, okay, because our food speaks to the soul, hence the name soul food, ma'am.
Thinking now because no, she got me thinking now because let me say this real quick. Do we really have culture? Because
we do have
yes, we have culture. We have the world's culture.
Let me get at what I'm getting at though.
And see, this is why I have a problem with her diminishing our culture and giving light to all these BS definitions of what culture is, and just introducing all these random arguments, because then people start to overthink what culture is.
It's not that we don't have culture. What I'm saying is that I've had these conversations with particularly Ghanaians and particularly West Africans, and I've heard them say that while I'm on the continent. And a lot of times it is because what they see as the product of our culture, the products, the commodification of our culture, right? Those are not necessarily things that are always like top priority. So the reason why I brought up food, right? In Ghana, I eat Ghanaian food morning, noon, and night. The average Black American, do y'all eat Black American food morning, noon, and night?
You could,
but I'm saying like culturally, when we compare ourselves to Asians and we compare ourselves to every other race, most of those other races eat their food majority of the time.
I don't think.
Oh, okay. So family. Okay. So Africans over there on the continent questioning whether we have culture because we don't eat soul food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So family, if you ate soul food for breakfast, lunch, but you went to go get some Chinese food for dinner, that means you don't really have a cultural food. Do y'all see the depths these folks scoop to try to justify erasing our culture? I told you, they come up with all these weird theories and ideologies of why we don't have stuff. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And let's be clear, over in their countries, they have other cultural foods. They have KFC, they have all type of fast foods. Okay? I've seen Nigerians, Caribbean people bust down hamburgers and fries, eat buffalo wings and everything else. It don't take away from the fact that they have their own cultural foods, though. Only with foundational Black Americans. We're the only people, we have to eat our food 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for it to count as a cultural food. If we slip up and eat Chinese food one time, all of a sudden, do you really have a food? Because in Africa, they be eating their food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Desperate, family, to tear down what we have. This is what you hear right now. And this is what she say they talk about on the continent about us. And people like her, let's be clear, they allow it to go on. They allow it to go on. But let's continue.
It's just being real.
So let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on the FBA movement? Or the FBA lineage?
Be careful.
Them niggas ain't gonna do a fuck ass thing to me. First off, it's fuck them. Period, point blank. I don't believe in that shit. I'm a Black American when I'm in Compton. I'm a Black American when I go to Africa. Don't nobody question me about that shit. And if I gotta tell them about my history, I don't mind telling them about my history, but I don't gotta hate another Black person or hate every African that I ever meet just because somebody had a bad experience with an African, because I have bad experiences with Black Americans every goddamn day, and I don't hate y'all.
Man, what are you talking about? You don't hate us, but you just said F us. You just said F us. That was your first words that came out your mouth. F them. They ain't gonna do an MFing thing. That's what you said. But we're the hate group, family. I told you these Pan-Africanists, they get real disrespectful every time it's time to speak on the lineage. However, when she was on the continent, according to her, and these Africans were saying things like foundational Black Americans, we don't have no culture. When they over there pushing all them stereotypes that I know that she heard, I bet you she didn't say F Ghanaians. That's what she was. I bet you she wasn't sitting over there popping it like she is now and telling them they're not going to do an MFing thing. Oh, I bet you she wasn't doing that. But again, every time it comes time to talk about foundational Black Americans, every time it gets time to critique us, it gets real disrespectful. Oh, they start popping it heavy, family. Notice it. Notice the two tones. I always tell y'all about this. When it's time to critique our lineage, they rule with an iron fist. Oh, they get very disrespectful. The moment it's time to critique Africans, Caribbeans, non-FBAs, kitty gloves. Well, I've had these conversations with them, and you got to understand their position and their angle. Ain't no understanding when it comes to us. When it comes to us, iron fist. Because we as foundational Black Americans, family, I tell y'all this, we're supposed to be the punching bags of the diaspora. Everybody's supposed to be able to punch up on foundational Black Americans unapologetically. And we're not supposed to be able to swing back. We're not supposed to be able to say anything. We just got to take our lumps and continue to strive forward, carrying everybody in the process. We ain't doing that no more. We're not nobody's punching bag no more. You punch us, we're punching back. You say we don't have no culture, we're going to show and prove we have a culture, and then we're going to compare that culture against yours, and we're going to see who really has the culture. And they don't like that. They don't like that we punching back now. But let's let her keep going.
So I don't feel the way that they feel. There's no Mac Daddy pimp nigga licking his lips that will ever make me define my name. I don't believe in that nigga either.
Clarify that. Say the names. We on the bar way. Say the name.
I would never decide what the fuck my identity is because of him or anything that he doing. I knew who I was before him. So that shit, I think it's a distraction. I think that they helping white supremacy. I think that they helping Republicans. That's how I feel about it.
Now, do you?
Okay. And again, family, I always tell y'all, 3 certainties in life with Pan-African is death, taxes, and them blaming Tariq Nasheed for everything. 3 certainties in life. Everything is Tariq Nasheed's fault. Blame Tariq. And this is why I tell you, they haven't been able to stop the delineation movement because their arguments against it aren't rooted in anything. All they're gonna do is blame Tariq and lie. Okay? Oh, Tariq is a Mac Daddy. He's a pimp. Oh, he over there, he running a spell on them. X, Y, and Z. Okay, did Tariq make those continental Africans you were sitting with say we have no culture? Huh? Did Tariq come up with the term Akata? Does Tariq spread stereotypes that foundational Black Americans are lazy and shiftless? Or is that continental Africans and Caribbeans? Huh? Those stereotypes and tropes, they predate Tariq. That's why blaming Tariq for everything always ends up falling flat. And then when the blame Tariq game stops working, then they just resort to lying. Okay, because you can't say anything really negative about foundational Black American. It's an airtight definition of what it clearly is. And you sound stupid trying to debunk it, so you just have to lie about it. Well, they're aligning themselves with white supremacy. How we aligning ourselves with white supremacy by delineating and fighting for reparations? Huh? But the other groups on the continent of Africa, these other groups around the diaspora, so-called diaspora, who delineated decades before us, they weren't aligning themselves with white supremacy, right? Huh? When they delineate and go to reparations boards and UN boards like CARICOM, and they say, hey, man, I want reparations for my group in the Caribbean, that ain't white supremacy, is it? It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when we do it. They just be over there lying. Oh, they're aligning themselves with Republicans. And I told you that's a telltale sign. Okay, I told you it's getting ready to be election season. So, you know, the Democrats, they're going to be sending their shields out here. Okay, they're going to be sending their shields out here. Oh, they're aligning themselves with Republican. That's a lie because foundational Black Americans are lineage. And everybody knows foundational Black Americans historically for the last 60 years have voted Democrat. 85 to 90% of foundational Black Americans vote Democrat. So what are you talking about? How are we lining ourselves with Republicans? You just throwing out buzzwords. Just like that dude FD Signify the other day. He was talking about, oh, they're aligned with the manosphere. What are you talking about? Anything negative they can throw at us, they're throwing at us. And it ain't stopping us. No matter how much whining, no matter how much lying, you ain't stopping the delineation movement, because foundational Black Americans is the order of the day. It's here, Queen. It's here. So buckle up, Queen. It's going to be a rough ride. Let's continue.
Think minus Tariq Nasheed. Let's take Tariq Nasheed out of it, and let's talk about, I guess, what we could say the foundation is, right? Which is us being directly from America or having ties from here through slavery and building our own culture based upon that, our tradition, norms, and values. Do you think that, you know, again, outside of Tariq Nasheed, is there something wrong with that? Us wanting to have some separatism or some originality.
We already had that. Did we not?
None to my knowledge.
Yeah, we had that. Absolutely.
What?
Like what?
All the Black American and African American is having that.
But then,
no, it's not. No, it's not, and you know it's not. African American is very broad, it's very ambiguous, and it's a misnomer. That's why everybody and their mama can damn near at will assimilate into it. Okay? Elon Musk can call himself an African American. He was born on the continent of Africa. He's African. He now has American citizenship. He's an African American. Okay? No matter how much y'all stump your feet. I know they hate when we give that example, but it's accurate. All right. Everybody can assimilate into it anytime they feel like it. Just like that mayor up there in New York, family. What's his name? Mandani or whatever his name is. That mayor up there who was talking about immigrants built New York. Remember, when he came to America in like 2009, and he was trying to get a scholarship, okay, some of these affirmative action scholarships, he applied as an African American. Never forget that. He applied as an African American because he said, hey man, yeah, I'm of Indian descent, but I'm from Africa and I'm coming here. I'm an African American. Okay? They play this game all the time. And other groups understand this. Even on TikTok the other day, I saw this video. Let me play this. Now listen to the words this dude is using. Now this dude is Ghanaian. I think his parents are Ghanaian. He's going to explain. Listen to the words he's using. And look at what he has on the screen. Am I Black American or African American? Okay. So she's talking about these words, Black American. Oh, we've already had words, particularly for our lineage and group. Okay. No, we haven't. Listen.
So my Black folks, do y'all consider people that were born in America, but their parents and their grandparents, or whatever the case may be, are from Africa? Do you consider them Black or do you consider them African American? Black American or African American? My parents are from Africa. My parents are from Sierra Leone. That's where my parents are from. I'm not from I was born in America. I was born in Texas, right? But the thing that's crazy about it is I don't really know much about my heritage. I don't really know much about my tribe, where my family came from. The only thing
and very interesting, family. I've been telling y'all this for years as a side note. They always tell us we don't know where we're from. These folks don't know nothing about their culture, history, and heritage outside of the last 50 or 60 years. Okay, let's be clear. But
I really know about them is where they came from and like what city they were born in. That's really it. I don't know much about the tribe, the this. I know like my native language. Like I understand my native language, but I don't speak it. What's crazy about it is that I know more about Black history than I do about like African history. You feel what I'm saying? So sometimes I feel a little bit conflicted. Like sometimes I feel more Black American than I do African American because I know more Black history and I'm more Black American than African American. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I feel a little bit conflicted and I just want to know, like, do y'all consider, like, for niggas like me, do you consider niggas like us Black American or African American? Honestly, like, I'm being honest. Like, whenever people see me, most people don't even assume that I'm African most of the time. Most people just think I'm American. And I mean, they're not wrong. I am American, but it's like, if I was to go back home, they would know I'm American. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they would be, oh yeah, he's American. Yeah, you can tell. He don't look African. You feel what I'm saying? I'll be feeling a little bit
Okay, and that's the end of the video. So he's saying, hey man, do you consider me Black American or African American? In all actuality, neither. We consider you a Sierra Leone American, a first generation Sierra Leone American. Okay? But they play the technicality game. They say, well, hell, I'm Black. Okay? I was born in America. I'm a Black American. And they view African American as being something that belongs to them as well because both of his parents are African. You see why we had to drop the term? And technically, he's not incorrect. And this is why it was important to introduce, an identifier like foundational Black American. See, you can't assimilate your way into that. You can't hijack that terminology. That's a lineage thing that goes back several generations, back to the foundation in which this country was built. And see, non-FBAs know that. That's why they're cool with the term African American. They're cool with the term Black American, because they can lay claim to that as well. Okay? And they do this all the time. They jump, and remember, we had the video the other day. Remember, this cat is Panamanian. Remember what he said. Listen to it carefully.
As a New Yorker that's in Georgia right now, in Atlanta, you feel me? I always find it funny when y'all be talking about y'all be trying to come down here and colonize our spaces. Like, we be coming from the towns, bro, where there's mad culture, mad different ethnicities and shit. Like, yes, Black Americans are cool. We're also Black American, bro.
Now he's Panamanian. He's a Panamanian American. And he said, yeah, man, we coming down to Atlanta and we understand y'all have Black American culture, but we're Black American too. Okay? See, they know how to play the little game. They know how to slip in and out of identities. And technically, he's not incorrect. But the reality is this, okay? He's not a foundational Black American. He's not a foundational Black American, family. So no, Black American and especially African American is a very broad and ambiguous term that everybody can jump in and out of. You got people who got their citizenship 3 weeks ago who can claim African American identity and lay claim to all of our culture, heritage, and achievements. But you can't do that with the term foundational Black American. And that's why these tethers are crashing out.
You sit here and say, well, Black ain't really a word. It means deaf and other different things.
But that's y'all letting people do that shit with y'all.
It's not.
I don't let nobody do that with me.
It's not necessarily letting us, but like we talk about in being viewed from a certain demographic of people, when you get to certain levels, they're viewing you as just as such. I agree with what you're saying, but when we get to technicalities, a lot of things or rights or certain stuff that they feel like are, I want to say, they reprimand from you in a sense of because you identify as that. Like some people.
I get kind of what he's saying. He's kind of babbling his way through it. But yeah, technically, like you say, technicalities, people can come over here and claim Black American identity. They can come over here and claim African American identity. It doesn't really speak to a lineage, okay? It just speaks to you being a part of a particular race and your relationship to the land, okay? So if you come over here and you're Black racially and you're in America, you can claim Black American. All right. So yeah, I get what he's saying technicality wise, and that's true.
You can go in court and fight a court case and be identified a certain way and get treated a certain way based off of the language that you don't know how to use.
But FBA still got Black in it.
I seen a lot of them niggas getting smoked in court,
right.
though. Like, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of them niggas be getting smoked.
My point is, though, is that like, one, FBA still has the word Black in it, so they're not doing anything like
nothing different,
inspirational or new, for one. Number two, my thing is that I'm Black because I'm African descent. I don't know.
What? Oh, number one, we put the word foundational in front of it, what makes it a lineage thing, okay? We're tracking it back. We're talking about Black people in this country who trace their lineage back to the American system of slavery, to the very foundations of this country, okay? Not lumping us in with anybody who has similar skin tone in this country and making it a racial thing, all right? Let's be clear. And if it is the same thing as we've been doing, why are you crashing out? You know it's different. Also, this whole thing, well, I'm Black. I'm Black because I'm of African descent. Well, hell, everybody's Black then. Okay, according to science, everybody descends from a Black woman in Central Africa 200,000 years ago, known as mitochondrial Eve. Hell, everybody's Black then. Everybody can claim African descent. You're talking really about race. We're not talking about race. We're talking about a lineage, okay, in a unique ethnic group. But for us, it's supposed to be our race is supposed to supersede our ethnicity or our lineage. And we used to do that. But we realized that other groups weren't on that type of time. Other groups have always put their ethnic group or their lineage above the race. We've been the only one trying to carry everybody on our back racially, just under some racial context, like we're all the same, okay? So again, we delineating, we say, okay, now we're gonna start standing on lineage business, ethnic business. And that ethnic group, that lineage is foundational Black Americans because they're the part of the very foundations of this country. So it's not the same. And you know it's not the same because if it was, you would be crashing out.
Why that is an embarrassment that we have Africanisms in our culture. A lot of our culture does come from Africa. I don't see how that's a problem. Now, I understand that there's certain things that people want to feel like, you know, but we built this here. Yes, we built this here under colonialism though, bro. Like certain stuff I don't have, like, I'm not fighting another person.
Should that not
about,
count though?
You said what?
Should that not count?
It counts. It's not, it don't count enough for me to hate somebody.
Should we even be
Ian family, we're not hating on anybody in the diaspora. They have nothing for us to hate on. That's the fundamentals of hating. You got to have something for us to hate on. These folks have nothing for us to hate on, family. And the irony, they always come out what we hate, and you came on here saying FBA. You came on here popping it, being very disrespectful, being very disingenuous, and telling lies, and painting our whole lineage with a negative brush. But we're the ones who hate. And this is why, family, a lot of people ain't on no Pan-Africanism no more. Just listen to how she's talking.
Like
no, we could be proud absolutely. I could be proud of something. When I'm in Ghana, I don't have to, I could dress however, I could do whatever I want to. I don't have to assimilate to their culture. But can't nobody bully me out of that. They can ask me certain questions and I'm gonna give them an answer.
The reason I say should you be proud of it, it's like if I bully you and make you build me this whole mic stand and everything else, and I just be like, well, I get all the money from it and you built it, and you be like, nigga, I built that. Like, nigga, but I made you build everything. It wasn't just like you woke up and was like, I'm building all this.
But that's how most of our culture has been built. And
it don't matter. Family, this is similar to the story of Michael Jackson, okay? Michael Jackson, we all know, and the biopic is out right now. I haven't seen the biopic yet, but I'm gonna definitely go to the movie theater and see it. Michael Jackson was forced to do a lot of things as a child against his will by his father, Joe. And Joe gets kind of a bad rep for that. All right. Joe gets a bad rep and they say, oh, Michael didn't have a childhood. Joe was just so hard on him. He was beating him, X, Y, and Z. Now, just because Joe was hard on him, beating him and forcing him to sing those songs and rehearse those dance moves, it don't mean we don't give Michael Jackson credit. Huh? We give Michael Jackson not only credit, we give him extra credit for dealing with that as a child and becoming a phenomenal musician who revolutionized pop music. One of the greatest, if not the greatest artist to ever live. We give credit to Michael. We don't say, oh, no, we can't give credit to Michael because Joe forced him to do that stuff. No, that's nonsense. Same thing with foundational Black Americans. Yes, we were put in an ugly predicament. Yes, white people forced us to do stuff, but we did it, we achieved it, and we built this country. The credit doesn't go to white people, it goes to us. In fact, we get extra credit because we did it in spite of. In spite of. No matter the conditions, no matter the predicament they put us in, we always came out on top. When they gave us lemons, we produced lemonade. We get extra credit for that. And we should absolutely be proud of that. And again, remember, always remember, family, even when we got off the plantation, we did phenomenal things. Created things like blues, jazz, rock and roll, R&B. Modernized the world with our inventions. Filament for the light bulb, Lewis Latimer. Granville T. Woods and his work on the railway system. Sisters like Maria Van Brown pioneering the home security system. Charles Drew introducing the blood bank. Daniel Hale Williams performing the first open heart surgery. These are things we did without the whips on our back. So yes, we should be very proud of our ancestors, and don't you ever forget it, because other groups of people, when put in that situation, would have folded and would have broke. We didn't.
Still love it. I just am not going to use that and weaponize that against somebody else who is also African, who also went under a certain level of colonialism and slavery, just like I did.
Man, nigga, please, family. We're not weaponizing again. We're not weaponizing anything. This is Pan-African battle. Okay? We're not weaponizing anything. They're the ones who you just said sit on the continent, talk about we have no culture. They're the ones referring to our foods as slave foods. And then when we have the audacity to defend ourselves, defend our culture, improve, not only do we have a culture, but we're the culture, y'all say we attacking them. They always do this. They sit over there and let them punch us because we're the punching bag of the diaspora. Everybody can throw shots at us, and then when we throw a 1-2 back that put them on their back, all of a sudden, hey man, y'all wrong, y'all weaponizing, you attacking them. Get the hell out of here. But let's finish up with this nonsense.
If we so proud of that, you should be proud of the motherfucker that made you build it.
And see, that's where I draw the line, because I'm not proud, me personally, I'm not proud to be American, because to be American was not my choice. I'm not proud of that part. I'm proud to be Black because of what we went through. I'm not proud of the American part.
Right.
Listen, and let's be clear. I am proud to be a foundational Black American. And all three of those words mean something very significant to me. Okay? And deep down inside, sister, you're proud to be that too. Because you're here. You've been living in Africa, but you still found your way back to LA. You still found your way back to LA. People always talking about they ain't proud to be American, but living in America. Staying in America, eating off of America. Even when they move somewhere else, they still talking about foundational Black Americans. Make it make sense, man. I don't know, family. Maybe I'm tripping. Tell me what you think in the comment section down below. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Please, please, please go get my newest books, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Old Black Money. Go get those ASAP, family. Make sure you support. If you already have them, please leave a review on Amazon. It takes like 2 seconds. Okay, leave a review on Amazon. Just click the rating button. Leave your boy a 5-star review because you know it was a classic. You dig? But with that being said, family, peace and Black power. Foundational Black Americans. You are phenomenal, phenomenal people. I mean that. I'm out. Peace and Black power, Black family. It's your brother Chase back at you again with another reaction video. And as you can see by the title below, oh, we got a slow cooker today, family. A real slow cooker. We got this woman out here in South Africa talking crazy about Black Americans, foundational Black Americans in particular. Just saying all type of diabolical stuff about us. So you know we got to do some straightening. But before we do all that, family, make sure you like the video, you subscribe to the channel, you hype it up. And most importantly, you go get one of my newest books, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Start Swinging, and also Old Black Money, because it's a must. We tell our side of the story. With that being said, let's jump straight into the straightening.
Okay, so who am I here with?
Dumile Zamini.
And where are you from?
I'm from Eswatini.
Yeah, but which city?
Oh, my home is in Nyageni. It's in Manzini.
What do you think about Black Americans?
I think that I feel like Black Americans and Americans, we're like, I would say we're the same. But then with everything that's happening on social media, different views that people have, and the beef that sometimes happens, I think my views have kind of changed. Not in a bad way. I kind of feel like Black Americans are just, Black Americans, I feel like Black Americans, they're just white people with black skin, because some of their views on things and some of their opinions on things, they just confuse me at times. Like you'll be thinking, no, sisters, but then when they start opening their mouths, you'll be like, what the hell? Yeah, well, so I think my views have changed. We have the same skin color, yes, but we don't have the same views on things.
So,
okay, let's pause right here, fam. Now, understand, family, this is a popular talking point. Again, y'all have seen several videos now with a lot of these continental Africans and even some Caribbeans. They like to label foundational Black Americans as the quote-unquote white people of the diaspora. Oh, we're white. Oh, y'all are like white people in blackface. I keep telling you, this argument is never rooted in anything but jealousy, envy, and hatred for us. Okay? Jealousy, envy, and hatred. That's all it's rooted in. It's never rooted in any type of real facts or evidence, but just a lot of vague observations they've seen online, allegedly from Black Americans. But the real thing that irks them the most, the reason why they say things like this, family, is foundational Black Americans are globally known for being able to speak truth to power. We have developed a culture of resistance, okay? So when white folks talk shit about us, we resist. We talk shit about them. We respond back. We respond back and defend our culture, our heritage, our lineage. When Asians do it, we do the same thing. When Latinos do it, we just do the same thing. When continental Africans do it, we do the same thing. So when they try to pull up on us on some bullshit, we push back on that. When they try to come to our land, okay, and enforce their cultural norms onto us and say little backwards and slick things about us, we get on their helmet as well. And they don't like that because in their eyes, family, a lot of continental Africans, they feel as if they're the mothers and fathers of Black Americans. Okay, family, this is the reality. They feel like they're the mothers and fathers, which makes them naturally feel like they know more. They can correct us more, and they're just in an overall superior position. And we need to learn from them. And most importantly, we can never check them or correct them on anything they do or say. They can sit here and talk shit about us all day long, but the moment we respond is how dare you? You're acting white. They try to act like our criticism of them, our correction of them, us checking them when they disrespect us is somehow anti-African. So in return, they have to label us white. Oh, you're acting white. But again, I want you to understand all of this is rooted in nothing but jealousy, envy, and hatred. It is not rooted in any type of fact whatsoever. And y'all know that, family. But let's continue.
What do you think are the differences between the Black American culture and the Swazi culture?
When it comes to culture and cultural things, I don't think Black Americans have any. I don't know. There's none that I know of. Unlike us, we have the reed dances, we have Bo, Ingala, and everything. I
Who? What? Lord.
don't know about theirs.
What type of music do you listen to?
We listen to, I'd say all types of music, but what we vibe to more is, I'll start with gospel.
Okay.
Yeah. We do listen
And
to,
where does gospel music come from?
it comes from all over the world. Like everyone makes it. I listen to Chandler Moore. Yes, I listen to Chandler Moore. I listen to Hill. Is it Hillsong? What? And then I also do listen to our own music.
Now, those two artists you mentioned, where are they from?
I think Chandler Moore is from. Is it from the States? Not sure. I think it's from the Chandler Moore.
Okay, but so that's the response, right? Like Black Americans will listen to that. You say Black Americans don't have culture, but gospel music is Black American culture.
We also do like I wasn't done. We also do have like starting with Chandler Moore because you know them.
Yeah.
We also have our own like we have Black people like in South Africa. Wondogo's on Bambo. We have there's a new one. She makes good gospel music. Ndogo's Omkize. Yes, like we also have it.
Okay, but the culture started with Black Americans.
How sure are you?
Gospel music?
How sure are you?
So in, let's say, the 90s or the 80s, before these South African gospel singers came around, it was only a Black American thing, gospel music. At least the type. I mean, I've been here. I've heard a lot of gospel music, and it's Black American music.
How sure are you, Guti, in the 90s and in the 80s we're not making gospel music?
So where did gospel music come from then?
It came from the Bible. Inspired by the Bible.
Okay, but there's not only gospel, there's hip hop, there's R&B, all of these things. You guys listen to it a lot here.
but we do listen to it. Not a lot, but we do listen to it. We could say maybe both hip hop and both R&B. They came from Black Americans. Maybe, I'm not sure. I was young. I probably wasn't even born at the time. I don't know. But with gospel music, I feel like we're inspired by the Bible, to be honest.
So you're not sure if hip hop came from Black Americans?
I think it came from Black Americans.
Okay.
I think.
So what do you know that came from Black Americans?
Nothing
Nothing at all.
at all. I'd be lying.
Let's pause it right here, family. Now they sit here and they watch foundational Black Americans all day long. They're always watching us, commenting on us, but they don't know what comes from us. Okay, this is typical tether babble. Typical tether babble, family. They sit up here all day and they go through these just, derogatory talking points that they come up in their mind about us. So first, we're the white people of the diaspora. Now, according to her, and we've all heard this before, Black Americans, I don't think you have a culture. You don't really have a culture to me. Okay? You don't really have a culture to me. And I keep telling y'all, family, and I'm not going to go through our culture again because I do that every other video. Just look at my previous videos if you want to see me do a deep dive on Black American culture. The bottom line is this. There is no university, whether in South Africa or America. There is no scholar or historian, whether in South Africa or America. There is no LLM, large language model, that's your Chat GPTs, your Geminis, your Claudes, that will tell you that Black Americans have no culture. Okay? We are the most culturally rich people on the face of the earth. And that's why she and so many other Africans and Caribbeans and Black people around the world, and just people in general around the world, have so much hatred, jealousy, and envy for us. Because they view us as having too much power for one ethnic group to have. It's like that scene in Malcolm X when Malcolm came up there with the brothers from the NOI and he stomped on the police station and that officer said, "Hey man, that's too much power for one man to have." That's how a lot of them view our culture. God damn it, they got so much damn culture to choose from. We're all looking at them. We're all emulating them. That's too much power for them to have. So I'm going to just deny it exists at all. I'm going to play dumb. Family, our culture transcends race. It transcends ethnicity. It transcends continents. Even what she mentioned she listens to a lot of, which the brother pushed back on him. Shout out to him. He's an excellent interview. I like how he lets her talk and then he gives a little pushback, but not enough to scare her. You don't want to scare these tellers. You want to keep letting them reveal themselves, okay? But even the genre of music she says she listens most to was gospel. And she said, well, when pushback, gospel comes from everywhere. All people have gospel X, Y, and Z. Let's be clear. There's a difference between gospel music and just spiritual hymns or spiritual music, okay? Yes, they had spiritual music going back to the ancient days of Africa within their tribes, but gospel music, that particular genre of music, that is a foundational Black American creation, family. 100%. Look up and type in on Google, who is the father of gospel music? It is a foundational Black American man by the name of Thomas Dorsey, who is considered the father of gospel music from right here where I'm at, down here in Villa Rica, Georgia. Okay? You look up the queen of gospel music. It is a foundational Black American woman from New Orleans, Louisiana, who could sing her tail off. Our great ancestor, Mahalia Jackson. We are the mothers and fathers of modern day gospel music in that sound. Not only that, we've had a direct impact in shaping the musical sound of South Africa going back hundreds of years, family. Had foundational Black American brothers like in the early 1890s, like Orpheus McAdoo and his Virginia Jubilee Singers, who toured in Africa, like I say, in the 1890s for right around 5 years. That set the foundation for a lot of their early South African musical sounds and styles. I had another brother by the name of Ruben Galuza. Okay, look up Ruben Galuza. He was a famous Zulu composer and singer. He is considered the father of South African choir music. He is also considered the father of Black pop music in South Africa. Family, he received his degree in music in the United States from Hampton University, a historically Black college. He sat under the feet of foundational Black Americans to study music. Understand the connection, family. Okay, he evolved that sound in South Africa and developed their early choir music, their early Black pop music, famous composer out there. You also had the development later on, which became a huge genre of music, which was South African jazz. We know jazz is rooted in foundational Black American music history and culture that was created by foundational Black Americans. One of the early jazz groups out there in South Africa was known as the Jazz Epistles, okay? These are their forefathers or their fathers of South African jazz. They studied and drew inspiration from Arts Blakely and Fats Domino and many foundational Black Americans in the United States. They got their inspiration directly from them. To understand how deep foundational Black American culture has shaped South African music and sound. Even their number one genre of music to this day, a genre of music called, I believe it's like Amapiano, I believe it's called, Amapiano, something like that. It's like Zulu for piano, okay, Amapiano. That genre of music, all that is, family, is a mixture between traditional South African indigenous music and foundational Black American music, okay? It takes elements of jazz, it takes elements of house music, which is another genre of music foundational Black Americans created in Chicago. It takes elements of soul and it merges it with South African traditional music. And that is their number one music genre. So again, our cultural fingerprints are all over the South African musical sound. And I didn't even get into our other elements of culture, like our civil rights movement and our Black power movement that directly shaped their Black conscious movement and Steve Biko. I didn't even get into how it was foundational Black Americans like Coretta Scott King, who stood up and were one of the reasons why Nelson Mandela got released. We're not even gonna get into the whole deep dives. I'm not even gonna get into our over 50,000 patents, many of those patents and many of those inventions we see in South Africa today, because that's part of culture. Part of culture is your achievements. I'm just sticking with the music since he brought up music, okay? And understand, even if she didn't know that history of gospel, the bottom line is this. She knows hip hop is Black American culture. She knows R&B is Black American culture. But the name of the game is to deny and deflect and to play dumb. And why do you need to play dumb? Because they view our culture as too powerful to belong to any one particular group. It's too powerful. It's too influential. It's too captivating. So at all costs, don't give them FBA niggas credit for it. And that mindset, again, family, is rooted in jealousy, envy, and hate. Please understand that. But let's continue.
How old are you?
A lady never reveals her age.
Okay.
Right, because she can't justify that bullshit that she just said, like she don't know nothing about Black American culture. All right, stop it. So now she's trying to laugh it off, family.
Fair enough, fair enough.
There was something going on social media, and it was, they're actually complaining about Tyler, saying that in South Africa, she is considered colored, and they got so mad. And I didn't understand, why are they mad? Because in South Africa, if you're like her, you're considered colored. Vele, she is colored when she's in Africa, when she's in South Africa. Also, even if she's in America, we still consider her colored. I don't understand what problem they had with that, because like, she's colored. What is wrong with being colored? And they felt attacked, and they started lashing out. They started talking, and then you could hear like their real views of the things. Could say, oh, we're not actually in this together. They are just not in a bad way. They are just Karens.
Okay.
Yes. If you know a Karen, you'll know.
Well, yeah, you got that from America, didn't you?
Yeah, she did.
If you know a Karen, you'll know.
Okay. Yeah. Shout out to the brother who's interviewing. Of course, she got that from America. But again, she doesn't know anything about us. She don't know what Black American culture is. Again, this is what these folks do. They're hypnotized with hatred. They sit up there, they soak up all the information from us. They try to walk like us, talk like us, emulate us. Okay. culturally appropriate all of our style, all of our inventions, all of our achievements, and then deny us credit for anything. But let me spin the block and let me address this Tyler situation again, because again, this is a one-sided beef. No foundational Black American is mad about Tyler calling herself colored. No one was mad about that. Here's the reality, and I say it again, family, you can go watch the Breakfast Club interview, which is still up for everybody to see. The reason foundational Black Americans stop fucking with Tyler is because Tyler got her ass on the Breakfast Club. And when Charlemagne the God, our foundational Black American brother from South Carolina, when he asked her very simply, he said, hey, Tyler, explain to me this colored thing. Why are you calling yourself colored? Explain to me colored. Tyler looked at him like this, then turned around and looked at her publicist like, hey, didn't I tell these niggas I wasn't answering these questions? Didn't I tell these niggas I wasn't answering these questions? And didn't respond. And her publicist got up and said, oh yeah, we're not answering those types of questions. So a lot of foundational Black Americans were upset about her dismissal of the question. Her acting like she was above answering race questions in this country. See, we as foundational Black Americans, we stand on business. Okay, if we're more proud than anything, it's being Black. We have songs like Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. And we understand that different people come from different cultures around the world. And we understand that y'all don't really use the label Black like that, or the label Black means something different in your other countries. That's why Charlemagne asked her to explain. But when she decided to stick her nose up and not even explain, didn't even want to break it down, a lot of foundational Black Americans said, okay, cool, no problem. I'm not rocking with you because I don't know what you are. Now you're giving me culture vulture vibes. I don't know if you Indian, are you even Black? I don't know. All right. So we said, hey, man, I'm going to step away from it. And that's the reality of the situation, which leads me to point number 2, because this is where the greater diaspora tried to jump in regarding this whole Tyler situation. But this is just in general. A lot of them act as if when they come to the United States, we need to adapt to them. That's what they try to tell us about Tyler. Well, it's y'all fault. Y'all should have known and did your research on Tyler and know that in her country, she's colored. And this is what colored mean. And y'all should have known why she didn't want to. Hold on. We didn't come looking for Tyler. Tyler came looking for us. Tyler brought her ass from South Africa to the United States to try to break into the American market. She's going up into the Breakfast Club, which is kind of used as the center of Black American culture. She's trying to break into the Black American audience. She's trying to win over us. We're not trying to win over her. That's just like when somebody comes to your house, you say, hey, man, wipe off your shoes at the door, then take them off and place them over there. I don't like, people wearing shoes in my house. And they tell you, well, in my house, it's sacred to walk around the house with your shoes on. Well, nigga, this ain't your house. This ain't your house. And if you got a special request, you damn sure need to explain yourself to the person's house you in. Tyler came here with special requests and then act like we were supposed to already know how she do things. No, we don't. That's why we asked. And in the moment you looked around like you didn't have to answer those requests, like you were going to do whatever the hell you want, we said, okay, cool. We done with you. And when we said we done with you, which leads me to point number 3, it showed how fake a lot of these South Africans and Africans are who were whining about Tyler. This is like from a couple weeks ago, family. This is not an old interview. They're still over there whining about Tyler. That happened, damn near 2 years ago? They're still over there whining. And a lot of this outcry is fake because when that girl dropped her EP last year, it flopped. It flopped. All them South African, they got 60 million of them over there. 1.1 billion on the continent of Africa, and it flopped. This is fake outrage. They use this to dangle a beef with Black Americans. They have no real justification to beef with us about, so they still running around crying about Tyler.
Are you colored?
No.
So what is the difference between a colored person and a light-skinned person?
I think for you to be a colored, like you have to be of a mixed race, and being light skinned is just different from that.
I think that's what's confusing a lot of Black Americans. They think that Tyla is just light-skinned, but what makes her colored instead of light-skinned?
Before I answer your question, they didn't have a right to attack without getting their facts straight, because Tyla is not light skinned. Tyla is colored. She is of different races. Yabo. So you are considered colored. Maybe if you come from, you have a white dad or a colored dad and a black mom. Even if you're black, you're still colored. Even if you're dark skinned, you are still colored. You are still considered colored. What was your question again?
You answered it. You answered it.
Okay. So why didn't Tyla just say that on the Breakfast Club? Why didn't she do that explanation that she just gave? Why didn't she say that on the Breakfast Club? Again, they keep talking about we attacked her. No, we didn't. We asked her a question. We literally asked her, just like the dude just asked you, to explain the whole color thing. Go back and watch the interview, family, on the Breakfast Club. Charlamagne said, hey, man, explain to me this whole color thing. She didn't say nothing. She acted like she was above the question. And it's one thing, again, we don't like as foundational Black Americans, is when people tap dance around race questions and identity questions. We don't like that. And she didn't even tap dance. She just didn't even answer the question. She was like, hey, talk to my publicist. Then we tell you we don't want to answer those questions. Okay, cool. Well, we ain't finna do no support nothing. We ain't finna spend no money with you. Plain and simple. Nobody attacking them. They keep trying to remix what happened. They act like Tyla was on the Breakfast Club and she was going into this TED talk about what colored was, and we were just attacking her and not listening to her explanation. She didn't say anything. Okay? She ducked the question. And that's what got her in hot water.
Perfectly. Many Black Americans think Africans don't like them. Is that true?
Personally, I used to like them, but you see, social media exposed a lot of things, and social media actually showed people for who they really are, and it showed how little they think of us. I feel that way. But it showed how little they think of us. I just feel like, okay, not all of them, because like I can't take one person's reaction or one person's sayings and then conclude on everyone. So I personally feel like with the little people that I saw, I feel like they don't like us like that.
So you think that Black Americans don't like Africans? But nothing you said has given me that impression. That I just don't see where you get that evidence.
Like I told you, you see the Tyler case. You see the Tyler.
Does the Tyler case mean that they don't like Africans?
The crash house wasn't necessary, honestly.
But she just, oh Lord. She just keeps using our lingo, don't she? The crash out was not necessary. This is how you can tell these folks not even from the culture. They don't even use the word right. We didn't crash out on Tyla. Okay? We didn't crash out on her. We just said we weren't fucking with her. Y'all are the ones crashing out. Y'all are the one who turned a Tyla interview with one individual, an individual artist, and her being rejected by Black Americans as an attack on South Africans and Africans as a whole. That's a crash out. When you use a Breakfast Club interview to say things like Black Americans are white now. Remember what she said. We're the white people of the diaspora. When you use a Breakfast Club interview to call us Karens, which is very disrespectful. You're using our lingo that we use to call out white people who unjustly call the cops on Black people. Now you're saying we're that. That's crashing out. Told you, family, these folks in the diaspora, they're a piece of work. They are a piece of work.
And I feel like that's where you see how someone really feels about you. You have to get them mad or get them in that position, and that's the only time you see what
I
they
agree.
really think about you. Because that's
Mhm.
the only time they like say everything that they're bottling inside. Like
Mhm.
even when you guys were talking, all smiles or laughing, once you get them mad, you get to see what they really, really think of you. And I
Mhm.
feel like that's what they really, really think. Because like
No. That's a projection, ma'am. That's how y'all feel. See, y'all be sitting over there hypnotized with hatred, looking for any little thing to hate about. Okay? And so y'all play this fake Pan-African game. Y'all like smiling in our faces. And then as soon as we reject one of your artists, all of a sudden we have no culture. We're white people. We're Karens. That's a projection, man. But continue.
there was another case. Okay, I won't say case, but it had something to do with Black Americans and Africans, where they was comparison like they're comparing prom dresses, and I really didn't understand where that came from. And they were like, Africans prom dresses are not nice. Where was that coming?
Oh Lord, family. So let me get this straight, family. We hate them. Proof that we hate them is she went on TikTok and somebody was comparing Black American prom dresses to South African prom dresses, and they said they like the Black American prom dresses better. Oh, that's shit. That's proof right there. I can't even defend that, family. Okay. We're not even allowed to have a damn opinion. If we choose foundational Black American culture over their culture, then we hate them. And that's a running thing in the diaspora. Remember, I was just breaking down that video the other day with a lot of these Caribbean cats. They're now moving down south to places like Atlanta. And because we don't want to hear dance hall music, because we don't want to hear Afro beats. Oh, y'all acting white. Why y'all attacking the Caribbean? Y'all hate Caribbean people. They always do this little gaslighting bullshit. We're not allowed to have an opinion. We're not allowed to just want to indulge in our culture. Okay? That's illegal to them. Okay? And when we do that, then, oh, you're acting white. They have to shame us. Shame on you. You attacking me. Fuck out of here.
You guys have prom here?
We do. We do. What do you mean? We do.
Where did that come from? Probably America.
Probably America.
From?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have to do my research on it.
Okay, so he put up this little clip. He says, prom is a part of American culture. South Africans have a similar tradition called matric farewell. But they have chosen to copy the American word prom, of course. Of course, that's what they always do.
Prom didn't come from America.
Where did it come from?
I don't know, but I'm 100%.
Prom didn't come from America. He asked her where it comes from. Well, I don't know. How the hell you know it don't come from America? Boy, the mindset of these people, family.
It didn't come from America.
So, a lot of Black Americans think that Africans are obsessed with Americans. Is that true?
I feel like Americans are obsessed with believing that they set trends when they actually do not.
I can't tell by this interview. Oh, let's just count, family. In this interview, she's used Karens. That's a word coined by foundational Black Americans. She's talking about crashing out. That's a word coined by foundational Black Americans. She's sitting over here talking about, well, we have prom and this and that. That's a word they got from Americans. She's sitting over here talking about her favorite genre of music is gospel music. That was started by foundational Black Americans, and the mothers and fathers of it are foundational Black Americans. She's going on and on about the Tyler interview that happened on the Breakfast Club in New York City. New York is in America. She ain't talking about no other interviews with Tyler, but that Breakfast Club interview in America, because that was her coming to fame. Okay, that's all they care about. Oh, you made it to America, you made it big. See, you, ma'am, you know we are the trendsetters, and there's nothing you can do about it because we're the trendsetters. We're the locomotive. We're the train that just keeps on churning, and you're actually, ma'am, the speed bump. See, removing y'all out the picture doesn't stop our motion. It doesn't stop our ingenuity. It doesn't stop our creativity, okay? It doesn't stop us from being world renowned. It actually empowers us. It speeds us up. because many of you act as a speed bump to slow us down every time we get churning, to throw salt on our name. So removing you out the picture actually makes us work more efficiently, makes the drive more efficient, okay? Makes our trends even stronger. And that's why you hate us. But let's continue.
At this point, you could be sleeping on a random day and you'll get Americans telling you that, no, I'm a piano started in America. I wouldn't even be surprised because they're literally entitled to everything. They feel like every trend was set by them. They feel like
it's a true hater by them. Every trend was set by them. Oh, this is a true hater right here. Oh, she hypnotized with hatred.
trendsetters of like literally everything. Like something's gonna come up, something really nice, and they'll be like, no, this came from America. Chill. Just calm down. Calm down.
Okay. Now, would you ever date a Black American?
If I like him, yes.
Oh,
I would. If I like him and I'm not in a relationship, I would probably. Yes.
What do you think the differences would be in that experience between a Black American guy and a Swazi guy?
I really wouldn't know because I only know the Swazi guys. Yeah, boo. So I wouldn't know. And I don't think social media shows that much of it. Like when it comes to the relationship part. Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Now, if you had to pick between a Black American and a white American, which one would you pick?
Uh-oh.
I think I'd pick a white American. We already have enough Black people in the country, so I'd pick a white American.
Wait, again, you have enough Black people in the country?
Of course, like if I want a Black man, I'll get a Black man I can get a Black man in country. Like we have them, so I'd take a white American.
So what do you think is special about white men?
I feel like they're more. I feel like they're more gentle. I feel like I feel like they're more gentle. They're more kind. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Have you ever dated a white guy before?
These folks then rape, pillage, and colonize your country, and you talking about gentle. Lord.
Ever dated a white guy before?
Kind of.
Did he just smash and leave?
I don't do that. I don't do.
So what happened?
It was good. It was good. He was kind. He was kind. He was generous. He was caring. A bit racist, but yeah.
Oh, you have to explain that part. How was he racist?
I think he felt like Black people are like they're like crooks, and Black people are always out there trying to get someone to mug or something. Like for example, I'll be stepping out of the car and then he'll be like, no, you should watch your wallet, make sure your money is with you. And I'm in Babane, like, come on.
Where was this guy from? Where was this guy from?
I think it was from Spain.
And the funny thing is, in Spain, they mug people all the time. They pickpocket all the time. Yeah, that's.
I literally told this guy, I was like, every place does have people who mug people.
Yeah.
Like every place does. Every place has toxic people. You can't just say no. In Africa, the crime rate is what. Every place has crime. Like there's no place that doesn't have that has like 0% crime. I don't know of it, but there's I think a very small percentage like in the world that has like 0 crime rate. So that's what I told him. I told him like even in Spain you can get mugged. It's not only in Swaziland.
Was that white guy you dated rich?
He was. Yes.
How rich?
Very rich.
How generous was he?
Very generous. He was generous is an understatement.
How old was he?
Oh, he was almost my age.
So like 50?
No, I'm 50. Oh, come on. And it was not very old. He was not very old.
How much generosity does it take to impress you?
You have to be very.
Like how rich?
How rich?
Yeah.
Like I feel like it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to do with how rich you are, because you can be rich and still not give me the money. And if you are rich on your own, and I'm in a relationship with you, and you're not giving me the money, it's not benefiting me in any way.
So
let me pause right here, family. And again, I let that play a little bit so you can get the context and the mindset of this woman. And this is why I always say, number one, the hate and the backlash that we receive as foundational Black Americans and the hate they have for our lineage always falls flat because it's not rooted in anything. It's rooted in jealousy, envy, and lies. This is a woman who said from the time the interview started that we were white people in blackface. She called us Karen. She said, hey, we have no culture. She acted like we were mean-spirited people who just attack other Black people. We attacked Tyla. All for her to say at the end that she prefers to date a white American over a Black American. All for her to say that she used to date white men who were racist, but they had money. So as long as they had money, she was cool with it. She was cool with it, family. But remember, we're the white people. We're the white people. Again, their backlash, their so-called critique, it's not rooted in anything. So it falls flat and it falls off of us. Because if you let them talk long enough, you can see where the true problem lies. Which leads me to point number 2. A lot of us ask the question, how is it that these folks over there are 90% of the population getting controlled and dominated by the 7 to 10%? This is how. This is how. All that hatred, jealous, and envy, all that popping it, all that standing on business when it comes to other Black people, all that cropping up beef, they look for beef. They look for a reason to beef with other Black people over there. Okay, they'll go across the seas looking for beef. Crop up a beef with us. But with your native colonizers who have taken everything, stolen your land, killed you by the millions, control your resources, lock up your leaders and revolutionaries, you sleep with them. You fantasize about them. This is how the 7 to 10% are controlling and dominating the 90. Right here, this mindset. Because understand, women are the teachers and the educators of your community. Show me the condition of the woman, and I'll show the condition of the ethnic group of your community. This is the condition of South Africans. Right here. This ain't just the only one, because I know you're going to have Negroes coming in the comment, man, they do one South African. It's always just one. But there's a reason why that 7 to 10% been dominating that ass for 100 years. It got to be more than one of them over there. See, the reality is the Winnie Mandelas of the world, those are the rarities. The ones who standing on business, the Julius Malimas, those are the rarities over there. Those are the minorities. Many of them, more significant amount, are people who think just like her. This is your South African in 2026, family. This mindset. All the smoke for other Black people, no smoke for your native colonizer. In fact, you fantasizing and sleeping with them. And that's why they don't worry. They say, man, I ain't worried about these Negroes over here. Okay? And this is why I tell y'all, when we get these tethers over here from Africa, this is the culture they come with. Let's be clear. If a white American sees this video and he says, oh, I like that negress, I'll bring her over here. Let's be clear. She'll be over here with a you-know-what hat on, a Make America Great Again hat on, and be talking about how we're lazy and just don't work hard. I can see it on her now. I can see it on her now. She ain't gonna stand on no damn business. She ain't standing on no business back home. Understand the mindset these folks come over here with. And understand, most importantly, the culture they come from. This is South African culture for the most part. But let's go ahead and end it, family.
Some of my viewers are simps. You know what a simp is, right? A simp. Simp, you never heard of that? They're those guys who like to impress women with money. Now, if a Black American guy like that wanted to come to Eswatini, would you give him a chance, despite all of the things you think about Black Americans?
No, like I have nothing against Black Americans, and if you're not racist towards me, I'm not racist towards you. If you don't give me weird vibes, I don't give you weird vibes. But if you like, because like you're Black American, and I haven't given you any weird vibes. So like if you come with a neutral vibe, we good. But if you come with your Americans came with this, Americans came with that, we gonna fight. Or we gonna fight.
That was fantastic. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
So let's summarize again. If you're a Black American and you want to be with her, you got to come with respect. Okay? You have to come with a good vibe. You have to respect her people, X, Y, and Z, and you got to have some money. You got to have some money. But if you're a white dude, if you descendants of the people who colonized her land and continue to whoop her and her people's ass to this day, who have 90% of the people living in shanty towns and slums, while that 7 to 10% control the resources of the land, you can be racist. You can disrespect her people. But as long as they have money, and most importantly, as long as they got that complexion, you good. You can't make this shit up, family. You can't make this shit up. But remember, we're the white people of the diaspora. We're the Karens. Understand, we ain't the white people. We a phenomenal group of people. Because these other groups around the diaspora that y'all keep thinking are revolutionary, that y'all keep thinking are fighters and warriors, they ain't. Many of them are not. Unfortunately, it's a minority of them over there. And a lot of times we see skin folk and we think we have some type of numbers. Oh man, if you go to Ghana, it's a whole bunch of y'all over there, man. The police look just like you, but they on some scamming bullshit too. They chopping too. They selling and they in on the corruption too. That's the reality. White folks get over there, they start bucking their eyes and making them the chief of the village. You got skin folk over there, but not kin folk in your struggle. Please understand that, foundational Black Americans, and let this video be evidence that you are a phenomenal people. The mindset we have, that revolutionary energy we have, the fact that we've been in the belly of the beast and we still stand 10 toes down, we still fight systematic white supremacy, that the names we label these devils are known around the world, even by our haters. We got these haters over here, foundational Black Americans, calling white folks Karens based off what we labeled them. You known globally for standing on business. And we're going to continue to be known globally for standing on business, family. Because this fight ain't over until we win. It's your brother Chase. Drop a comment in the comment section. Tell me what you think. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, hype it up for your boy. And go get my 2 newest books, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Start Swinging, and Old Black Money. And if you already have them, family, please, please, please do me a quick favor. Click that link in the bio and leave a review for your boy. Leave a review. It's so important, man. That helps spread the word. But until next time, family, I hope I went too long today, man. Y'all know what it is. It's your brother Chase. Peace and Black power. Foundational Black Americans. You're a phenomenal, phenomenal people. Don't you ever forget that. Salute.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Just want to send you a reminder. You can get the hair growth spray, which is the Chebe. and my hair growth spray, which is rosemary clove. And that is 25% off if you want to get that over on Etsy. All right. So everybody, we're going to talk about the farmers. And I don't feel bad for these white farmers. They were the ones that ran out and voted for Donald Trump. They voted against immigration and ended up losing 100% of their workforce. Well, many of you might have heard about these white farmers were in a group over there on X talking about us, the Black community, was going to come and work the farms because we didn't have no jobs. Now, that is the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my entire existence. How are we making it in this country with no job? Okay. I mean, how does that even make sense? So even other white people had to tell these farmers, no, Black people got jobs. What are you talking about? They got jobs. Now, some of you may even be wondering, because I know I've heard the stories about how many of them disappeared from the detention center. There's a reason for that. They can stay if they will agree to go on these farms. And that's where many of them went. They went to work on farms. And that offer is still on the table for them. If they will go and work on farms, they're not going to make them leave. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a thought of them believing we were going to come and take those jobs is downright insulting. We ain't coming under y'all like that anymore. You got to be out of your mind to believe that's even a possibility. Number one, you got a long, ugly history. If we show up on those farms and work, first thing you're going to do is mistreat us. You're going to try to talk down to us because you can't help yourself. You're going to start trying to talk down to us. Then you'll be pointing your little lazy finger all over the place, screaming about what needs to be done. We ain't coming under you like that. And that's the nature of your people. This is what y'all do. It's just a matter of seconds before you start treating us inhumanely. And you do this to these migrants. I've even seen articles where some of these migrants have been punched, slapped, cussed at on these farms. They don't treat these migrants but so great, y'all. Don't think they're giving them, you know how they are. If you don't look like them, you don't get the best treatment. You don't. So no, we ain't ever coming under y'all like that again. Ever. And y'all need to get these fantasies about us going back in slavery. We ain't hardly coming back to be none of your slaves. Let me repeat that again. We ain't hardly coming back to be none of your slaves. You better go get Billy Bob and Susie out of college and bring them onto your farm and tell them they can't go to school because they need the help on the farm. That's what you better do this time around. You better go gather up your family members wherever they are and tell them you need help with your farm. Getting us out there talking about some slave, you ain't hardly enslaving us. Do you realize we're armed too? And if it comes down to being your slave and surviving, we gonna survive. You won't. Do you know you would actually be putting your life on the line trying to enslave us? If you think this is going to be a repeat of the 1600s, you got another thought coming. I'm just letting you know, enslaving us is not an option for any of you. Not an option. So y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Okay. I don't feel bad for you because you did this to yourselves. You ran out there and voted for Donald Trump. Donald Trump spoke all over the campaign trail about mass deportation. And many of you knew 100% of your workforce were illegals. What the hell did you think was going to happen? So you do this to yourself, but it's Black men and women that should come to your rescue? Are you insane? No. That ain't gonna happen. So since you did this to yourself, you get out of it the best way you can without us. Period.
Why not just hire people from here?
Yeah, so we would love to hire people from here. The reality is we can't find the numbers of people here. We're in a rural area, number one. Number two, this is hard work. It is difficult work. And there are lots of people that are not willing to do it.
There is a clear directive from the administration that they want mass deportation. That is impacting then our labor force. Is that what I'm understanding?
It's absolutely impacting the labor force, and the president said so himself. He said the aggressive raids are hurting our farmers. Somewhere between 50 and 60% of our farm labor workforce is undocumented immigrants. If we were to deport them all overnight, then that's 60% of the workforce. That means higher prices for them at the grocery store.
You truly cannot make this stuff up, bro. To address farm labor shortage, Trump administration turns to migrant workers. Not a headline that I would really expect to see, right? But it turns out that because there is a labor shortage in the agricultural sector here in the US, aka farm workers mostly, the Trump administration has just made it cheaper for American farmers to sponsor and hire H-2A agricultural workers. For those of you guys that do not know what H-2A is, it is a temporary work visa program. Yes, you heard that right. Visa program under this administration that they're facilitating so American farmers can basically hire folks from other countries that want to come work in their farms here in the US temporarily. Of course, there's a shortage because number one, the immigration raids and Trump's overall immigration policy has scared people away from working on many of these farms, right? But number two, we know that most natural born American citizens that claim to be the most hardworking, those that claim we're stealing their jobs, would never work. These extremely difficult, extremely demanding, and extremely important jobs that keep the US economy running and keep you and me fed with groceries in our stores. So to help alleviate this labor shortage, this administration has adjusted how wages are paid to H-2A farm workers, right? Lowering them between $1 and $7 depending on the state. Farm owners can now also include housing as part of the compensation package they provide to guest farm workers. Many farmers have celebrated those changes made to an increasingly popular visa program, as I told you guys, H-2A, noting the difficulty in hiring American workers and tough economic conditions for the industry. Now, it's important to note that the United Farm Workers of America have filed a lawsuit against the administration for this reduction in wages of H-2A workers. They argue that the rule will adversely harm American farm workers by lowering their wages as well as pushing them out of the labor force entirely. And it is true that the H-2A program has historically had issues with exploitation, human trafficking, labor trafficking, all that stuff. But many people from places like Mexico, Central America, Jamaica, a lot of different countries take that chance and they enter this program to come work in the US temporarily because they earn their income, even if it's lower, in US dollars, and then that translates to more money in their national currency, right? Isn't it crazy how they love us for our labor? They love Latinos for their labor. They love immigrants from other countries for their labor. but they don't love them for anything else. God forbid you give them any kind of permanent legal status to be dignified in this country. All while you brutalize us on the streets, racially profile us, jail us, deport us, do all kinds of abhorrent things to our community. Donald Trump es un descarado.
You know what? He's full of shit. Oh, but I thought y'all be boasting that you got a country. You got a country you can go to. Well, then go. If you feel like, oh, they're mistreating us, they're doing this, they're grabbing, they're profiling, go home. Go home. Don't y'all be boasting all the time about, I got a country to go to. I got a country. Don't y'all be saying that? Then why are you sticking around for the abuse then? Dummy. I don't feel bad for you. Go home.
You're right. Farmers do hire illegal immigrants because they get them for cheaper, and they also provide them with housing. I was offered $15K to bring each individual illegal immigrant, but the charge would be federal charges if I got caught. They came with fake IDs, etc. I've already said this on this app. I have to I just need to play a broken record. I should start taping myself and just playing the same thing, because straight up, why is everybody so concerned about farm workers, but yet y'all, there's people like me, English people, who literally work on fucking farms or have worked on farms. See, they hire kids, like other people said in the comments, they hire kids that want to make a few bucks, like $15 an hour, to go throw some hay bales. I was one of those kids who threw hay bales, who did all that shit, who scraped cow shit, etc., horse shit, etc. I did all that. I made good money doing that. I worked my ass off. 92-degree heat. I was flipping rocks in the field. I worked my ass off.
Hi, we have news. Trump is looking to recruit immigrant farm workers because we have a shortage of workers on farms. So yes, he's looking to, yes, I can't make this up. This is really real life. Apparently they deported so many farm workers that they're now reaching out to migrant farm workers.
As usual, another one of Donald Trump's stupid failed policies blew up in his face, and now he's trying to just pretend it didn't happen. Because when he first started his mass deportations, just like experts predicted and like we all said for months, it's going to raise unemployment. It's also going to cause prices to go up and cause food shortages because half of our agricultural workforce are migrants. And of course, somehow, because us dumb average people here on TikTok are somehow smarter than the genius businessman, we now also have massive labor shortages, which Trump is now trying to replace with migrant workers. He's making it cheaper to hire migrant farm workers on temporary visas under H-2A. So hilariously, after the Republicans for decades claiming that immigrants are taking our jobs, Trump got rid of the jobs that the migrants were working, and now he's actually replacing American workers with cheap migrant labor, making it so they can forcibly be paid less, too. It's displacing farm workers that have been working in the fields and putting food on their dinner tables for decades, bringing in a workforce that is even more vulnerable to abuse. But this has been going on in the
See, this is why Republicans are dumb. They are dumb. If you go look at Mar-a-Lago, do you know all of Donald Trump's workers are immigrants? Everybody he hires for Mar-a-Lago are immigrants. So what makes you think he's not going to start replacing Americans? He won't even hire Americans for Mar-a-Lago. He won't hire any. Everybody's a foreigner. So if he's doing that, what makes you think he's interested in hiring Americans? And on top of that, Donald Trump got a history of screwing people out of money. So you think a person like that is going to look out for American workers and make sure you get a good income? Hell no. Hell no. This man don't even want to pay the people that are working for him. He ain't going to make sure you got some job with some good wages. It'll be the exact opposite. And for y'all to vote for this man believing he cares about you, he don't give a shit about none of y'all. But see, now many of them are slowly getting it. When you go on TikTok, you see more and more of them on videos leaving MAGA, leaving Donald Trump. But what took you so long? Everybody knew this about Donald Trump. Damn, kind of slow there, huh? I guess that's part of having a high IQ. You kind of slow.
Republican Party for fucking decades. They create a problem or pretend that something is a huge problem, and then their way to fix it is to make the whole thing worse or to make that false prophecy come true. The best example is the transgender bathroom bills. They made a huge hullabaloo about transgender people attacking women in bathrooms, which never fucking happens. But they hyped it up as if it was this huge problem, so we needed to address it. So then they started making bathroom bans where they said that transgender people had to use the bathroom of the gender they were assigned at birth. So now in places where they've enacted these laws, they are forcing people who have fully transitioned with a big, huge beard to go into women's bathrooms. Hey presto, they suddenly created the problem that was not there to begin with. So just to recap here, Republicans have been claiming for years that Democrats are coming for your guns. And the only president who said he advocates taking away people's guns without due process is Donald Trump. The Republicans have been claiming for years that every Democrat is a pedophile, yet the people who are overwhelmingly in the Epstein files with Donald Trump as the ringmaster are Republicans. It's also the Republicans who keep crashing Grindr and keep getting caught for soliciting young teenage boys. The Republicans have been claiming that Democrats are the party of war, yet Donald Trump is starting wars with everyone all over the fucking planet. They claim that Democrats want to raise taxes as Trump cuts taxes for billionaires and raises them on the rest of us. And now we've come full circle with their hypocrisy yet again, as they are hiring cheap migrant labor in order to take American jobs.
In breaking news, Brooke Reynolds, the agricultural secretary, said we have to combat the lack of migrant workers by hiring migrant workers. So after the immense push for deportation raids on construction and farms and whatnot, it's now led to a financial crisis, especially for farmers. And the answer, according to the United States government, is to hire migrant workers. This comes because 4,000 agricultural jobs, farming jobs were posted since last year, and 148 Americans were applied and hired to those positions of 4,000. Okay, and these are permanent jobs, not just part-time or seasonal. These are permanent. And this goes to the argument when they scream they took our jobs. Yeah, well, the migrants weren't there. They posted the jobs legally, and Americans never came to the call, which means that this whole rhetoric that they took our jobs seems to have been a lie the whole time. Or you can just confirm that with the agricultural secretary and Trump, who are saying we have to combat the lack of migrant workers with migrant workers. Y'all, if this ain't a joke, I don't know what else this administration could be. Y'all have a good day.
You want to get rid of illegal immigrants, quit eating. And that's for everybody. That's, nationwide. If you want to get rid of them, quit eating. That'll solve the problem.
But when only 5 pickers showed up this morning to harvest his sweet potatoes, farmer Keith Smith saw possible ruin, the loss of his $500,000 crop.
They're running scared because of this new law.
And you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble, bad trouble.
Smith's 200 acres need 20 pickers, mostly Mexican nationals.
There is not enough documented people here to supply that workforce.
Most of your workers are here illegally.
That's sure. If they got documentation, they got a better job working for me.
Fernando Aldeman, a Mexican national, has worked Smith's farm since 1992. Everybody's just scared.
Yeah.
Now, are you here legally? No.
No.
So, are you scared?
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared,
Smith's pickers make about $100 a day. He supports immigration laws, just not this one that threatens his third-generation family.
Anybody see this piece from the New York Times? To address farm labor shortage, Trump administration turns to migrant workers. What the fuck? Of course there's a migrant shortage, a labor shortage. I mean, what the fuck did he expect would happen? These crazy deportations where you have these militant brown shirts on the streets throwing people in gulags. And now he wants to know, well, what the fuck? Now we have a fucking labor shortage. The administration has quietly acknowledged in recent months that its immigration raids and crackdown on the border have aggravated this issue, the labor shortage. So it has instead turned to an alternative source, making it cheaper for farmers to hire immigrant farm workers on temporary visas. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I'm laughing because it's fucking insane. What do you guys think about this? So now farmers are...
Well, yeah, it's insane because they created the problem. They created the problem. And now they're running around talking about, we got to hire migrants. You caused the damn problem. See, once again, this is the Trump administration doing things and not thinking things clearly through. Why do you think this war has been a disaster? You couldn't have the dumbest, most ignorant people in charge of this country right now. You created the damn problem. You sent ICE on these farms, grabbing up these illegals. And now you want the same migrants that you ran off to come back and work the farms. So you broke it. Now you trying to fix it. Boy, y'all, the Most High was not lying when he said these are the basis of all men. He did not lie. He did not lie at all.
We're actually celebrating these changes because they're making it cheaper. They're making it cheaper for these farmers to hire migrants. But these migrants don't want to fucking work because they're scared. I hate it here. I absolutely fucking hate it here. Let me know what you think about this bullshit.
We have an agricultural labor shortage, but don't you worry. President Trump has a solution. New reports are indicating that the Trump administration is considering expanding migrant farm worker programs. And this comes after ICE aggressively detained and deported a lot of farm workers. And even though these Mexicans were stealing their jobs, nobody's stepping up to take these jobs. Now we have an agriculture labor shortage. Kind of like the Bracero program repeating itself all over again. Now, this discussion surfaced during policy meetings in Washington, D.C., and that's where federal officials and agriculture leaders warned that farms across the country are struggling to find workers, in particular for planting and harvesting. Shocker, right? And right now, 4 states are feeling the shortage: California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. So like the Bracero program, where the United States government went into Mexico to seek workers, the Trump administration is thinking of doing the same thing with H-2A visas. Now, while many people are like, well, that's a legal way to do it, you forget that ICE was still detaining and deporting people who were here legally with legal, legit visas, which the H-2A is a visa. And they were also deporting people with H-2A visas and just canceling their visas because they felt like it. I think Trump's friends, who are all farm owners, began complaining to Trump about their shortage because nobody is going to work these really hard jobs. And if they do, they're not fast, accurate, and motivated the way the people that got deported were. Ironic, isn't it? But it's like we warned everybody this was going to happen. We saw this happen back in the 1920s with the Mexican Reparation Act, and then with Operation BACK. And each time they had to go get people from Mexico to come back into the United States to work because Americans weren't doing that job, even though, Mexicans were stealing their jobs. Well, let me know what you think in the comments below.
The United States needs more immigrants. This is according to Brooke Rollins, the Secretary of Agriculture. Now, a New York Times article covers all of the changes that have occurred under Brooke Rollins' leadership, including allowing farmers to pay H-2A visa applicants up to $7 an hour less than they were previously receiving, and have their housing and any food be deducted from their pay, which is something they weren't allowed to do prior. Now, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has made all of those things legal and feasible for farmers in an attempt to allow them to bring in more H-2A applicants. Multiple studies have shown that Donald Trump's promise that 100% of farm workers would be U.S. citizens, well, it's not happening. In fact, according to the Department of Agriculture's own data, over 400,000 job postings for seasonal and full-time farm work were posted last year in Donald Trump's first full year as president. And, well, only 182 of those positions were filled by U.S. citizens. So the majority of farm work goes to migrants. And even in the undocumented migrant world, the majority of the workers in the fields are not undocumented. Undocumented farm workers, according to the New York Times, make up a minuscule portion of the farm workers that are out there. But because of Donald Trump's immigration raids, farms across California that are reliant on these farm workers full-time on H-2A visas to help their farms run, they've seen that about 20% of their staff on any given day does not show up because of fears about immigration raids. Even though they're in the country legally, they've seen their friends, their families, and their coworkers disappear. So Brooke Rollins says that this will all help farmers. This will be an economic boon to them. This will allow them to get rid of one of the largest costs that they have, which is manpower, and it will allow them to put more money in their pockets while stripping money from the people actually in the fields, actually doing the work.
So y'all, let them all go down together. Workers, farmers, all of them. I don't care. You know, Trump administration, well, we already watching them fall to the bottom of the abyss. We're watching it in real time. And now these farmers, you know, don't feel bad for them. Most of these white farmers got stolen land that they took from black farmers. Never forget that. And that land is still there. It still exists. And they got it. And many of them got it for free. Didn't have to pay a dime for it. So at the end of the day, this judgment was bound to come. It was bound to come. And look, y'all, at the end of the day, look at how they got things set up. Remember, they were the slave catchers and would drag, whenever they could catch us, they would drag us back to these plantations. Now, look at the irony. This is why, you know, a lot of these Latinos are facing judgment. Look at what's going on. Donald Trump himself came out and said most ICE agents are Latinos. And what are these Latino ICE agents doing? Running down their own people. You can't make it up. Judgment is here for all of y'all. It really, truly is. And the war is also showing you too. America can't even win. It's showing you all of the world is under judgment. Look at the Straits of Hormuz. You got all these ships and these countries that desperately depend on the oils and goods, and they can't get none of it because of Trump's blockade. So yes, the judgment is real. The judgment is here, and it will not get better for any of these nations out here. Not now, not ever. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I am working on a few more lives, and you should see those within the next few hours. Shalom, family.
Ashley Gonzalez may be one of the dumbest people walking the face of the planet right now. Now, we all know how staunchly anti-black she is, but I think to be anti-black, there's also a level of low intelligence that has to go with it. So as we already know, we saw the viral video that's gone out there where she was calling everybody the N-word, this, that, and the third. But I was brought something else was brought to my attention recently that came out probably about a week before that viral video, and it's a conversation she was having with someone in the DM on Instagram about what the qualification is to become a Houston Police Department officer. And I'm going to insert the video right here and listen to what she says, and then we're going to discuss.
Nerd, but now we got to do everything online.
The crowd, like if yeah, so everything is a bit weird now. I guess like how you said, everything's now digital. I didn't know that. Whenever I went, it was like I think I went in person, but regardless, I think I was still supposed to schedule an appointment with them. But I fucked up because I didn't schedule one, so I just walked in. They're like, "Yeah, nah, try again." Yeah, so you just schedule your appointment in. As far as like SWAT, there's so many other divisions like you can pick, but the bare minimum is their minimum requirement is like 3 to 5 years being patrol. It just depends what you try out for. Like for example, if you're trying to be a trainer, the one that trains like other officers, that's like 2 years. But if you're trying to be like their tactical team, that's like 3 years, or like for SWAT or like higher shit, they might just bump it just because so many people want to do it. And then apart from that, I mean, SWAT, you don't just send in your application and expect to, get in. Like you actually have to go through like their mini boot camp, like the whole 9 yards, right? They got to interview, kind of like Marsoc, they interview you, and if the crowd, like if the group fucks with you, they pick you. If not, then you're like sorry. But yeah, just I don't even think you need a resume, honestly. They give you, so it's gonna be like a fucking 30-page application where it's like all about you. They're gonna run your record, see all the tickets or whatever you have. They're basically just gonna run your record. Just they're gonna ask for 5 years of people who've known you for like more than 5 years, like recommendations, just stuff like that. If it's the same application as mine, that's exactly how it was for us. Just be truthful about most of it. I mean, well, about all of it. For example, like if you smoked weed in high school, like say, like, hey, have you ever done drugs? Yes or no question, right? Like no, like. Nobody's a saint, you know what I mean? You make mistakes, you're an adult now. Like, yeah, I smoked weed when I was in high school. I did it once, I stopped, that's it. You know what I mean? Like that's all they're gonna ask you. But if you say yes to in the packet, make sure to say the same answer when you go to that lie detector test, because there's a lie detector test too.
So y'all just heard that exchange right there. First of all, the person who she was having a conversation with, I don't think she knew who this person was. All they said is that they was in the Marines or they were a former Marine, and they were asking her, how do you get a job in the Houston Police Department? And to me, it sounds like she told way more than what she was supposed to say. Like she should have kept it real simple, but then she started going in about the lie detector test, the qualifications and all things like that. But the way that she went about it was crazy. And if you listen to the voice, the first person who speaks, that sounded like a black man that was asking her the question. So this could have easily been a setup thing to see what she was going to say. He probably wasn't expecting her to go into all of this. And then it was like, okay, we got her. Now we're going to hold on to this. And what are the odds that this comes out after what she said in that viral video? I'm telling you, I think the people down there in Houston are letting it be known. And I don't know if this person is this person has to be part of Houston, because why would they ask about the Houston Police Department or something like that? The people down there in Houston are on her ass, because from what I was reading in the comments of the video that I did about her, they said the people in Houston are not letting up, and I'm so glad that is indeed the case. This woman is not smart or bright whatsoever, and it's pretty obvious. And they just allow her to be all up and through that police department. But that's not so surprising, because a lot of people, and I'm not going to say every last person in the police department, because that would be absurd, but there's a lot of people in the police department who think and act just like her. They have the same mindset that she has. They have the same personality that she has, and they maneuver the way that she does. That's why I said they need to thoroughly investigate her background of all the black people she had an encounter with while she was a cop. for the Houston Police Department. I don't care if she has been relieved of duty. They still need to investigate and see what her past is like. It's pretty damn obvious that this woman had issues, probably in the side of that department and with those outside of it. So for her to be in that position is absolutely insane. But the part that really made her cook herself with this is not the mere fact of her telling him what is going to happen when it comes to the process. She basically exposed her department that she at this point used to work for, telling him that the bar to get into the department is low. Like, it's a no-brainer type of thing, and you don't really have to do much in order to get in. That's going to look and reflect badly on the department, whether or not what she's saying is true, because it could possibly be true. Going back to what I was saying, a lot of these things, the qualifications are very low. Even if that was true, that was not her place to say something like that. And then on a public social media domain where anyone can see this, which how I got it, because someone tagged me because I didn't know it existed until today on the 23rd of April. They now know that. Does she not think that's not going to get back to that department? I think at this point, if she had any chance of thinking she was going to go back into a department or any police department to work, that opportunity has come and gone, and rightfully so. Because after going viral for that video that she did, she should have definitely be gone. And this right here should keep her ass out, in my honest opinion. You don't tell nobody something like that and then had the nerve to say in a recording. So it's not like she could lie and say, oh, someone hacked my account and type that in. No, that's her voice telling him. Almost 3 minutes. Out of everything that she said, the thing that's going to mess her up was basically saying that, oh, the bar is low to get in this department. Pretty much anyone can get in hell because I got in. I mean, she's telling on herself right there that she didn't even think she was qualified. And she still got in. She's probably shocked that she got in. That's why she's telling them that. Like, is this, and this. I got in and I didn't have this and this and this. So it should be easy for you. And also, too, remember, she was in the Marines. The guy told her that he was in the Marines in the text, in the message that he typed out. Who's to say that if he does apply, but there's some issues that she's going to probably vouch for him because he was in the Marines, the same branch of the military that she was in. And he could possibly not be qualified like she was. So now you got another unqualified person in there. And you pretty much expose that it doesn't take much to get into that department. Wow. But yeah, like I said, if she cooks herself even further, she will have, again, no one more to blame for this than herself.
Well, the fallout from these Democrats is getting worse and worse and worse. And I've been telling you guys for years about these federal laws that's on the books that's supposed to protect Black Americans. There's nothing really on the books that's there specifically for foundational Black Americans. It always been for people of color and jurisdiction thereof, all race, creed, even though we were going through what we were going through. So when Donald Trump got up there and he said, well, we know what the 14th Amendment was, when they wrote it down in writing, we know what they wrote. And this is the problem. So now when you see these Democrats, it's on multiple levels, always going hard for immigrants and everybody else, and they holding them and hire president over us, right? We're upset, but you got to go back to the early writings. And even with the Civil Rights Act of 64, it says based off race, color, religion, sex, all these different things were known. We was the ones getting our heads kicked in, right? So when you see some of the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act being repealed or pushed back, people were upset. They're saying, well, you're losing your democracy and they want to put us back in chains and they want to do this. Well, most of this is the Democrats' fault. Because when Black Americans started to push back on them, the way that they move in their policies and everything else, you guys told us to shut up and told us to be quiet. Now, when you look at a lot of these districts, when they was redistricting, a lot of these Democrats that was coming out of those districts wasn't for the grassroots Black people. They was fighting for immigrants. They were fighting for a whole bunch of different things. Now, remember, we're going into the 2030 agenda, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. Everybody wants to be out in the open and be able to live in society without judgment, right? And so whites are saying now, hey, We can't do things based off of race. That's discrimination. Right? That's discrimination, knowing that there's never been recompense for what happened to black people. But how can you have recompense for what happened to black people when you got Democrats fighting for everybody else? So there's a confusion going on. You got them fighting for the Skittles crew. You got them fighting for immigrants. You got money being pushed for all these other different groups, while the black community is being gentrified out of communities that they live in. They're being priced out, right? Those democratic programs didn't work, right? So now there's a reset to start all over. And the Confederates, they want the South back, right? They were saying that there was unfair gerrymandering going on amongst Democrats in order for them to win. So now they're saying that they want Alabama back, Mississippi. They want all these states back. Because in California, Illinois, New York, the Democrats is running wild. That's what they're allegedly saying. But in the middle of all of this is us saying that we want our reparations. But how can we get our reparations when one side don't even think you should be alive? The other side ain't fighting on behalf of you at all. They failed to get legislation passed in the House and in the Senate, right? And even when they had the House floor and Senate floor, they still didn't press no executive orders, right? They put the immigrants and everything over you. But let's look at Roland Martin and his crew. You know, they're going crazy. They're going off. Let's get off into some of the stuff that this.
Same Supreme Court is going to have a major impact on congressional seats, state rep seats, state senate seats, county commissioner seats, city council seats, where race was used in the creation. Now, this is a extremely strange ruling by this majority. They held that Section 2 of the Act, which prohibits states from using maps that dilute minority groups' voting power, requires plaintiffs to be able to, quote, disentangle race from lawmakers' race-neutral considerations so that a strong inference may be drawn that race was a factor. What the hell are they talking about? The 60 decision will make it far harder for plaintiffs to challenge future maps for racial discrimination, undermining a key understanding of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. Now, folks, to further break all of this down, and again, trying to get people to understand what we're dealing with, they were deciding a case regarding the second black district in Louisiana. Here's the problem. The same Supreme Court allowed the creation of that very district. So the Republicans in Louisiana then tried to sue by saying, oh, race should not be used as a factor in that. Mm-hmm. All right, let's figure out what the hell they were talking about, because it's frankly being quite clueless. David Hewitt is the president and executive director of the Laws Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. He joins me right now. So, Frat, let's walk this ruling written by Samuel E. Lee.
So you hear him when he first started off, he says, so Frat, right? So let's just pay attention. Let's just listen, no emotion. Let's just listen and break this down piece by piece.
You know, it's all over the place. Elena Kagan, who was one of the three, she says that for all intent and purposes, what they've done is turn the Voting Rights Act into a name-only law.
Well, exactly. It's like you have rights on paper, but no remedy in fact. The court has made it incredibly difficult. It's actually usurped Congress's authority. You know, back in 1982, Line Blacc and others helped to get the amendments in 1982 to make clear that there was an effect standard, that it wasn't just intentional discrimination based on the bad Supreme Court decision out of Mobile, Alabama. Now, Justice Alito and the majority of the court has essentially overwritten that by basically changing Section 2, saying, we don't like that. We're going back to the glory days of the way it was. And that means that we have to prove intentional racial discrimination to get any kind of remedy.
Well, part of this, what happens is when you're creating this all-inclusive society and you're allowing the Skittles crew into kids' schools, you're forcing people to call men, women, men, allowing them to go into women's bathrooms. You're pushing for all of this within the society, right? And you're saying that you're telling illegals that they can come in and allow them to come in. They can break the law and come in, right? But everybody else in America is subjected to follow the law, right? So you have all these systems in place that the Democrats is fighting for, right? You open up the door for this. So now you open up the door for W's to go and say, hey, you can't discriminate based off of color anymore. Those are the old days. Those days are over. So those bills that were set in place that was to protect, because it wasn't, I can't say black people. It was for all minority groups, because that's what's on paper. They're rolling that back because they're saying that this is unfair. We wasn't a part of that. Why do I got to pay for what my grandparents did? That's what's happening, right? But you guys open up the door for this. Let's proceed.
So this thing is bad all the way around. But look, let's just be clear for broader context, Roland. Black people we've never had fair representation in this country. As long as there have been elections in this country, there's been racial discrimination in voting. That's why we needed a Voting Rights Act. That's why we needed a 15th Amendment to ensure that our rights to vote weren't abridged based on race, color, prior condition of servitude, as in slavery. And so what this makes it much less likely that we ever get fair representation. Now, we're not giving up, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, later. We're not giving up, but this is a tough one. This is a bitter pill to swallow, and it is devilishly ingenious in its scope because it touches Section 2 and it also touches racial gerrymandering. One last point, Roland. Juxtaposed against today's decision is yesterday's summary order that most people missed because it wasn't a full written opinion. You know about the Texas mid-decade redistricting. We and others litigated that at the Lawyers Committee and other organizations as well. We won the trial before a 3-judge panel. A Trump-appointed judge wrote the majority opinion. He said, this may look like political gerrymandering only, but this is racial gerrymandering. Here's why. He goes on for 60 some odd pages explaining why. Several weeks ago, this Supreme Court issued a stay, meaning it paused that preliminary injunction. Yesterday, in a very short summary order, the court said, for the reasons we said before, y'all lose. So here's the juxtaposition.
Like that what he wrote.
Exactly. Here's the juxtaposition. Intentionally targeting Black and Latino districts in Texas and Black and Latino voters for elimination is not racial gerrymandering to this court. Yet, as you said a few minutes ago, having a remedy to violation of Black rights under Section 2 is racial discrimination, is racial gerrymandering. That is intellectually dishonest.
See, and the problem is, this is Black people's fault. For many years, you've had the Black clergy, you had all these things in place. When you read the 14th, 15th Amendment, it specifically talks about all groups, not specifically Black people. So even when Trump got up there and said what he said, the Democrats in the last 40, 50 years has their main focus have been on, well, let me rephrase that because we got videos where it sways back and forth depending on how they operating. But everybody's been well intent on keeping Black Americans in the background, right? In the background. Dr. Claude Anderson warned us about this, that this day will come and that we will be fourth-class citizens under Latinos, Hispanics, and under Asians, right? So now we've given our vote to Democratic, these Democratic policies for the last 60 years. But in fourth grade in America, based off the data from 4th to 8th grade, we're reading like we're reading at a below reading average. Like these kids can't even read anymore. Like it's ridiculous. These programs, these welfare reform programs, they've destroyed our communities, man. We haven't, when you go through black Democratic run communities, there's no businesses up and running. There's no money circulating around the communities. They help their main priorities is the LGBTQ community and immigrants. That's it. So how do we lose in this? They lose in this because they losing that NGO money, right? Those elite Blacks whose job was to be gatekeepers, they're the ones losing it. They're the ones that's really upset because in the Black communities, we haven't really got anything from what these Democrats have done, separate from what our grandparents did in the 60s after the death of Dr. King. It's been a colossal failure. It's been nothing but failure. Well, let's listen to some more.
That is hypocritical at best. That's what we are.
Well, and also what it essentially allows for them to do is to say, oh, we could just disperse Black and Latino voters all over the place. And so even though they make up almost 40% of Mississippi, Mississippi has a likelihood of them creating a 4-0 all Republican district and say, well, we don't care how y'all may vote. And the crazy thing is, which we all know, that partisan gerrymandering in the South has been racial.
Yes.
This idea that, oh no, these white conservative lawmakers, they're not drawing lines and factoring in race. They are. That was the Heartland, Louisiana case.
Exactly.
They literally showed that even when Democrats are drawing it, it's about race.
It always is. It's like racial gerrymandering is the evil twin of partisan gerrymandering or vice versa.
Well, see, we already know that the racial gerrymandering, we know what they were doing and why these bills were set in place. But when we got in those positions to do things, we didn't do the right things, man. Like, you got gentrification so bad right now in certain black cities where we're losing population between 80 to 90%. Over 8, man, listen, it's bad. I can show you some stuff, man. 80 to 85% of black students from 4th to 8th grade are below the reading average, right, in our communities, right, since we've had control. You have home ownership. It's under 42% in black Democratic ran cities, man. These are things that they're not going to talk about. So when we talk about reparations or having to redevelop our people, no, they got billions of dollars allocated to immigrants. That's what they have, right? So let's share the screen. Let's move over here, right? Let's move over here real quick. Wait, let's go over here real fast. So in Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is a federal law prohibiting voting practices or procedures that discriminate on the basis of race, color, or membership in the language minority group. It bans election laws that result in unequal opportunities for citizens to register to vote, including prohibiting practice that dilute minority strength, right? Unlike other sections, Section 2 is active nationwide, right? So it prohibits discrimination. It bans a standard practice or procedures that result in a denial of abridgment of the right of any citizen to vote based off of race or color or language and minority status, right? So that's important because when you look at that, right, it's not things set in place just for black people. They're upset because the Democratic strategy was to bring in all these immigrants and create a voting bloc with them to get them on their side. The other side is to say, man, listen, get these immigrants out of here and take them and totally wipe out these districts where they don't have the power to use that to gerrymander us out. So the Confederates is taking back over. That's all it is, man. Legal standards. A violation is established if based on the totality of circumstances, the political processes are not equally open to participation by members of a protected class. So it's basically going down to whites against other groups, right? And the whites are boosting their numbers up again, right? So then it says, as of May 2026, the political landscape is characterized by intense mutual accusations of gerrymandering between Republicans and Democrats, often described as an arms race to secure control of the U.S. House of Representatives, while Republicans have accused Democrats of conducting partisan map redrawing in states like Virginia and New York. Democrats have countered that they are responding to aggressive mid-decade redistricting by Republicans in states such as Texas, North Carolina, and Missouri. Virginia, key accusations. Virginia Republicans have accused Democrats of a power grab and creating the most gerrymandered map in America. Former VA Governor George Youngkin and other Republicans labeled a 2026 referendum to back map as an unfair attempt to flip a 6-5 Republican-leaning map to a 10-1 Democratic advantage, right? So what they're doing, so they're accusing them of is to flip these houses in these states where they can take control, where they can have full control of the Congress floor to get things passed, right? But what happens is the Republicans have now countered that, and they just wiping out the whole process, and Democrats are mad, right? Republicans accuse Democrats of attempting to manipulate. Wait a minute. Attempting to manipulate district lines to gain a 4 or 5 additional seats after a court order more balanced map was used in 2024.